The maids are talking among themselves about how shocked they are by the behavior of their young master Ern. He changed too abruptly and seemed to have come to his senses, which at his age was too early and unexpected. And while these women are wondering what happened to him, Ern is lost in his thoughts. He thinks that he is not going to allow the tragedy that befell him to happen again. This 16-year-old boy is now called Ern Stilgard, and he is hiding a secret. Memories make you dive into the past, to where the past him died at the age of 30. Unpleasant images begin to flash before my eyes, stopping at an ominous silhouette in the window. At the same time, Ern remembers that he was born into a noble family, Stilgard. This family was famous for having ruled the northern part of Navarre for generations. Ern's grandfather, being a knight of mythical rank and a war hero, stopped the takeover of the Paver Empire. The boy's father was a brilliant knight of heroic rank, Abraham Stilgard. Ern believes that his abilities would not be enough to even touch the little finger of one of them. They treated this guy even worse than the city homeless and bullied him all the time. The guy thinks that despite all the evil words of these cruel people, they were not true. Although Ern knew that he could not compare to his father, he looked up to him in order to become at least a good count. The boy was killed by mercenaries sent by a man named Kuntz, who had wished him harm since childhood. Ern recalls one of the mercenaries clarifying the Book of Dimensional Deals. When the kidnapper began to get close to revealing the book's secret, our blondie told him not to touch it. It was a bad idea, because the next moment the man shut his victim up with more than just words. Through the stars and red circles in his eyes, the guy thought that the Book of Dimensional Transactions was not just a piece of paper. And while Ern continued to talk about this, the mercenary called the one who believed this pathetic book a madman. And when the guy, with all his might, begged the tormentor to return his property to him, something fell out of the book. Upon closer inspection, Ern realized that the item was the wish bookmark. The boy remembered that the bookmark was one of the trinkets he had received in these deals. Words came to mind about this item being able to grant one wish, which the guy considered a deception. And the mercenary, noticing the deep thoughtfulness of his victim, asked what this guy was thinking about. Ern realized it was a healing potion, wondering why his tormentor had given the drink to him. Then he heard that these people were asked to play with him as long as possible, and not kill him right away. The man said that Kuntz asked him to tell his friend that this was his last gift. Inside Ern, hatred flared up for this vile man who had taken his title and property from him. The guy then started laughing, shouting that the last of the Stilgards would die like that, like a dog. The mercenary asked him if he had really gone crazy in the end, even though it was to his advantage. It was almost impossible to endure such torment while in one's right mind. And Ern, in between injuries, thought that he was a complete fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't be treated this way now, and the family would be fine. Ern was ready to promise that he would definitely fix everything if only he had a chance. The boy's last thought was that more than anything in the world, he wanted to turn back time. Then, the incredible happened. The will of the one on the brink of death triggered the condition for the fulfillment of the wish. Since Ern was unconscious, he could not see the system window, and could not read what was written on it. And she, having asked him to pronounce his last wish, began to issue warnings about the error. The system then began to search for a solution, by analyzing the owner's desires based on memories. Since there were 3 of them, and there was no difference between them, it was decided to perform them all. Literally a few moments later, Ern's eyes suddenly opened and he sat up. He didn't understand why everything was like this, but the realization of where he was made the young man cry out. Looking to the side, Ern saw the same view he always saw. His amazement knew no bounds, because just now he could not withstand the torture and died. There was a knock on the door, and a maid named Izel asked permission to enter, which was also seriously puzzling. It's all because this girl served the guy more than 10 years ago. Looking around, Ern realized that this bedroom seemed very familiar to him, and asked Izel a question. The girl was puzzled when the guy asked her how old he was, but still answered honestly. Hearing the answer, Ern, in a burst of emotion, hugged Izel, realizing that he had returned to the past 17 years ago. Unable to believe it, the guy asked if it was really her, to which the maid was very confused, remembering that Izel believed in him when everyone else had lost hope. Ern thanked her sincerely. The maid couldn't believe her ears, thinking that this was a new form of harassment from the young master. Izel asked for forgiveness, although she did not know why, and said that she was ready for any punishment. Ern said that wasn't the case at all, wondering if his whole life had been a waste. As memories flashed before his eyes, the boy realized that he had previously behaved like a pig with Izel. Realizing how this might look in her eyes, Ern asked the girl to tell him what she came with. The maid said that the chief had invited him to his place, and was surprised by the boy's agreement to visit his father. Ern asked her why she was so surprised, and maybe it would be better for him not to go. Izel took her words back, saying that she had meant something slightly different. Ern thought that he didn't know how it had happened, but he had definitely been given another chance. The momentary mistake that led to the destruction of an entire family and the boy's terrible past has disappeared. Now he was ready to work like crazy just to change his future. Having fully collected himself, Ern said goodbye to his maid, saying that he was going. He then expressed regret over losing his steel muscles, causing Izel to tense up again. Now Ern is walking to his family's training ground, and can't help but stop to admire it. The boy believes that the knights that the Still Guards are so proud of are still the same as before. Counting the numbers, Ern comes to the conclusion that there are about 10 of them. The boy mentally admits that he didn't value knights before, thinking that they were sweaty guys. This man's name is Yahello. He is the captain of the knights, and he clarifies whether Ern has really only just deigned to show up. Apologizing for being late, the guy mentally notes that the man is still the same. Yahello reminds Ern of his own promise to make up the days he missed. And while the man, having voiced the task, is about to scold the little brat, the latter accepts his order for execution. Ignoring his interlocutor's deep surprise, Ern asks permission to begin immediately. Yahello wonders in his mind what's wrong with the boy, because he thought he would start making excuses again. As if reading these thoughts, Ern, also mentally, says that the one who put everything off until later has disappeared. Although everything came back and remained unchanged, the guy himself was now completely different. Continuing to work hard, Ern thinks that now everything is only in his hands. Now that he knows the future, he will try in every possible way to become better. Swinging his sword again, he reaches the 472nd time. Seeing such diligence, the captain mentally notes that this guy is serious. Meanwhile, Ern is thinking about how he is going to stop the troubles that await him by protecting his family's legacy. So, reaching the 1000th time, the guy falls to the ground with the words that he is finished. Ern realizes that this is the first time at his age that he has completed a full workout, and that this is entirely possible. He is still thinking about this when a window pops up asking him to confirm the transaction between dimensions. The boy recoils from the system in horror, and Yahello, frightened for the young gentleman, asks for clarification. Ern asks the man if he sees this thing, but for his interlocutor, there is only emptiness in front of the young man. The guy asks if this is true, and the knight comes to the conclusion that the hallucinations are a consequence of fatigue. Ern doesn't understand why this question arose in the air and not in a book, but he still wants to try to agree, and he accepts the deal, slowly beginning to become convinced that it is real, outside the form of the book. The young man is pulled out of his thoughts by a familiar voice addressing his young master. Yahello asks if he has come to his senses and continues to say something about the doctor, but he is interrupted. Catching the man's hand in motion, the young man assures the knight that he is all right. He allows himself to smile as he says that he is no longer the same person he used to be. The man thinks that he had never noticed such determination in his young master before. Ern says that since he has finished training, he will go on business, and the knight, allowing this, says goodbye. The guy thinks that Yahello's words did not seem like a lie, but he himself saw everything clearly. He is distracted from studying the window of unknown origin by the butler, who greets him and asks about breakfast. The man notices a strange blue flame coming from Ern's eye, and the latter thinks about it. The guy mentally assumes that the book of dimensional transactions is in his eye and stumbles. But then he says that, most likely this is how mana is displayed, and the old man agrees with disbelief. As soon as the door slams behind Ern, he is amazed that everything was right in front of his eyes. Exhaling heavily, he thinks that there are things much stranger, for example, his return to the past. The guy is mentally glad that the butler did not accuse him of anything and believed him. Suddenly a notification pops up in front of him, asking if he wants to continue under this account. The guy is surprised that there is only one button, and there is no way to reject it. Even though ID is different, Ern has no choice but to accept the request. The system notifies the guy that a time travel transaction is starting, and the operation is being processed. Ern's status window appears before his eyes, along with a journal of tasks. The guy understands that everything starts from scratch, and supply and demand are not the least bit similar. Ern's attention is drawn to the line about the condition of the coins, and he doesn't understand where he got them from. He assumes that this is his previous account. But the level of the transaction is different. The young man does not understand anything. After thinking a little more, Ern decides to begin his journey in this world with a warm-up. A week later, the knight asks the young gentleman if his intentions are serious. He agrees, his face shining with anticipation, and then Yahello turns to Fry. The captain asks the knight to join Ern in sparring, but to use his left hand without mana. The guy doesn't like this, and he asks the 6th-rank knight to give it his all. He is puzzled, torn between the orders of two high-ranking people, and the young gentleman, not allowing the man to think for even a moment, asks him to begin already. When the first blow flies very close, Fry barely manages to dodge it. The second blow causes the sword the man used to parry his opponent's blow to tremble in his hands. Fry can't understand what's wrong with this guy, where such strength comes from, but he wanted to listen to the captain. The observers are amazed by such a heated battle, and are also perplexed by the fact that Ern is pushing the knight back. The latter still cannot understand what is wrong, assuming that he himself has become weaker. Feeling the familiar splash, Fry tenses, already roughly guessing what will follow. Yahello calls the knight a brat, reminding him that using mana is forbidden. But it's too late. Fry doesn't even have time to hear these words before he attacks. When someone shouts an appeal to the young master, his opponent falls to the ground. The knight captain inadvertently mentions God as the haze from the battle begins to clear. Extremely pleased with himself, Ern asks how the fight went, stating the fact that he won. The knight cannot understand how this can be because he used magic. Ern suggests that the man simply admit his defeat, since the outcome of this fight has already been determined. The observers cannot believe their eyes, amazed that the young gentleman won this duel. A week ago, when Ern opened his chest, he was pleasantly surprised that everything remained in place. He thought then that now he would not be deceived like a fool, and he would spend everything properly. The guy considered interdimensional transactions to be the most important method for him. Having looked at the exchange, Ern decided to study everything carefully, noting the fundamentals. Of course, this was an exchange, and the guy immediately activated the corresponding option. When Ern saw the number of coins on offer, he was surprised, as it was more than he expected. The guy's surprise did not subside, as he received quite a lot of gold, at least 5. When Ern caught himself doing this, he was amazed that he was finally beginning to understand the true value of money. He reasoned that in any dimension the most important thing is to buy cheap and sell dearly. However, the stumbling block here is taxes and commissions on certain goods. After this, Ern sank into dark thoughts about the zero-level dilemma. The boy was interrupted from his thoughts by an offer to sell mana stones. These items are incredibly essential for replenishing your mana reserves. Ern started a chat with the seller, but suddenly noticed that he had a red name. He wanted to click again. After reading the information about this user, the guy realized that he needed to be careful with him, thinking that there had never been such reports before. Ern first asked his interlocutor about the price. He, having called her, asked her to hurry, but a window about this man's deception appeared in front of the guy again. Ern then wrote him everything as it was, and the seller was indignant, saying that his price was quite low. The guy realized that his interlocutor was confused, assuming that he was aware of the sanctions for the unreasonable price. Ern continued the conversation, writing that the seller apparently wanted to be labeled as unreliable. He immediately changed the tone of the conversation, starting to fawn over the potential client and calling him impatient. After this, the seller began to justify himself, telling Ern that he had not meant to deceive. Using the information he had, the guy once again exposed the scammer. Hearing the half-price offer, Ern considered trying to push it a little further, and he moved on to implementing the plan, successfully carrying out an exchange for 2 medium and the same number of small stones. When the system reported that 2.5 coins less had been spent, Ern was surprised. The guy didn't want to report this merchant, but rather keep him on the hook for a while. The interlocutor began to object, but Ern ordered himself to ignore him and immediately leave the dialogue. The system reported a cashback of 2.5 coins, and the guy was amazed by such a privilege. He couldn't believe that he had somehow made it onto the VIP list, and then Ern decided to try to absorb the mana from his new acquisition. The guy felt it flowing into his body, which indicated that the stone was not a fake. After that, he spent several days studying his family's special mana breathing technique, Breath of Steel. To do this, it was necessary to fulfill 2 conditions, which were a strong body and a lot of mana. At first, for Ern, who owned nothing, this was impossible. But he trained hard and tried, and so he fulfilled the first condition, and the second became possible thanks to the purchase of mana stones. So eventually Ern succeeded in mastering the Steel Guard technique, Breath of Steel. Now the guy thinks that he was cool, but some knights are trying to protect Fry. A veritable tent of gossip for every taste and color is opening up around him, which is why Ern is irritated. The guy asks Michael to compete with him, and he asks again, pretending not to hear. Ern confirms, thinking that this knight is perfect to demonstrate his abilities. The knight is at a loss when he turns to the young gentleman with the desire to object. He is interrupted by a female voice saying that this will be interesting, and everyone turns to look at him. This girl's name is Karen, and she is the eldest daughter in the Stilgard family. The captain begins to express concern, but the heiress interrupts him, saying that she understands everything. She suggests having a normal sword fight, without using mana, and Raphael agrees. But still, the thought that Michael surpasses his rank in sword fighting does not give the man peace. And while he is thinking that the young master has no chance, someone attracts everyone's attention. Although it is hard to believe, the eyes cannot deceive everyone, and Ern is indeed pushing Michael aside. Someone watching confirms this, and the young gentleman continues his onslaught. Raphael can't believe it. This brat was blown away by the wind just a couple of days ago. Ern, however, ignoring prejudices, presses forward and finally gets his opponent. From a strong blow, it not only flies far away, but also crashes into an obstacle, throwing up dust into the air. The knights are seriously puzzled, realizing that their comrade lost completely. They find this very cool, and chants of the title of Young Master Ern are already flying into the air. He looks at them, a little flattered, and doesn't notice how someone is approaching him. The man appears very close, calling Ern's name and causing him to be amazed. Karen praises her little brother, and says that it seems like she has been thinking badly about him all this time. Every time he looked at his eldest daughter, Abraham always regretted that Karen had been born a girl. After all, only a man from the Stilgard family can master the Breath of Steel technique. Karen says that her little brother trained very hard in secret from everyone. The girl apologizes to Ern, saying that before she did not support him, but also condemned him. The guy remains silent because he experiences a feeling that is very similar to remorse, especially considering that it was all done to gain recognition from his sister. Of all Ern's brothers and sisters, this girl is the one who can see the situation clearly, without prejudice. The guy really wanted her to be the first one to notice and acknowledge his new self. Ern mentally apologizes to Karen, saying that he has no other choice now. So far, everything is going as planned, but the guy doesn't know what will happen next. That same day, the Stilgard family had a dinner, at which the head of the family was the first to speak. While savoring the wine, the man noted that the menu today was especially excellent. Karen says that she asked the cooks about this, because Ern is supposed to leave for the academy soon. Abraham was amazed, and couldn't help but wonder if his son was really that old. Ern mentally notes that as soon as he attracted his sister's attention, she began to take care of him. Abraham, meanwhile, turns to his son, saying that he heard the story of his victory over the knight today. The guy says he's not good enough for a real fight yet, and this was just a small duel. The man ponders this, and a voice is heard nearby, reminding him of the rank of the defeated knight. The speaker turns out to be Ern's older brother, Kieran, and he also reminds that no magic was involved. The young man turns to his sister for confirmation, and the younger one doesn't like it. The girl reminds her brother that he himself received the 5th rank of knight at 17, but he objects. Without listening to these words, the head of the family turns to his youngest son, calling him a fine fellow. Abraham says that Erna's first appearance on the battlefield was around the same age. The man asks the reason why his son has come to his senses, and he is taken aback by his father's gesture. Having decided to shake hands, Ern begins to talk about the fact that he is already 16 years old. And then the guy realizes that this is a battle handshake, when people pass mana through the opponent. The thought that this might be some kind of test occurs to Ern. The boy wants to please his father, but decides to hide all his skills that are higher than the 3rd rank. The man praises his son's progress, admitting that he previously considered him a loser. Abraham suggests that Ern will be able to prove himself worthy beyond the walls of Stilgard. The man deeply reflects on the fact that he has been spending too little time with his youngest son. Abraham admits that he remembered this too late, but decides to try to make amends. When a man suggests that his son ask for a gift, he is happy that he succeeded. The guy starts to say that he has something like that, but doesn't finish the sentence. He backs off, saying that he considers this too impudent for him. Abraham asks his son not to worry, and assures him that he is ready to listen to any request. Ern says he doesn't want to ask for anything big. He's sure he'll be turned down. Abraham says that he is even ready to take an oath, since his son wants it so much. And the man actually keeps his words, pledging to do everything in his power. Ern didn't expect this, but he's going to take advantage of the opportunity that has come his way. The guy voices his request, and the next moment the space is cut by Kieran's protest. Saying that his youngest has gone completely crazy, the young man reminds him and his father of their family traditions. Kieran is indignant at the fact that someone other than the leader can enter the treasury. Abraham partially agrees with this, as he had previously visited this place with his father. Kieran says that this is a different case, and the man reminds his son of the oath he took. The elder says that there is no need to break it, and Abraham asks him to go and do his own thing. Ern mentally gloats, turning to his brother with words about how this is exactly what needs to be done. Kieran is indignant, but only mentally, because even he himself does not have the right to enter the treasury. Unlocking the door, Abraham tells his son that he can only enter the outer treasury, not the inside. You can take any item, but only one. The boy will have enough time for this. Ern is thrilled to finally get his hands on the real dimensional book of transactions. She is the most powerful weapon that a guy wants to wield alone. Before his past life, the only traitors from Earth for the last 100 years were Arbahan and him. This was the reason why Ern was so eager to get his father's attention. Walking leisurely between the shelves and artifacts, the guy remembers that the book was somewhere here. Ern doesn't want anyone else to find it, wanting to destroy the original. Later, Abraham asks if his son has made a choice, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The man looks at the item Ernie wanted and becomes puzzled. This is all because the thing the son chose was a hero figurine. It is expensive. It is the thing that can be seen most easily in the treasury. Abraham doesn't understand why Ernu needs the figurine, and asks if he really just decided to stock up on gold. The boy is puzzled, beginning to understand what his father is thinking about after this. And then, after a short silence, Ern says that this figurine is the most valuable thing to him. Thanks to her, the guy can buy himself a sword and a mana stone, and on top of that, he will have money left over. Abraham is not thrilled, advising that time should be spent on hard training rather than buying and selling things. Then his son says that there is not necessarily only one path. The only exception would be the fact that Ern has an innate talent for the sword. The guy suggests that for him this could, on the contrary, become the fastest way. After thinking for a while, the man finally speaks up. With a puzzled smile, he admits that it is not so easy for him to understand his youngest son. Ernie is mentally happy that he managed to carry out his plan. Before this, while in the heart of the first hall of the treasury, the guy was panicking. Looking at the shelf where the book of dimensional transactions should have been, he didn't see it there. Then Ern allowed the thought that at that time the object could have been in another place. The boy went through book after book in an attempt to read a familiar title, but in vain. In desperation, he had already moved on to places where the book could not have been at all, and his suspicions were confirmed. This object was nowhere to be found, as if it was not in the treasury at all. Then the guy thought about it, and two hypotheses came into his head about this. The first of them was that the book could move somewhere while he was not looking at it, and according to the second, someone could be using this artifact right now. Ernie thought hard, doing some complicated arithmetic calculations in his head. He came to the conclusion that during a certain period of time, he did not know what was happening to this book. Now the guy remembers that back then, the hero's figurine was the first thing that came to hand. The system window that appears before your eyes informs you about the completion of the automatic transaction. Looking at other phrases that appear, the guy notes that he has other privileges as well. Suddenly it dawns on him that he might be a VIP client, but it's hard to believe something like that, and the guy thinks that it's impossible. A mischievous thought enters his mind, and Ern activates his eye again. After that, he goes into the book, intending to try it at least once, even though this cannot happen. Ern wants to check if something will show up in the VIP category, otherwise he is not a VIP. For the first few seconds, the guy looks at the loading board, almost certain that he is right. But after that, a whole canvas of options for VIPs appears before him. The guy can't believe his eyes, thinking that something like this is impossible to even imagine. And then Ern is finally convinced that those 2.5 gold coins are also a VIP privilege. The guy's attention is drawn to the 0 commission on all transactions he makes. Reading the title of the Eye of Providence, Ern recalls the information he was given about the seller with the deals. Flow recognition, which helps to find out the quantity of goods and the real price, also comes from here, as well as enjoying discounts, which are always at least 10%. The beginning with coins is also explained by VIP, since she has an event with a presence check. Again, going over in his head the information he had just learned, Ern fell silent for a long time. And then he starts jumping and laughing, unable to stop rejoicing at such a fortunate coincidence. Calming down for a moment, the guy thinks that in this way, he can move mountains. Ern believes that now everything will happen even faster than he thought, and he means his revenge. Playing with his grandfather's figurine, the boy declares that he too is ready for battle. And first, he's going to get the coins from that figure by using the cost calculation effect. It turns out to be less than expected by about 25 with a difference of 10. At that very moment, the VIP privilege is activated, performing an assessment of the 0 world. Ern doesn't like this either because he loses a whole 400 gold pieces. Though he thinks he's lazy, the guy is still inclined to make some kind of deal. Falling onto the bed, he thinks that he is already quite comfortable. This is because the book of measurements is now in his eye, and deals can be made while lying down. Ern sits up, only now fully aware that this thing is before his eyes. It dawns on him that this virtual book of measurements may turn out to be the original. This leads to thoughts that it will now be possible to do without glasses. Studying the system windows of transactions, the guy notes the fast speed with which the listed items are sold. The guy is thinking about what product to choose next and remembers about mana stones. Seeing an ad with familiar content, Ern is amazed at his luck. By clicking on it, the guy says out loud that this seller is already waiting for him. When he is addressed as a fraud, the person on the other side becomes irritated. But the attempt to remember who he is crowned with success, and the man answers. Ern confirms that he is the same buyer and asks to buy more stones at the same price. The seller tries to wriggle out of it, but the interlocutor reminds him of how this could all end. The man doesn't like the prerogative of being blocked, even though it will only last for a few days. Ernie says he doesn't understand how someone who has almost 10,000 coins can be so petty. The man doesn't quite understand what they want from him, and he asks how much the guy wants to buy. Having made the deal, Ern calculates how many and what kind of stones, and at what cost, he acquired. And then he puts it up for sale himself, inflating the price, because he is well aware of this. The hookah flies off to the side as the blonde man lets out an indignant cry upon noticing Ern's announcement. The man is outraged that he not only has the audacity to resell the goods, but also in a foreign world. After a good night's sleep, the guy wonders why he received so many messages. When he sends question marks to his interlocutor, the latter begins to rage even more. Exhaling heavily, Ern tries to figure out how to deal with this merchant. And, saying that he can behave even more like a pig, he proceeds to implement this plan. The man is amazed by such speech, and Ern mockingly asks his interlocutor if he is really offended. They start bickering, turning to each other's personalities. Finally, the man suggests stopping, thinking that his interlocutor is not quite normal. The fair-haired man still hopes to resolve everything in his favor, but Ern considers this illogical. They move on to a conversation about price, where the man feels that it is impolite to sell at the set price. Now Ern offers him a deal, but he refuses, even allowing him to write a complaint. Ultimately, the man refuses to trade with the guy at all, and the guy notes his touchiness. Continuing the dialogue, Ern thinks that for people like his interlocutor, money is a religion with faith. After a few lines, the guy manages to sweet-talk the man, and he makes contact again. Then Ern calculates the amount he has and estimates the profit from the size of the discount. Seeing the required quantity, the man says that he does not have much product left. When Ern recalls the words about the mine, the interlocutor reluctantly admits that he was lying. The guy decides to take a small loss, but it will still be profitable for him. The man gets angry again, asking why Ern sells everything so cheaply, and whether he is really a millionaire. He continues to spam questions, but the guy pretends not to pay attention. In fact, he listens, mentally agreeing that this man is saying sensible things. But even if Earn lowers the price by 25%, he will still come out ahead, especially for mana stones, because in addition to their high demand, they have another positive aspect. Thinking that he has little time to earn money, the guy closes the dialogue. But still, since he has free time, it wouldn't hurt to engage in mana absorption. Thinking about how he will make himself a cool body, Earn anticipates how everything will be fine for him then. Involuntarily catching sight of his grandfather's portrait, the boy notes that he himself is not a real genius. If everything remains as is, in the future it will have shortcomings and eventually stagnation. And if this happens, then when Earn rises to that very place, he will not be able to survive in it. After all, there is not much time left before he needs to go there. Studying his reflection, the guy thinks that the time has come for reckoning. Adding that it's time to get started, Earn lowers the price of medium mana stones. Most of the deals are immediately successful, and the guy can't wait for that moment. Earn notes that it has only been 8 days since he began making transdimensional trades. The guy remembers that when he owned Steelguard, it took him a whole year. The system reports that Earn's level has increased due to the fulfillment of the necessary conditions. The guy is happy that he can now move from System 0 to System 1, and Earn, without hesitation, immediately performs this deed, allowing himself a satisfied smile. The system congratulates the guy on reaching System 1, and he thinks that everything is just beginning. This is a system where even errand boys and restaurant workers become as strong as knights. This world is otherwise called martial artsum, and Earn is still amazed by the way the people here communicate. The system sends a warning, and the guy thinks about what is needed here to unlock privileges. By activating the Eye of Insight, Earn gains the ability to obtain information about who he is cooperating with. However, he is in for a disappointment, as this skill does not work in martial arts. The guy doesn't like this, nor does he like the fact that he wasn't even told the reason for receiving privileges in the previous world. Then he tries to guess for himself, assuming that everything happens as the level increases. The guy's attention is drawn to a notification that appears, which tells about a new event. When he opens it, Earn gets confused because there are too many windows about the sale in front of him. The guy almost bought it, but he found these proposals too strange. The talk of a sale seems dubious to him, because in reality, the discounts depend on the market price. He continues to develop this thought, but is distracted by a message that appears before his eyes. This is some kind of congratulation on the transition to another world, and small rewards for it. The first is 2 special items. The second is martial arts, and the third is 500 coins. The guy is attracted by the second. He tries to understand what maximum concealment of the body and sword means. The sponge in the head skill absorbs the effect, in which the absorption debuff is reduced by 80%. Then the absorption speed increases by 300%, and the absorption is completed, causing hiccups. Earn is surprised to feel the changes in his body, and wonders if it has actually been absorbed. This means only one thing, and the guy thinks that the martial arts of this world consume mana. They run on it as fuel, but in System 1 they use internal energy. Earn says that if he were asked which was better, he would choose martial arts. The mysterious blade is a strange sword technique that symbolizes Arbahan. Although this privilege is compatible with Earn's mana core, he still has to open the meridians with veins. The guy thinks that this skill becomes more refined in this way. Earn's eyes widen, and he begins to breathe heavily, trying to bring his skyrocketing pulse back to normal. He finds the experience of instantly opening his chakras and learning an entire sword technique more amazing than he thought. The guy wonders if there is a limit to this spatial trade. After all, he can buy anything he wants, but only if he has the money for it. A voice comes from the cave, its owner communicating with his customer. He asks us to think of the deal as a love for the human species, not a love for a dimension. He sells a lot of things, but asks the buyer to refrain from informalities of this kind. Having finished the conversation, the man exhales tiredly, because he has once again got a bad client. Checking Earn's status window, he concludes that he is a small fry from the lower system. But he has no right to complain about this, because he lives precisely at the expense of such people. The old man says that perhaps, on the contrary, he should thank all these people. When Earn asks what exactly he is interested in, the man offers quite a lot to choose from. No matter how much he listens, he cannot understand this strange manner of speech. Earn understands perfectly well that it's all about the repertoire of this swindler Lod. He knows what he's doing. His strategy is to choose those who were once weaklings who dream of martial arts. Then he pulls the wool over their eyes just like he does to Erna now, because the guy knows this triple technique. Earn agrees that it can be useful, but only in the hands of the strongest. And this old man continues, saying that he can give a couple of tips if you pay him 20 coins. Earn refuses, mentally calling out the real name of this man, whose name is Silenhard Plum. In the 5th world of martial arts, in the Mountain Bamboo sect, the subordinates call out to their leader. His name is Vortikind River, and he asks if the rogue Silenhard has been found. He doesn't have the patience to wait calmly, so the man rushes his subordinates. The manager of the spatial trading sect relays the words of that eyewitness. Earn said that he himself had a lot of questions, and he couldn't answer them all at once. He asked for a reward in exchange for taking on their enemy. Vortisan flares up again, saying that he cannot be bribed with sweet words. To this, the guy said that it was not his problem, because Silenhard was their enemy, not his. The Mountain Bamboo sect leader angrily asks if he really called him to make jokes. Calmly replied that this was not the case, which could be determined by simply looking at his short status window. Having done this, the man relaxed, noticing the line that this guy was from the lower system. Agrees with this, and asks the other person how he thinks he knows this. The man pauses for a moment, then speaks up. He understands that this guy was told everything by a scammer, which means only one thing. Praises the man for his intelligence, and makes a guess about the fugitive Lod. The system informs the guy that the leader of the Mountain Bamboo sect transferred 200 coins to him. Is at a loss, and his interlocutor, thinking that he doesn't have enough, politely asks him to understand their situation correctly. The thing is, on the contrary, this is too much. The guy remembers Lod's words about the 20 coins. Thinks that he just wanted those measly 10s back. Thoughts come to mind that this Lod will never know that this money became the point of no return for him. Meanwhile, the interlocutor warns that there is no point in deceiving him. But if the fraudster is caught, the head of the sect is ready to pay even more as a reward. Thinks that while he was looking for martial arts scrolls, he met a guy. The man then whispered the enemy's name, calling him Stone Rich, and repeating that he was ready to kill. The man tricked him into wasting his money, and the Stilgard family fell completely. Thinks that this does not at all diminish the guy's resentment towards this vile man. He's going to give Stone back all the shame and pain he went through. The guy starts corresponding with him, saying that he found out about his interlocutor through Lod. While studying the status window of this man who works as a librarian, sees an entry about cautious trading. Stone, meanwhile, is amazed at the people who buy into Lod's triple technique. While he pretends to be righteous, is amazed at the man's hypocrisy. Stone says it's harsh to compare him to Lod, advising his interlocutor not to push the envelope. Grits his teeth and asks the man for forgiveness, asking him about his range of sword techniques. The merchant, becoming animated, says that he really does have something that might suit the buyer. It's the plum blossom technique, and noting that it's quite good, asks about its price. And if Lod sold the guy equipment that wasn't worth even half a coin, Stone raised the price to 20. The interlocutor asks why he is silent, and the guy agrees to buy this expensive equipment. Stone likes this, and asks what such a rich man with amazing taste does for a living. Says he's in the business too, so they'll be seeing each other a lot more often now. Stone pretends to be flattered, but in reality he thinks that this guy is either bluffing or a fool. He's not going to let such a weakling just go, and invites to become friends. By rejecting the scammer's request, the guy allows him to laugh as long as he can. There is a knock at the door, and hearing that it is Izel, allows the maid to enter. Stopping at the threshold, the girl apologizes to her young master, but stops short. Her gaze, involuntarily caught by something unnecessary, changes, and she screams in shock. At first the guy doesn't understand what's wrong, but soon it dawns on him very quickly. He understands that the reason for everything was the thirst for murder that burst out after the meeting with Stone. Once again putting on the mask of a good-natured fool, the guy apologizes to the maid, trying to calm her down. Izel asks if the master wants anything, since he even missed training, but he objects. When a guy says he's in excellent condition, a girl's attention is involuntarily drawn to one movement. Izel's mind began to think that her young master had made great progress in just a few days. The maid begins to hesitate and looks away, agreeing with Ern's words. And he, noticing the color on the girl's cheeks, tries to understand why she blushed. A guess crosses the guy's mind. He assumes that Izel sees him as a man. As he begins to show off in front of her, Ern thinks that he hasn't unlocked even half of his potential. The guy allows the girl to not be shy and ask him for whatever she wants. Izel remembers the matter with young Master Kieran and asks her interlocutor about it. This comes as a surprise to the guy, and he becomes puzzled, realizing what the girl is getting at. When the older brother approached the younger one and called him, he turned to him in surprise and also greeted him. Ern didn't like Kieran's look then, because it didn't bode well. It happened that same morning on the training ground for the knights. Seeing his older brother, Ern asked him what brought Kieran here. This question was asked for a reason, since the latter usually did not train here, being stronger. Ern said that anyone could understand this at first glance, but he thought about the elder's infantilism. In response to these words, Kieran flared up, asking uncontrollably if the younger one had really gone crazy. Ern apologized, saying it was just a joke, and asked what his older brother wanted. Kieran admitted, in a rather dejected tone, that he really wanted to do it. And then he rushed at his younger brother, expressing a desire to first teach him a lesson. Ern stepped back, surprised, and began to ponder the man's behavior. Kieran had always been too easily offended, but now it was too much. Elder Stilgard moved too erratically today, trying to surpass his own limits. Dodging another blow, Ern tried to understand why his elder was so upset. And then Kieran said that the younger one was asking for educational measures. He told Ern not to think that he was better just because his father praised him. The guy also wasn't going to let Kieran get away with it that easily, so he began to accumulate mana in his fist. Leaning forward, Ern attacked his brother, allowing himself more than was necessary. Feeling the younger man's strength on himself, Kieran couldn't help but be surprised. When the guy flew back from the blow, he somehow managed to stay on his feet. Breathing heavily, Kieran wondered where this power was coming from, because he had imagined everything differently. Assuming that it was he who had let his guard down, the elder warned that he would no longer hold back. Aura was the true beginning of the mana enhancement technique, and a requirement for a second-rank knight. Although was also capable of this, he couldn't use aura now, so the guy was indignant. Kieran then said that he would use this opportunity to teach his brother a real lesson. Thoughts flashed through head that the elder was now attacking him with all his strength. There was no choice left. The guy had to make a decision and also fight with Kieran seriously. So, rushing forward, attacked his brother with a stone-destroying blow. Kieran was confused by this, at a loss as to the technique the boy was using. Unable to defend himself in the process, the elder tried to understand how could be so strong. Kieran fell to the ground from exhaustion, and with his last strength trembling, raised his gaze to the man standing opposite him. Looked at his older brother expectantly, realizing that he was about to say something. He was right, as Kieran screamed and marveled at how strong his youngest had become. A smile appeared on Ern's lips as he turned to his brother and reminded him of their relationship. Approaching Kieran, the boy asked him if he thought he had gone too far. The elder was thinking about something else, assuming that the younger had become so strong because of his visit to the treasury. And then understood everything, thinking that Kieran really should have been in this place already. But he thought his brother was making fun of him when he said that he was the only one who went in there. Was taken aback, wondering in his mind if this was really true. Then the boy wondered if his father knew about the existence of the Book of Dimensional Transactions. Right now he's thinking about who might have this thing, and he's distracted by Isel's appeal. Tells her that nothing special happened between him and his brother. It was just that Kieran lost his temper. The girl asks the young gentleman if he is injured, offering to put a bandage on a possible wound. She remembers that is already an adult, and he might not like this at all. The boy says he's fine, thinking he can take care of himself, but thanks the maid for her concern. He suggests that the girl take a rest and stop worrying, thinking about how lucky he is. The maid agrees, wishing the young master a good rest in return. Thinks about finding a way to get into the inner vault of the treasury. Suddenly the thought comes to mind that now is the right time for that incident. At the same time, Kieran cannot control his feelings and frustration. He continues to lament that what happened simply cannot be true. Darren, Abraham Stilgard's second daughter, notices that her brother has disgraced himself. Kieran hotly objects to this, saying that their youngest has only been pretending to be weak until this day. The girl says that everyone already knows about it. The bear cub turned out to be a cunning fox. But even if that's the case, she still thinks of as just a child who will soon run away with his tail between his legs. Despite her brother's words that this was not the case, and the boy restrained himself, the girl still did not see this as a big threat. Kieran doesn't consider the younger one a harmless fox, but rather a leopard, or even a tiger if he wants to. He invites his sister to find out what is hiding from them, and what he is going to do. Darren chuckles, saying that her brother can rely on her in this regard. The girl expresses her intention to get to the very last detail of her younger brother's secret. When the Manastone Traitor Alliance falls into disarray, Hearthstone asks them to put an end to the fighting. The man reminds his colleagues that is their common enemy, and they agree. Hearthstone, meanwhile, asks if they are just going to sit back and watch this arrogance. As he starts eating the dessert, the guy is amazed at how quickly mana stones have started to become cheaper. Although he expected this, he didn't think that everything would happen so quickly. As the boy pours sugar into his mug, he wonders how much the stones he sold cost. This price was 1 coin less than the market price, so the other traders became angry at his willfulness. This is primarily due to the fact that the average cost has decreased, and their prices have also fallen. Doesn't see this as a problem, as he still makes a profit as a VIP client. Going into the inventory, the guy checks his savings and comes to the conclusion that sales will cease. Estimates that the profit from medium mana stones could now be equal to 1 coin. Although they are falling in price faster than he expected, the guy can't influence it much. Now he has something else to worry about, namely System 1. In his mind, reaches out to Stone, promising to take revenge on him for his past life. The guy is determined to carry out his plan, taking everything away from the one mentioned above. Reese Priestine is a librarian at the Library of 1,000 Swords, and he's asking a customer about something they've caught their eye. Looking at the cost of the assortment, is amazed, but reminds himself that this is not a market stall. And yet this is not enough for the guy, and he asks Rice for something more expensive and more powerful. He is initially at a loss, but then offers a unique primary skill from their Library of 1,000 Swords. Looking through a selection of several items, the guy is again at a loss as to their cost. The 1,000 Swords Castle has a huge influence, incomparable even to the Mountain Bamboo sect. His unique primary skills are only passed on within the castle itself, and has an idea. He says he wants to check something, and the other guy asks the guy what it is. Stone greets the potential buyer, saying that he has been waiting for him for a long time. The merchant shows what the boy asked the librarian for yesterday, and the young man is delighted, admitting that he didn't think Stone would be able to get both at once. The man says that the entire team was looking for these skills, because they are focused on their valued clients. To the polite question, Ern answers in agreement, saying that he would like to purchase one more thing. Mentioning Raphael, the guy shares that he is hard to please with a mid-level martial arts book. To this, Stone responds that their service will provide its buyer with any kind of assistance. Ern says he wants to show his captain one big thing rather than many small things. Stone tenses, asking what exactly the client means by his words. Ern starts to play the fool, suggesting that his request was difficult even for the other person. Stone agrees, saying that he will try to do it, but he himself thinks about how not to get caught. On the other side of the system chat window, Ern is mentally rejoicing that the man fell for the trick. Here Stone admits the risk of his adventure, asking his client for an advance payment. The instant transfer of funds appeases the man, and he agrees to contact Ern within 5 days. As Stone finishes the conversation, thinking that it is only him and the librarian here, he is going to act carefully. It was at this moment that Ern wanted to check something. The guy asks what will happen if someone else wants to sell the unique primary skill. The librarian laughs, saying that the madmen who thought of stealing the divine swords will never be found. He swears on his honor that anyone who does such a thing will grieve over the fate that has befallen him. Ern mentally rejoices at the successful completion of the first step of his brilliant plan. Reflecting on the fact that he is very tired, the guy gets ready to go out for a walk. On the way, he thinks about a way to get the coins he promised to the librarian. Recalling the event with a daily reward, the guy believes that 5 such days will be enough. While checking his monostone reserves, Ern notices that they are rapidly disappearing. The guy is about to replenish them, but the seller, noticing the name of the potential client, ends the conversation. Several more attempts end in a similar way. The traders hate Ern. The guy finds their responses more aggressive than he expected, which could affect his work. Hearing a voice that broke into a scream, Ern goes towards the sound, trying to understand what is happening. Someone scolds Yahello, telling the maid to spit something out immediately. Ern manages to get a good look at the girl's interlocutor, just at the moment when a loud bang is heard. The boy mindlessly steps forward, amazed by his older sister's rudeness. Yahello stands calmly, realizing that arguing with the lady will achieve nothing, and Darren doesn't feel the least bit guilty, continuing to stubbornly stick to her guns. The daughters of the Stilgard family were completely opposite. Karen, unlike her sister, was not callous. All the teachers and maids were afraid of Darren, and now she repeats the question about Ern's secrecy. Yahello says that she is just an ordinary maid who doesn't know anything. She does nothing outstanding except take care of her young master in the mundane. Darren approaches the maid, swinging again, but is stopped by her younger brother's voice. Coming closer, Ern asks why the girl doesn't leave Yahello already. Darren, actually stopping, feigns surprise, asking what brought his brother here. Ern asks this question in response, adding what the interlocutor does with his maid. The sister doesn't understand why this guy treats Yahello so well, but he asks her to leave the poor girl alone. Darren says she's teaching the offender a lesson, and her brother should be grateful to her for it. Swinging her arm, the girl continues, saying that she is doing Ern a favor by training his maid. Remembering the pain from the last time, Yahello closes her eyes tightly, not daring to escape from the mistress's blow. It doesn't follow, but instead Ern's voice is heard asking to report any dissatisfaction with the maid to him. Darren almost screams, asking how dare he touch her and begging her to let go of his hand. The guy reminds his sister of his words about leaving Yahello alone, and then he throws the girl to the side, causing her to bewilder and scream. Darren angrily asks what some insignificant servant means to his brother, and he, saying that it would be better for her not to touch his people, orders her to immediately apologize to Yahello. Hearing such words, the maid cannot believe her ears and is about to say something. At the same time, Darren hesitates a little, but a cunning plan is maturing in her head. The girl slaps herself across the cheeks with quite a lot of force, causing fear in Yahello. Darren says that she will show her father her abrasions, and he will take her side, resorting to punishing the younger one. She continues to admire her idea, but Ern only sighs in disappointment. Addressing his sister, he says that she continues to exceed his expectations, Darren clarifies. Ern asks his older sister to remember once, and for all the words he is about to tell her. The girl immediately changes her shoes, declaring that she has nothing to do with it. Then the guy says that he will just go to their father and tell him everything about it. The girl is about to object, but bites her tongue, because the topic is quite serious. Surprised that his brother found out about everything, Darren still admits that she is to blame. In addition, the girl says that she will try to ensure that something like this does not happen again. Ern turns to Yahello, asking if she is okay, and she quietly agrees with his words. The girl says that she does not deserve such good treatment from her young master. And Ern, clenching his fists to calm his emotions, says that she is one of his closest people. The guy says that he will not forgive anyone for the offense inflicted on his loved ones, not even the Emperor himself. And as they continue their dialogue, Darren begins to think that something is wrong here. The girl can't figure out how her younger brother was able to expose her secret. She tenses, wondering if those same people might have passed the information on to Ern. The members of the multi-union, led by Hearthstone, continue to argue among themselves to this day. Although the man is already quite tired of all this clucking, he mentally agrees with the last message. At the same time, he is interested in the assumption of one of the members of their alliance about the difficult situation. Suddenly, Hearthstone remembers that he had not paid attention to this participant in the conversation before. Meanwhile, he says that sometimes 10 coins in the present are more valuable than 100 coins in the future. The man says he understands what the guy is getting at, but he mentally allows himself to slip up. The interlocutor agrees with him, believing that because of sellers like these, the world order is collapsing. Hearthstone is intrigued by this and is interested in the proposals this man has. He, saying that they have 2 options in such a situation, begins to voice the first of them. Hearthstone considers it impossible to buy all the goods before Earn gets to them. When a man asks about the second option, the interlocutor maintains an intriguing pause. Earn receives a notification about an even sharper price drop, and the guy breathes out heavily. He suggests that a price war is about to begin, as demand is growing at an insanely fast rate. Hearthstone shouts, asking his interlocutor if he didn't promise results after his plan. He doesn't remember anything like that. The plan was to prevent the intruder from getting all the stones. Hearthstone says that doesn't sound convincing because Earn keeps selling his product. The interlocutor allows himself to be criticized, agreeing that his predictions turned out to be incorrect. This is true if the Alliance is going to give in to the persuasion of such a violator. Hearthstone flushes, vowing he's not going to give in to a guy like that. The interlocutor says that in this case they should trust him again. After all, he has an ace up his sleeve that can help stop the offender once and for all. He says that this newcomer is slowly but surely losing its momentum. Hearthstone responds to this with a curse, pointing out that this kid has not yet shown any signs of such a thing. The mysterious interlocutor reminds him that if they lose a coin, Earn loses too. Hearthstone begins to understand, because that brat's value has become equal to their own since yesterday. However, he worries that Earn might also have some kind of ace up his sleeve. The man admits that he doesn't understand why this kid is taking such a big risk. The interlocutor sees only one answer in this, according to which Earn plans to overtake the entire business. Hearthstone is struck by this suggestion, recalling such a factor as sales limits. The other side responds that this problem can be solved by finding assistants to sell in his place, or by forming an alliance, just like they did, which puzzles Hearthstone. This is necessary to create price controls for multiple sellers of mana stones. He asks Hearthstone if that's why he became the head of the multi-union, and the man tenses. He talks about his admiration for the boss, and the boss, buying in, thinks that this idea is quite good. Eventually, the man confesses, saying that this is exactly what he had planned. The guy on the other side of the system window allows this to be done, grinning maliciously. Earn sees right through Hearthstone, who just wanted to be named chief. The guy thinks that he had been expecting the formation of such an alliance since the first sale of the stones. Information is an important aspect of trading, so Earn understands the privilege of controlling information. Remembering Hearthstone's question, the boy mentally answers that he has been a member of the multi-union since its founding. Everything is for the organization of a bloody competition in which those who are unable to live without profit participate, or madmen who are ready, having accepted unfavorable conditions, to give in to the current, but with everyone else. Hearthstone is pleased that soon, when Earn reaches his limit, they will be able to strike him. The man thinks that this boy is most likely thinking about something predictable. If you take Earn out of the game, you can take over the mana stone industry and control the price. At the same time, he speculates that someone might emerge who wants to challenge the multi-union. But this does not frighten the man, because then this daredevil will be immediately punished by this organization. Hearthstone considers this scenario, which constantly revolves in his head, ideal. And Earn, fully aware of all this, is going to continue to lead the man in this direction. Within this competition, a third party will soon emerge who wants to take all the stones for themselves. They will watch the game unfold closely, believing that they will be able to implement their strategy. Earn thinks that he himself is such a wise person. Meanwhile, his older sister sits in her room, continuing her brainstorming. She can't understand how her younger brother managed to find out all this. Remembering that arrogant whisper, the girl again returns to thoughts about Damien's firm. When there is a knock on the door, Darren jumps up, reminding him that she told him not to disturb her. A painfully familiar voice is heard on the other side, telling the older sister that it is him. Opening the door for his younger brother himself, Darren asks why Earn came to see her. With a satisfied grin, the guy says that it's time for them to talk about Tom Sam. The girl is puzzled and asks again, playing the fool, and the younger one accepts her challenge. He says outright that he wants to talk to Darren about Damien's firm, which earns him a disapproving look. The girl gathers her strength not to scream, and after a short pause, allows Earn to enter. Damien's company is a relatively stable and respected company that supplies homes with the materials they need. The problem is that she is in a close relationship with Darren. In a past life, strangers came back to haunt Earn. The girl asks how her brother understood this, and he says that this company has changed dramatically recently. Darren starts demanding proof, and Earn asks her to calm down, because he is not here for a scandal. The boy says he wants to understand his sister's motives, and explains the position of the family's youngest son. And then he asks what about the girl, because he understands that she is trying to find a way to earn money. Darren asks on what basis the one who has always hidden his true self is making any claims. Earn says he's only interested in one thing, which is who came to whom, the girl or the company. Darren admits that she was not the initiator. The company said that they wanted to do her a favor, but there was one condition. The girl had to repay this generosity. The guy thinks his sister is lying, because Damien's firm is incredibly influential. Darren flares up, asking his brother if he is now happy, calling him out on his own criticism. Ern repeats the words that he did not come to his sister for this. The guy wonders how he can earn the girl's trust by pointing out their similarities. Darren doesn't quite understand the other person, so she asks him what he wants from her. And then Ern suggests to his older sister that they start working together. The girl squeezes out just one short question, unable to believe her ears. Ern can't help but smile because he finds his offer very tempting. Later, seeing her brother off, the girl says that she will tell him all the details later. As he leaves, Ern thinks that even though it was a lie-filled argument, the deal looks good. The boy feels forced to work with his older sister. At the same time, he needs to see the big picture to find out where things might lead. Activating the system, Ern thinks that despite all this, the main problem still remains Hearthstone. The guy's attention is drawn to a strange message, and he immediately opens it. This is 800 coins and congratulations from the Mountain Bamboo sect, who seems to have caught the scammer. At the same time, the guy receives 10 bamboo life pills. At first, the guy is amazed by their number, and then he thinks about what it is. The users of the Dimensional Book of Deals have struck gold, and Hearthstone is getting clever. As he was about to reduce the price by 4 coins, he remembered that the middle class was limited. Watching the man's thrashing, Ern comes to the conclusion that he is trying to minimize his losses. Since the guy has information asymmetry, he can change his name and start buying stones. Taking into account the price and cashback, this comes to 3 coins per piece. Entering his inventory, the guy checks its capacity and is going to buy another 500 stones. The Alliance chat is still abuzz with debate, and Ern can't get enough of the fact that he's so damn rich. That same night, an unknown person slowly approaches Damien's firm, intending to enter inside. The gatekeeper tells him to leave, saying that he can't just be in the area. The scarred man tells the guard to bring his manager to him. And while he is puzzled by the voice of his interlocutor, he continues, asking him to tell the boss the name of Olaf. Here the second guard comes to his senses, corrects himself and says that they were waiting for him, and allows them to enter inside. Saying that Mrs. Darren has been waiting for him for a long time, the gatekeeper shows his dear visitor out. Knocking on the door of his managers, the man addresses them, informing them of Sir Olaf's arrival. Damien greets the visitor first, introducing himself, but Darren can't figure out who it is. A seed of doubt begins to grow in the girl, and she assumes that this is a trap. The thing is, her younger brother had previously told her that a rather influential merchant would be coming here. Darren remembers Ern's words and that this man can be trusted. He is reliable. The mysterious visitor offers to get straight to the point, asking about the price for his monastones. Damien speaks up again, informing those present that he has carefully examined the samples. Only there was only one, and the man politely notes that because of this, it is difficult to determine the quality. The merchant agrees, saying that's why he brought a few more with him. Taking a small bag from his bosom, he offers to verify the quality of this product. The bag opens slightly from the impact, causing gasps of delight from those present. An hour earlier, Ern had noticed that the affiliate markets were quite expensive these days, but he had accumulated a lot of points. The guy acquires a high-class human mask, which changes the wearer's appearance beyond recognition. At the same time, Ern buys a set of voice changer pills, which allow the user to change their voice for half an hour. Checking the quantity, the guy notes that he only has 5 of them. Now Ern thinks he's going to try his best to pull this deal off in 30 minutes. Damien, after carefully examining the monastones, agrees that they are of the highest quality. Ern sets the price of the goods at 100 gold pieces, and the man begins to hesitate, cautiously trying to object. Finally, Damien succeeds, and suggests lowering the bar by 10, promising that this is still high. Rising from his seat, Ern turns to his sister, urging her to leave. He says he can't continue to bargain with those who don't know how to trade. Dorina looks at the merchant with suspicion, but still obediently stands up and answers. The girl plays along with her brother, admitting that she made a mistake in choosing a partner, which he mentally rejoices at. As they leave, they continue to communicate, saying that if this is the case, they will contact another company. Just hearing the names of his competitors, Damien jumps up from his seat, asking the couple to wait. Calling Olaf a fierce man, the man agrees to buy the stones from him at the original price. After hesitating for a moment, Ern names a price 20 coins higher. Damien even cries out from the blow, reflexively apologizing to his interlocutor. He, asking him if the man had gone deaf, repeats the changed price. Damien is at a loss, mentally noting that this way he will not make any profit at all. He tries to object again, but Ern gets ahead of him, asking if he really looks like an ignoramus. The guy says that what he just did is called a negotiating strategy. For a few long seconds, Damien is out of life, trying to process what happened. And after this, he invites the client to sit down, saying that he has not refused this deal at all. Not wanting to feel like a weakling, the man goes all in by accepting Ern's offer. The guy tries his best to maintain an impartial appearance, because inside he is screaming with glee. Darren is mentally amazed by such a drastic change, because initially the dispute was between other prices. The girl thought that this man was only outwardly frightening, but now this prompts other thoughts. Damien admits that he can get up to 130 coins for stones of this quality. When he says he'll be left with 10 gold pieces, interrupts the man. Damien is not going to miss this opportunity either, starting to talk about getting paid for his work. His interlocutor only lets out a tired sigh in response to his heated reasoning. Throwing the bag on the table, says that it seems the man underestimates him. He asks Damien what he thinks it is, and he is amazed at the price. And then agreeing to 300, begins to list what it all consists of. The guy says that regardless of the surrounding factors, Damien will not be at a loss. Darren is puzzled by what is happening in this office now, because she has never even heard of anything like this. Although Damien is tense, he is more inclined to make a positive decision, convinced of the competence of his potential partner. The price of mana stone depends on its availability, and sometimes they cannot be obtained even if you have millions on hand. The man discusses the amount of goods for this transaction and his possible ruin in the process. Finally, he speaks up, expressing understanding and saying that this trade will benefit them all. Damien admits that he was initially skeptical about Julaf, but he exceeded his expectations. The man says that although he doesn't have many connections, he is quite knowledgeable about how the market works. He expresses surprise that he didn't know before, and twists everything, asking about suspicions. Damien says that this is not true, and he does not suspect the person Darren herself recommended of anything. However, after this the man asks if he can find out a little more about Mr. Julaf. The thought that this is really annoying to occurs to him, and the guy turns his gaze towards his sister, confident that she will certainly refuse her partner. But from the girl's look, he understands that Darren thinks completely differently. The boy wonders in his mind why his sister looks so interested. Exhaling heavily, says that his interlocutor does not need to know what kind of person he is. Hearing the sound of his voice and seeing those astonished looks, the truth slowly dawns on the guy. Such changes can only mean that 30 minutes have passed since taking the drug. To make some kind of excuse, the guy starts coughing furiously. Without thinking twice, publicly takes out the voice change pill from his inventory. Taking his miracle cure, the guy lets out a sigh of relief and turns his gaze to his interlocutors. Although Darren looks puzzled, she doesn't say anything. But she clearly wants an answer from her partner. But Damien, after being silent for a few seconds, on the contrary, asks if his master Julaf is okay. Feigning a sore throat, apologizes and explains that he is forced to take medication because of his illness. The man finds this appalling and says with concern that in that case he will hurry up with the payment. Is mentally glad that he managed to avoid an awkward question, even though it wasn't originally planned. Darren remains silent even when Damien is out of sight, but her gaze is quite eloquent. Later, when they are alone, the girl speaks up, stating this fact. She bombards her interlocutor with questions like who he is and how he knows her little brother. Says it's none of her business, but the girl insists, believing she deserves to know. Darren continues by saying that Damien's firm is not his convenience store, which gets the guy confused. The girl arrogantly declares that the goods were bought from him only because of her, because of the guarantee from Darren of the Still Guards. Is mentally amazed at his sister's incredible confidence in her words. The girl, meanwhile, speaks up again, saying that all this has put her in a difficult situation, and Darren is not going to turn a blind eye to the man's strange behavior before paying. She asks why he tries so hard to hide his true identity, asks about his name. Mentally notes his sister's insight. He expected nothing less from her. But the girl doesn't fully understand everything correctly, assuming that this is a trap set by her little brother. Confident that he was about to be exposed, looked at Darren in silence for a moment. Eventually, he lacks the strength to restrain himself and bursts into tears. He bursts into uncontrollable laughter, and his interlocutor asks him about the reason for this, but she does not understand the essence. Finally stops, saying that no crazy person would burn thousands for a simple prank. The guy asks if he understands correctly that his interlocutor considers him a thief and a criminal, and she becomes puzzled. Starts to tell his sister why this is not so, but she still continues to try. The boy says that he heard from the younger Stillguard that all the brothers and sisters in their family are worse than enemies. The girl gets scared, asking what Julaf is doing, and tells the man to take his hands off. He says that only when he grew up did he understand how important family is, being the only one you can rely on. He advises Darren to also get along with the Stillguards before it is too late. Otherwise, it will turn out like what happened to him in his time, and the girl will also regret her inaction in the future. Bids farewell to his interlocutor with the words that she should wait in the carriage until the deal is completed, since he needs to go on business, but he is going to send compensation through The girl smooths her hair where the man touched it and curses in bewilderment. Looking after this man, Darren tries to understand who he is and what kind of strange feelings she had. As night falls, ponders the final price of the medium mana stones. For Damien's firm it was 120 gold pieces, which is equal to 12 coins. After this, checking his inventory, the guy counts the number of items he has left. His face lights up with joy, because even if you take into account his sister's share, he has received an incredible profit. The boy recalls the words he said then about the truth that he realized only over the years. Looking back even further, regrets that he had not disguised himself as Julaf earlier. After all, His true intentions had never reached his older sister before. Thinking over the current situation, the guy agrees that now everything is a little different. And although he is the only one who has managed to get rid of hatred so far, this is a pretty good start. After this, the guy mentally turns to stone, asking himself to wait, because he is already very close. The generally accepted currency throughout the natural continent is gold coins. At the same time, in the world of martial arts, it is considered to be gold pieces. Basically, gold is a fairly rare metal that is very often used as currency. Sold a bunch of gold last night, and now his balance is almost 3,000 coins. The guy is delighted with this because, according to his plan, the preparations for it are now complete. Notices a pop-up window from the system informing him of one unread message. This is what he needs, because the sender of the message is none other than Stone Rich himself. The guy's finger hangs in indecision, and the thought comes to mind that it's still a bit early. Assumes a relaxed posture and forces himself to take a deep breath, and then exhale a little later. He begins to count backwards from 3, and only then opens the message. A conversation begins between them, where Stone agrees that it is better for him to arrive on time. He begins to talk about how much pressure he put on himself to acquire the secret arts. Seeing all these words, the thought involuntarily comes to Ern's head that they are trying to cheat him again. The guy thanks his interlocutor for his hard work, and reminds him that they have already come to a consensus. Stone agrees with this, and begins to explain the advantages of the chaos cultivation technique in comparison. Listening to this description, Ern comes to the conclusion that this is what he needs now. He praises his interlocutor, saying that with this arrangement, Raphael will be completely satisfied. Taking advantage of the moment, Stone asks if Ern can deliver something to this client. The guy pretends to be surprised, asking what it is, and the other guy promises to be honest with him. Stone says it's 2,500 coins, but even that's insignificant for this technique. Continuing, the man names the price for the equipment, which is being asked on the official market, and explains. When he gets to the market value part, Ern knows this is what he wants. He is amazed at the man's ability to push customers into buying at higher prices. Ern remembers that Stone had deceived him too often in the past, and an example comes to mind. This man appealed to the idea that saving human life is always a priority, and that was appealing. Ern couldn't believe then that someone could understand him, and was ready to provide him with everything he needed to succeed. Citing the fact that he was a merchant, Stone said that he would try to make the best offers to the buyer, and Ern, thinking that his interlocutor was acting out of kindness, believed like a simpleton his sincere gratitude. Now the guy is very angry, remembering the stupidest decision he has ever made. Exhaling, Ern asks how much Stone intends to sell him this equipment for. The man says the price will only be 4,000, since he is giving 1,000 discount. While Stone notes that this option is beneficial from either side, Ern ponders it. To prevent things from going too smoothly, the guy reminds him of the coins he gave the merchant last time. Stone refuses, assuming that this idiot is involved in a major deal for the first time. The man says that he has already spent this money on purchasing this equipment. Ern, trying to conduct a peaceful dialogue, says that he is now in a little shock and reminds him of the amount that was mentioned. Stone, in turn, reminds the guy that this is Raphael's money, not his own. Ern agrees, saying that in that case he will first talk to his client, and the other client doesn't mind. The guy is once again convinced that this person has always been like this, twisting everything to his advantage. Checking his balance again, he realizes that even with his privileges, he won't have enough currency. Ern thinks he would rather throw the money away than exchange it at the appropriate center. And then the guy starts to figure out what kind of loss he might suffer after such manipulation. In the end, he comes to the conclusion that it will pay off hundreds of times over, because then he will simply take what he needs. Ern tells Stone that he consulted with Raphael, and he agrees to the deal because it is not bad. The man laughs, noting that this man is extremely generous. The moment the transaction confirmation window appears in front of Ern, the guy shows signs of excitement. Thoughts constantly race through his head that this moment has finally arrived. Namely, that his prey swallowed the bait he threw, thinking that it itself was the hunter. When the trade is complete, the guy expresses joy that his trap has finally been activated. One of the windows reports the results of the transaction, and the second displays the negative balance of its user. Ern thinks that now he knows what revenge tastes like, and it turns out to be incredibly exciting. The guy believes that this is the reason why the people from the Mountain Bamboo sect have welcomed Luoda for decades. The system notifies about messages in which Stone thanks the client and asks to convey the same to Raphael. The surprise from the unexpectedness passes, and Ern asks his interlocutor about the reason for his joy. He replies that it's not every day that they manage to sell something for 4,000 coins. Ern says he wonders how long Stone will feel this way, and Stone asks. He begins to be alarmed by the guy's suddenly changed communication style, and questions arise. Ern addresses the man as usual, and then corrects himself, calling him cunts. Hearing his real name and the words that he is a fraud, the latter becomes tense. Ern continues to press, asking if the librarian knows what the man does. Rising abruptly from his seat, Kuntz tries to understand how this brat managed to find out about everything. He decides to continue pretending and tells his interlocutor that he has no idea what he is talking about. Ern asks the man to stop embarrassing himself by calling him by his real name again. To add fuel to the fire, The guy suggests inviting a third party to clarify the details. Ern pretends to call the librarian, but the interlocutor asks him to stop, promising to confess. The guy draws his interlocutor's attention to the fact that he himself was about to confess. Meanwhile, Kuntz is trying to understand who the man who so skillfully exposed him is. Checking Ern's status window, the man is surprised to find that his interlocutor is from the Zero system. The swindler begins to reflect on his nickname and the theft of expensive equipment from the library. He recalls that he didn't tell anyone that he was involved in measurement transactions, and didn't reveal anything. And he is even more puzzled by the fact that this brat somehow managed to find out everything. Erg speaks of his intention to tell Kuntz some rules, and advises him to remember them. And as soon as a swindler tries to violate them, he will become the first enemy in the Heavenly Sword Castle. As soon as he hears the necessary word, Kuntz finds a suitable loophole. He says that in this case, Ern will also become an enemy along with him. The man does not consider this a threat. The guy misleads him by saying that he thinks otherwise, because this threat is very effective. No matter the castle's grandeur, Ern is convinced that its members will not travel between dimensions. Kuntz recalls the suspension of trade, believing that her interlocutor will definitely not be allowed to speak to her afterwards. Ern says that he can immediately return this technique and warn about the corruption of one of the librarians. The guy concludes by saying that in this case, he will only be grateful. Ern says that Kuntz must speak respectfully to important people. Otherwise, there is danger. The guy talks about rumors that those who leak important skills are treated as criminals. Calling Kuntz a brave man, Ern says that in his place, he would never have messed with these skills. The guy, mockingly, begins to praise his interlocutor, and this makes him feel even worse. Ern guesses to himself that the man is now experiencing great fear. Allowing Kuntz to digest the moment a bit, the boy asks if he wants to live. The man agrees, and then his interlocutor asks him not to do anything stupid and to remember something. All 3 points are aimed at ensuring that Kuntz treats Ern with respect, and listens to him until the end. To test his understanding, the guy asks the man if he understands, and he confirms it. In the 4th point, Ern orders Kuntz to address him formally, which he immediately corrects. The guy announces the start of the meeting time, and the scammer tries to clarify this point with confusion. Then Ern says that there will be punishment if Kuntz continues to pretend that he doesn't understand anything. The man sends the guy money but not the full amount, and the latter asks where the rest is. Kuntz refers to the commission for transferring coins, reminding that it is 5%. Ern is here too, instantly performing calculations in his head. The guy puts forward suggestions about who he should ask for this amount, but Kuntz doesn't like the options. Not a minute passes before the man corrects himself, and Ern is satisfied. Checking his balance, he realizes that he has more money, and a plan comes into the guy's head. But this gives rise to thoughts about the short-sightedness of the exchange center and the abuse of this system. The guy again thinks about the fact that he doesn't know why he receives the privileges of the maximum VIP level. He thinks that if he does something suspicious now, he could ruin everything for himself. And yet he enters the chat with Kuntz and reminds him about his deposit of 200 coins. The man again says that this money was invested in a business carried out in order to obtain the cultivation technique. The guy doesn't even think about backing down, asking if his interlocutor really thinks he's a fool. He tenses up, replying that this is not what he meant at all, but still sends Ern 200 coins. Once this happens, the guy suggests moving on to 2 other techniques. Having completed all the necessary translations, the man asks if the gentleman would like anything else. Ern says that now the time he spends with his interlocutor is paid, but that's not all. Saying that he will make things easier for the man, the guy asks him to simply transfer the amount to him. It turns out to be all that remains in Kuntz's account, and he becomes wary, amazed at his opponent's abilities. And then it dawns on him, he even shouts out loud the words that Ern is a VIP. He asks the man to be quieter, and he becomes even more puzzled than before. He doesn't understand why a person who should be much higher than him is doing all this. And Kuntz asks Ern in an uncontrollable tone what he wants from him, and receives an immediate answer. The guy considers it appropriate to say that he is returning an old debt to the swindler. Exhaling heavily, he asks if his interlocutor doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation. And, without waiting for an answer, he declares that he is the one asking the questions here, but not the other way around. Kuntz is seriously scared, because he can't understand what else this tyrant needs from him. After all, thanks to the privileges of Ern's VIP status, he now doesn't have a single coin left. His interlocutor tells the man to stop lying, being sure that Kuntz has made a fortune for himself. The interlocutor says that he spent money on alcohol, betting and providing for his 2 wives. Ern doesn't see anything wrong with this, and when the scammer expresses confusion, he explains. When talking about martial arts technique books, Kuntz agrees that they are valuable. The man thinks that he can actually survive thanks to this. Meanwhile, Ern says that it's not about martial arts books, but about the techniques themselves, and then his interlocutor doesn't understand anything at all, trying to be more specific. The guy starts talking about how Kuntz has learned a lot of sword techniques. Among them are both auxiliary and basic techniques, internal energy techniques, and others. And when the guy talks about this, he means that Kuntz should give them all to him. Stuttering, the man clarifies whether his interlocutor really wants to ask him to die. Ern says it's not the same, reminding him that he can tell the librarian something interesting, and the guy advises to choose more carefully, because on one side there is life, and on the other, there are martial arts. Erna had always been intrigued by the rumors that System 1 residents were dying along with their martial arts, and now the boy knows that this is not so, because Kunz has just passed on his knowledge to him. Ern thinks that now this man has only one valuable thing left, his life. Testing the techniques he has learned, the guy asks his interlocutor about them. He doesn't understand what exactly Ern means, and he asks him to think carefully about his answer. The guy meanwhile asks why the man's techniques are so weak. Unable to bear this torment any longer, Kunz shouts out a question about what else his interlocutor wants from him. He cries, noticing that he has nothing left at all. Even his balance has gone into the negative. The guy asks the man to stop making a mountain out of a molehill, considering all this to be trivial matters, thinking that even in such a situation, people like Kunz are fighting for their lives. Ern decides to check it out. While checking the man with his VIP card, the guy sees a notification that he really has nothing left. Ern starts to giggle awkwardly at his mistake, while Kunz continues to burst into tears. The guy agrees to leave the man alone for now, allowing him to do what he usually does. Kunz, dumbfounded, asks what this means, because he had hoped to free himself from his tyrant. Ern says it was a misunderstanding, as he meant something slightly different. The guy mentally corrects himself because he really did consider the option of killing the enemy. But then everything would end quickly, and that wouldn't be to Ern's advantage. Then the taste for revenge would be lost. Mentally addressing Kunz, the guy promises to make him literally beg for his death. Addressing his interlocutor directly, Ern asks him to stay in touch for further interaction. He says that the man's life is now in his hands, and he asks the guy to stop. But Ern has no intention of listening to Kunz's speeches, so he unceremoniously interrupts the conversation. Replaying in his head what just happened, the guy slowly exhales, and sharply throwing his hands up, the guy begins to smugly praise himself. He is glad that everything went exactly according to plan, and now Kunz is in his hands. And remembering his new techniques, the guy is going to study each one in more detail. Having completed the takeover, Ern decides to test the acquired knowledge in practice. His step is clearly faster than it was before, and the guy decides to try the jump. Yes, he can definitely do that better too, thanks to the footwork of 1,000 sages. The guy feels everything very clearly, and notes that this technique has both pros and cons. But running faster isn't the only benefit of the new skill. And to test this to the fullest, pushing off from the rock, the guy soars into the air with a wide jump. Floating at such a distance from the ground, he feels incredible, which he notes in his thoughts. An involuntary parallel arises in my head, comparing myself to a flying bird. Landing on a solid surface, Ern notes that it was all worth it. He remembers thinking at that moment that he was going to die, as he was relying only on the sponge inside his head. Ern thinks that if he didn't have privileges, he would definitely just explode. These thoughts make him tense, but at the same time the guy is glad that he managed to survive. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Ern notices that the body lightning techniques are already sufficient. He thinks that the initial sword technique is performed in the manner of a peaceful water wave, and yet, her power is different from what was mentioned, as evidenced even by ordinary swings. But this is not enough for Ern, and he takes a stable position, moving his leg back. Following this, the guy fills his blade with mana, preparing for the next blow. He is not going to produce something ordinary, but to repeat one famous secret technique. It was she who turned his grandfather, the hero Arbahan Stilgard, into a knight of mythical rank. This technique is called the Mystic Blade, and was thought to be lost after the death of its owner. And now, more than 10 years later, this technique has been recreated in Arbahan's native land. The guy looks at the damage he has caused himself with a slightly puzzled expression, trying to assess it. Finally coming to his senses, he suggests that this might be a bit much. Ern wonders if the captain of the Knights of Steelguard is capable of such a thing. The guy comes to the conclusion that Raphael can do it after all, because he is a first-rank knight. Ern finds it hard to believe that a pacifist swordsman from System 1 is capable of surpassing the Great Knight. The thought that comes to mind is that this is precisely the reason why he was treated in this way. But then the guy changes his mind. It seems to him that he is mistaken, and there is nothing to be sad about. Ern notes that he is only better off because this skill is trained, because for now it is his. Having finished his thought, the guy wonders whether he should check on the others. He moves to another place and, taking the required posture, begins training the Heavenly Saint technique. Finding her beautiful, the guy starts tasting another sword technique, which he is also pleased with. Ern is also impressed by the footwork, which, overall, is quite decent. Next up is Primal Destruction of Despair. The guy finds it pretty good. Although the Golden Wheel is the worst of this entire list, it can still be useful. Ern mentally notes that all 5 of these martial arts are compatible with the Continental arts. And then it dawns on the guy that all this time he's been increasing his physical strength, but not his mana. Thoughts of mana stones enter his head, but Ern forces himself not to think about them. Martial arts attracts a lot of attention, but he doesn't need to stand out right now. The guy believes that it is much more important now to engage in internal cultivation, the mana heart. But it also dawns on Ern that he will have to train twice as hard to achieve this. The guy thinks about these 2 directions and the pressure points they create. And, in order to check everything precisely and dispel all doubts, he decides to learn everything from practical experience. It seems to him like an elusive mirage, which seems so close, yet so far away. It feels like millions of trials and errors, like someone who couldn't see the light before. And Ern even screams in surprise because he managed to sense the silver aura. Returning home, the guy continues to think that he still doesn't understand it. He assumed the plan would work, but it was too much, and yet revenge was sweet. The guy is pulled out of his thoughts by the butler rushing towards him and shouting the young master's name. He says that he looked for the guy everywhere and asks where he went early in the morning. When Ern says he was out for a walk, the man relays Abraham's request to come see him. The head of the family has been looking for his son for a long time, and the butler respectfully asks him to fulfill his father's wish. Ern is surprised by this, trying to understand what Abraham needed from him so early in the morning. Knocking on the door of the office where, according to the butler, his father is now, the boy hears a voice. Without being distracted from his task, Abraham allows his son to enter. Obeying, the guy begins the conversation by saying that he heard that the man was looking for him. And only now does Ern notice that they are not alone in the office. There is a warden standing next to his father. This man's name is Calloway, and he is a useful man who watches over the island, although he is not a knight. But still, if Raphael is Abraham's right hand, then the overseer is the left hand, the shadow. The guy thinks that because of their infrequent meetings, it will be difficult to come to an agreement if something happens. At the same time, Abraham shows interest in where his son was, assuming that he was at training. The guy agrees with this, saying that he is giving it his all because he does not want to disgrace the steel guards. The man says he likes this attitude and at that very moment looks up from his letter. The guy's body involuntarily tenses, and he understands that this is the power of a heroic rank. Ern tells himself to relax, because now everything is not as bad as it was before. But at the same time, thoughts rush into his head that it seems he will never overcome this wall. This is the wall that has managed to crush many knights into despair, the Weeping Wall. It's a barrier that's hard to even imagine until you experience it yourself. And although this wall is towering over him right now, the guy reminds him that he is not so simple either. Abraham says this is unexpected, reminding his son of his words about other paths. Therefore, training from the very dawn seems a little inappropriate for a man. Ern says that while there are different paths, it is not necessary to follow any particular one. Abraham comes to the conclusion that his son is chasing two hares and says that it is not easy. Speaking of the sword and trade, the man expresses interest in how many more times his son will surprise him. Abraham adds that he always believed that only Darren had a talent for trading. Erna comes up with the idea that her father knows his youngest daughter's secret. Meanwhile, the man asks why his son is hiding this talent, but the boy doesn't answer. Realizing that the pause is already dragging on, Ern says that it is better to hide the nail away from prying eyes. The man, chuckling thoughtfully, agrees to leave this pointless conversation. He says that this is where the praise ends. Amazing things and censure differ. Looking at his son, Abraham asks him if he knows about the mistake he made. The guy responds immediately, saying that he used their family name for trading. Abraham confirms these words, explaining that this man's shop was under the protection of the Stilgard family. Hearing the words that he should definitely know it, the boy tenses up. Abraham, meanwhile, announces his intention to meet with Julaf personally. Noticing his son's silence, the man asks why he has become so quiet, and asks about the possibility of contacting the merchant. Ern speaks up, expressing understanding and saying that he will contact the man to ask to meet tomorrow. Abraham is satisfied, but recalls the words about his son leaving for a knightly academy in 3 days. He asks his son if he is ready, and Ern confirms this, saying that the butler has taken care of everything. Abraham asks if there is anything else he can do to help, or if the guy wants something. Ern mentally confirms these words. Only right here and right now this desire will not be voiced. That's why the boy says that it's enough for him that his father simply cares about him. The man likes this, but instead of praising him, he allows his son to go to rest. Trying to do it slowly so as not to show his excitement, Ern says goodbye to his parent a little awkwardly. Closing the door behind him, the guy allows himself to slowly let out a sigh of relief. He thinks that it was unexpected for him, and that there were some moments that he didn't digest at all. The door behind Ern opens barely audibly, and a strange voice makes the young gentleman turn around. Kaloi politely asks the boy why they don't chat, and he is surprised. After all, for the first time in the young man's memory, the warden himself started the conversation first. This was something absolutely incredible. But of course, Ern agrees, saying that chatter never hurt anyone and asking what the matter is. Meanwhile, Kaloi asks how the guy found out about his sister's relationship with Damien's firm. Now everything becomes clear to Ern, and he knows who is on his tail. The guy is sure that if their father wants to know something, even the wily Darren won't be able to avoid answering. Ern says Abraham surprised him, because he always thought that a man would not allow his daughter to play. Callow thinks it sounds like a pretense and says the Lord values Darren's talent highly. And instead of warning and punishment, the head of the Stilguards allowed the girl to realize the consequences on her own, although the warden himself is sure that Darren will never be able to understand anything. This gives Ern something to think about, and he begins to think about the disappearance of his sister's weak point, and the man standing opposite is again rushing, asking to answer who exactly burned down Darren's cooperation with the firm. The guy responds immediately, saying that it was pure chance, a guess. It is Kaloy's turn to be puzzled, and he asks his interlocutor to explain what was said. Ern says that a land of this size requires large customers, and traders are willing to go to great lengths to achieve this. So the guy simply threw out the bait, which his sister took. Ern, smiling broadly, asks his interlocutor if he has any other questions. He answers negatively, and the guy says goodbye, reminding him of the business connected with the meeting with Yulaf. The man reciprocates, adding a final gesture of farewell, and Ern hurries away. Thinking that this has already started to irritate him, he calms himself with the thought that it will soon all end. He needs to do something before leaving for the academy, something that is necessary for the Steel Guards. This can be very dangerous, but no one will know about it, so it's better to be on the safe side. Looking at the prices on the affiliate market, Ern is amazed, thinking all these people are crazy. A year of inner cultivation costs 3,000 coins, which is equal to the average salary of a first-ranked knight. But it is also important to understand that this year will not be equivalent to the year of implementation. During this time, an ordinary user can only obtain basic cultivation techniques. Considering that Kuntz has been doing this for 50 years, Ern has nothing to say on the matter. Although the guy can afford it, he can buy the product much cheaper on the affiliate market. By typing the required name into the search bar, Ern sets the price to no more than 300 coins. Having found the cheapest offer, the guy is going to take it, even though he will have to spend half of his savings. Given the price, it would be better to absorb the acquisition immediately, but Ern doesn't have time for that. And yet the guy is thinking about trying to swallow this particular bottle, and without another second's thought, Ern assumes the appropriate meditation posture. As soon as the magic envelops him, a powerful gust of wind rises into the air, beginning to interact with the surroundings. The reason for everything is this little bottle, which, driven by the power of Ern's absorption, is slowly emptying. And the guy continues his meditation, not paying the slightest attention to what is happening around him. Finally, it all ends, and he opens his eyes with a sigh of relief. In this way, he managed to skip a full 60 years of inner cultivation. And although for the system this period alone is trivial, it is better than nothing at all. When the notification sound plays, the guy is surprised by it, noting that he has earned an achievement. Thinking that the transition to the second system is almost impossible, Ern reads the description of the achievement. Letting out a heavy sigh, the boy remembers that he only made it this far in his past life thanks to luck. Although he could not even dream of soul status back then, he can achieve others in this life. The guy is about to get something, while simultaneously thinking about what to do next. Remembering that he saw this product in a partner store, Ern also knows that it is sold only here. Thinking that the purchase will cost him a pretty penny, the guy finally finds what he needs. The goods turn out to be yin and yang beetles, a pair of parasites that are very compatible with each other. Ern is going to find out more about everything in order to carry out everything he has planned correctly. He immediately submits a request for dialogue with the respected blood demon, expressing a desire to communicate. Hearing the words that these beetles are objects, the interlocutor retorts, calling them an organism. Ern is puzzled, since they were in exactly that category. But, just in case, he politely corrects himself and apologizes. The guy says he wants to know more about these beetles, because he didn't really understand them from the description. It turns out that these beetles, being parasites, live in people, causing very interesting symptoms. The demon asks if his interlocutor knows what the most terrible thing his rival can say is. The man bursts into an ominous laugh, while Ern tries to figure out what's wrong with him. The demon says that the most terrible thing is for the opponent to admit that he just swallowed bugs. Hearing this, your heart begins to sink. You lose hope and think that your end has come. By using these bugs, you can turn a person into his complete opposite. Ern already regrets that he got involved with this man, because he behaves like a real madman. To calm himself down, the guy turns to his Eye of Insight for help. And he concludes from the description that this devil is an evil god of cruelty who has cast aside humanity. In earthly terms, he turned into a black magician, or a demonic disciple. Meanwhile, the demon rushes his interlocutor with an answer, asking if it isn't simple. It occurs to Ern that what he saw is what makes the demon more reliable. The man says it is not recommended to use beetles on family or a lover. When asked why, Ern is told that side effects are inevitable. The demon says that for this reason people constantly come to him, especially those who want to conquer the girl. The man adds that once the bugs enter the body, it is almost impossible to remove them. But this only plays into Ern's hands, since he expected a much smaller effect. And if so, then he doesn't even need to worry. But the guy is equally interested in who will eat these bugs. Later, Ern approaches one of the knights, addressing him respectfully. His name is Jevis. The young man is surprised by the appearance of the young master, and he mentally asks himself a characteristic question. Meanwhile, Ern asks about the end of the training session, and his interlocutor answers him in the affirmative. The guy jokes that Raphael's training is enough to make knights fall from exhaustion, and Sir Jevis still manages to stand on his feet, as expected from the knight's ace. The guy appreciates the joke compliment, thanking the interlocutor for it and expressing his flattery. Ern then hands the knight a glass, assuming that he is thirsty after intense training. and although the young man thanks his interlocutor, he mentally tries to understand why he did it. On the other hand, Havis believes that a little close contact with the Lord's own son won't hurt him. The knight's opinion changes as soon as he lowers his eyes into the container, finding a terrifying-looking liquid. Havis is at a loss, wondering in his mind if he can avoid drinking this strange-looking drink. The young man can already imagine how bad his throat will feel after drinking something like this. Just as Havis is about to refuse, he meets Ern's hopeful gaze. At that moment, the young man realizes that he will not be able to refuse as long as they look at him like that. Assuming that the Lord's child could not have given him anything bad, Havis drains the goblet in one gulp. But even so, the knight feels the disgusting aftertaste of this nauseating drink. Ern asks how he likes it, admitting that he made it especially for Havis. The latter is being disingenuous when he says that he feels great, and that this drink will definitely do him good. Ern expresses relief and asks if he can take the cup. The knight, thanking him for his concern, confirms. Having checked that the young man had drunk every drop, the guy mentally expressed satisfaction. Havis thanks his young master again, and says that he is under his care. Erna is amused by this, and asks if the knight is truly grateful to him. He looks away and stutters, confirming these words. Ern says that if this is true, he wants to ask his interlocutor for a small favor. The knight is surprised to hear these words and asks again, clarifying them, and the young gentleman confirms. Havis mentally notes that the guy could have just asked him instead of giving him that nasty stuff to drink. Hearing the agreement to fulfill the request, Ern pretends to be embarrassed, and suggests that the knight step aside. These words puzzle the young man, and he feels uneasy again. Sometime later, the knight clarifies his words about Ern wanting to create aura. He encourages the guy by saying that he can do it if he follows the necessary recommendations. Ern asks the knight to show him his aura, because he wants to see it specifically. Havis finds this cute, suddenly remembering that there is a child in front of him now. The knight agrees, although he usually doesn't show his aura to others. But this is a different matter. To better concentrate, Havis closes his eyes and lowers his blade to the ground. The next moment, he suddenly throws them open, releasing a stream of power from himself. Moving rapidly through the body, mana enters the blade, surrounding it with electricity. The air around him suddenly thickens, and Ern reflexively covers himself from the powerful currents. The guy is mentally satisfied, because this is exactly the strength of a knight's ace. The color quality and density of Aura Javis are incomparable to its older brother Ern, and yet, the guy himself won't have to worry about aura of this level. Ern mentally rejoices as he thinks that everything is going much better than he expected. The boy cries out loud, beginning to admire the knight's skills. The latter says that he is flattered, but admits that the count and even the captain are many times stronger. His own words prompt the young man to think of a certain kind, and he asks Ern a question. Jevis asks why the guy chose him and hears that it's because he's the youngest. Ern asks his interlocutor when he received aura and how much he spent on training. The boy notes that even if he received it at 20, not even 10 years have passed. Ern says that only he could experience this knowledge of how to surpass oneself and the feeling of overcoming a wall. It all becomes clear to Havis, but he believes that he shouldn't be ashamed of his passion for aura. The boy's gaze changes, and Ern falls silent for quite a long time, which puzzles the knight. He stops himself by making the assumption that teenagers feel differently than adults. The knight is pulled out of his thoughts by the sound of clapping, and the young man tries to get his bearings. He turns his surprised gaze to the young gentleman, trying to understand what this means. To his further surprise, Ern asks a question, assuming the knight has finally figured it all out. The young man is completely at a loss when the Lord's son says that he has finally been caught. Havis is amazed at the radical change in this guy, as if he is now a different person. The knight clearly senses a change in the atmosphere, which seems to be filled with uneasiness. The words that Ern himself previously uttered, he now calls nonsense, talking about something completely different. The guy asks if it will hurt when everyone finally finds out the whole truth about his identity. Havis says he doesn't understand what the other person is talking about, but instinctively tenses up. Meanwhile, Ern addresses him differently, as if casually asking about the weather in the south. To top it all off, the guy calls Havis Mr. Imperial Spy. He speaks up, but Ern doesn't miss the pause that lasts longer than necessary. The knight says that he doesn't understand what this is about, and this, in his opinion, is too much. The guy exhales heavily, amazed that everyone who is being pressured behaves according to the same scenario. Ern says that he didn't call the knightly spy here for no reason, because he's not some kind of maniac. He turns to his interlocutor, but he suddenly falls silent again, unsure of his convictions. And then, to finally dispel his doubts, Ern calls the spy by his real name, Harvis. And while he understands that he has failed the mission, his interlocutor reminds him of his own words. And then he points out that he deliberately brought the knight to a quiet place so that no one would find out anything. Harvis admits that this is true, but it could also be a trap. The young man asks Ern to stop, saying that even he has the pride of a knight. He continues by saying that if he had evidence, they wouldn't be standing here anymore. Ern asks his interlocutor if he admits that he is in fact a spy. He denies it, saying that he is trying to explain that this is not true, because otherwise the boy would be in trouble. Ern asks his interlocutor if he is really threatening him now. Havis answers in the negative, stating the fact that the boy was careless. Agrees with him, saying that he alone knows who the person standing in front of him really is. His expression suddenly changing, the guy adds that there are only two of them here now. Makes more of a statement than a question, provoking Havis to think he might be killed. The knight doesn't understand what this boy is thinking. He's either stupid or trying to scare him. But then he corrects himself, thinking that now he should worry about the fact that his real name has been revealed. And with the thought that this is quite enough as a reason, the young man takes off. His opponent stands motionless in front of him, even when the knight is very close. But then Havis himself freezes, as what he sees leaves him stunned. In the place where the Lord's sun was just a moment ago, there is only emptiness. Havis is puzzled and wonders how this could even be possible. He begins to turn his head and move his eyes in front of him in search of his target. And then a thought occurs to the young man, which sends unpleasant shivers down his spine. At this very moment, was already silently sneaking up behind his opponent. At that very moment, it belatedly dawns on Havis where exactly the enemy might be. He turns around just in time to block the high blow at the last second. Catches his opponent's gaze as their blades cross and smirks, pleased with himself. Havis is amazed. He did not expect that the son of Lord Stilgard would have such impressive strength. The contact cannot last forever, so the knight breaks it by jumping back. Suddenly the young man's eyes widen at what he saw, because he certainly could not have expected this. What he sees before him now is nothing other than aura. Involuntarily, the young man turns his gaze to the blade, which for some reason has become almost twice as light. Says the attack was too obvious, and turning his back was very stupid. Havis thinks about how he never feared the youngest of the Stilgards, even when he changed. However, now, when the young man sees the aura of this 16-year-old in front of him, everything is different. The knight suggests that the blood of his grandfather and father has awakened in this boy. If so, it's frightening. And Havis believes that now is not the right time to resolve the situation. This is all because, under the current circumstances, his own life is at stake. Meanwhile, the boy standing opposite is saying words about fistfighting. Throwing away his blade, he chuckled smugly, testing his interlocutor's reaction. He remains silent, so the guy draws the appropriate conclusions and speaks up. He takes Havis's silence as an answer, and makes a satisfied comment about it. Noting that sword is missing, as is aura, the knight finds the whole thing extremely stupid. He himself does not intend to play by such rules, enveloping his body with his own aura. Disappointed with his opponent's reaction, the guy lets out a heavy sigh. Taking a deep breath, takes a stance to perform the devastating fist of despair. Havis, swinging, is about to strike his opponent, but he parries. Following the fist, the guy uses another move called the World Crusher. Echoes of what is happening in the clearing where the two fighters are located can be seen from afar. On the ground, everything is much more serious than it might seem. And after the attack, clouds of doom are hovering around. Still stands in his final pose, completely confident in the result of his attack. As the haze begins to clear, it becomes clear that the impact was truly powerful. Finding his opponent with his eyes, the guy mentally notes that the result exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Havis recovers from the shock, and returning to consciousness, begins to cough. Looking at his opponent, he mentally wonders what it is. The knight cannot understand how this boy can hide such great skills. He hears a voice approaching, worried that his opponent has sustained internal injuries. At the same time, advises not to try to resist anymore, because this time everything is different. Havis still has difficulty speaking after being wounded, so he only grunts angrily. But mentally the young man notes the seriousness of the intentions of the guy standing in front of him. The knight admits to himself that there is an obvious difference in strength between him and the Lord's youngest son. Thinking that this is the end, Havis speaks up in a weakened voice, asking who he is. He is interested in who dared to reveal the spy's identity, the inspector or someone from the security agency. In response, the interlocutor notes that it seems that Havis does not understand the whole situation. In a strong-willed and commanding tone, the boy says that the knight is not in a position to ask questions. Says that this island is famous for the deeds of one of its previous rulers, namely Arbahan. The guy doesn't understand what the information department wants to achieve by sending their spies to the Steel Guards. Havis expected to hear other words, but the young man does not show surprise. Notes that before sending a spy to a foreign country, recruitment must be carried out with extraordinary care. He mentally adds that Havis has just the right skills, and he is also a knight with aura. No matter how you look at it, this young man has a spy class of at least A, perhaps even S. Out loud, the guy, trying to provoke his interlocutor, says that silence is much more suspicious than conversation, and he notes to himself that since they sent someone like Havis, it means they see the Stilgards as a threat to themselves. The guy tells the young man that he is just a tool, which, by the way, can easily be replaced with another similar one. Havis chimes in, saying it doesn't matter, and his interlocutor expresses sympathy. The knight allows the Lord's son to tear out his nails, injure his limbs, and generally torture him in every possible way. Is amazed by this, saying that he never even thought about anything like that, because he is far from being a savage. The guy allows himself to smile as he talks about the knowledge that torture doesn't work on well-trained spies. He mockingly asks what he should do now, because this one is a little different from the previous one. By gently shaking the can, the guy deliberately draws his opponent's attention to the yin-yang beetle. Seeing the last one, Havis pauses and then asks about this larva. Remarks that some people would lose their temper if they heard this and explains what kind of bugs they are. By saying that there is yin inside the jar, the guy shares that his interlocutor ate yang. He breaks out in a cold sweat when the knight slowly asks him to repeat who he ate. Reminds the young man of his own words about how it looks safe for health. The knight tries to induce nausea, but the boy asks him to calm down, as it is already late. Quickly explains, suggesting that the yang is probably already in Havis's brain. The knight, wiping his mouth, carefully clarifies what exactly this means, and his interlocutor explains it to him. He says that these beetles share feelings with each other, including pain. If one of the beetles dies, the other will lose the will to live and begin to devour the brain of its host. The knight pauses, then asks hesitantly if really thinks he's a fool. He says he doesn't believe him, because he's never heard of such creatures before. Then volunteers to demonstrate everything with a visual example, because it will be more effective. Noticing the needle in the boy's hands, the knight becomes wary, internally fearing his actions. Meanwhile, penetrates the cork in the bottle, lightly pricking the beetle with the sharp end. The creature lets out a soft but piercing squeak, and at the same moment pain pierces the knight's head. It is so strong that Havis forgets about everything in the world except this unpleasant feeling. Remembers the words of the demon, who says that the yin hurts more than the yin, and the owner is the worst of all. To prevent the owner from dying immediately, the merchant suggested a trick involving a light poke, which was quite effective. You can also throw or at least douse the parasite carrier with cold water. Because of this, he will feel as if he is frozen, in which case even breathing becomes problematic. You can also light a fire nearby, which will also heighten the senses, creating the illusion of hellfire. Because of this, the carriers will even feel as if they can feel their own flesh burning. There are other perverted options, but they are among the most brutal. Remembering all this, concludes that the merchant was honest with him then, apparently knowing firsthand. Just a few moments later, Havis confesses everything, starting with his real name. Is satisfied, beginning his interrogation with what the Empire wants from his family. The knight hesitates for just a moment, then says that she is afraid of the second Arbahan. Since the memory of mythical ranks was preserved only by history, according to rumors, the legendary one stood above it. The man who destroyed this belief was the knight who stopped the Empire from conquering the continent of Guardian Navarre. This man's son also later became a knight, although only of heroic rank. Stops the narrator, saying that he is not interested in hearing what he already knows. Then Havis says that the Empire only has a couple of heroic ranks and one legendary. The young man says that the knight with heroic rank is the son of the one who had mythical rank. The Empire decided that this was not a simple coincidence, and began to think about how to turn everything to its advantage. Ponders these words, suggesting that the Stilgard blood might be the cause of this. But instead of saying it out loud, the boy asks if the Emperor himself really predicted this. And although the interlocutor remains silent, his guilty look becomes more eloquent than any answer. Makes a note of this in his mind and asks what the spy assigned to them thinks about it. He replies that among Arbakan's grandchildren, the eldest son, Kirin, stands out the most. After all, reaching the second level at such an age is practically impossible, and he doesn't stand still. Hearing the suggestion that Kirin could reach the level of his relatives, objects. Havis agrees that the Steelguard's power flows through their veins with their blood. He admits that he has always thought so, and at the same time that over time it weakens. However, this was until today, until he experienced the power of the youngest of the Stilgadras. Havis finds it hard to believe that inherited the most from his grandfather, and hides it. The guy thinks that his interlocutor is not just mistaken about this, he is fundamentally wrong. After all, can use aura thanks to the Book of Dimensional Deals. However, this is not important now. What is more pressing is that the Empire is still keeping an eye on their family. A sudden thought flashes into his head about who is to blame for his father's disappearance. The guy remembers that the fall of the House of Stilgard began precisely with this unpleasant event. As soon as news of the hero's disappearance spread, he was dubbed the greatest riddle of Navarre. Can't get used to the idea that the Empire has a purpose that he never even imagined. Since the guy didn't expect this, he assumes that this might be a new story. Finally, the cough he had been desperately suppressing bursts from Abraham's throat. While suppressing a new attack, the head of the Stilguards notes that this has begun to happen more and more often. The man doesn't remember exactly when it all started, but he started getting headaches during training. Abraham understands how dangerous all this is, because he cannot get rid of everything so easily. A theory arises in his head that the cause of everything could be an internal enemy that he has not encountered. Abraham, experiencing an internal struggle, suggests that it may be the demon of reason itself. A voice is heard nearby, addressing its lord and stating its name. Hearing that the potential interlocutor is Kaloi, Abraham allows him to approach. When the warden shows himself to his master, he gives a respectful greeting. The young man apologizes for disturbing you, but he has news that deserves urgent attention. The head of the family inquires about their contents and receives in response the words that brought the merchant Yulaf. The man asks his assistant if he needs to worry about this. Kelloy says that it is not about any of them, but about the man who came with Julaf and Ern. And under the stunned gaze of his master, the warden reveals that he is a spy. Abraham does not hesitate, asking his assistant to take him to his son, and he immediately carries out the order. A crowd has gathered nearby, among which familiar faces can be recognized. Among them are also members of the Stilgard family, one of which is Kieran. His sisters also did not remain on the sidelines and are now amazed by the unfolding spectacle. All those present are united by emotions, among which surprise and confusion prevail. Having assessed the condition of the man lying at the feet of his youngest son, Abraham confirms the fact of death. Ern apologizes to his parent, justifying himself by saying that he tried to save the knight's life. Abraham says there is no need to apologize here, and advises his youngest son to go and get some treatment. He, in a surprisingly calm tone, reports that everything is fine with him. The head of the family does not argue, but instead asks for a detailed account of what exactly happened. Pointing to the man to his right, Ern introduces him as Julaf. The man responds with a respectful nod, while simultaneously greeting the Lord. The latter says that he had already heard about this man from his supervisor. Ern begins his story by saying that he went to Lahit to meet Julaf. There he met a spy who was following the merchant for some reason, and took him to a quiet place for a conversation. At that very moment, this man drew his sword, not wanting to resolve everything peacefully. Abraham asks the only right question now. How did his son realize that he was dealing with a spy? Taking an envelope out of his pocket, the boy hands it to the butler, who obediently accepts the paper. The elderly man immediately goes to his master and hands him the note. Unfolding the paper, Abraham begins to read, chuckling thoughtfully, and for a long time as he does so. Everyone present even stops breathing while awaiting the verdict of the ruler and father. Although they are very interested in finding out everything, the subjects do not dare to interrupt their ruler. Of all those present, Ern looks the most confident, but he also remains obediently silent, waiting. Finally, Abraham speaks up, saying that everything is as his son said, and he believes him. Unable to control himself, the eldest son impatiently asks what is written on the piece of paper. When Abraham says he doesn't know, Kieran becomes confused and asks for clarification. The man reports that he is holding some kind of code in his hands, similar to one he had seen before. Kieran hesitantly suggests that this piece of paper might just be a copy. The man says nothing in response, but his gaze is fixed squarely on his eldest son. Tom immediately feels uneasy, because the young man knows very well what it means when his father looks at him like that. Abraham suggests that his son does not want this cipher to be sent to the Empire. The young man confirms this, saying that the Empire is a problem that needs to be removed. The man asks if this is really the real reason for such a reaction, and although Kieran confirms these words, his voice sounds uncertain. The young man stutters. Abraham addresses his son, saying that there are people who believe in the best at any cost. This way of thinking is not always bad, but it is often the way ordinary pawns speak. The man says that lords think differently. One must always anticipate possible incidents. He focuses on his son, asking if he understands what is being said. The ashamed young man confirms his father's words, and this causes bitterness to spread within him. Having heard what he wanted, Abraham turns to his youngest son, praising him for his excellent work. Ern says it was all an accident, and the man, accepting this, tells the warden to call a doctor. This makes Kieran feel even more bitter, and clenching his teeth even more, he begins to mentally criticize the younger one. Julaf asks his interlocutor if he is overreacting. Ern agrees, but admits that he didn't expect to be locked in this place. Noticing that a common scratch was treated with strong potions, Julaf asks if the boy is healthy now. Recalling the care he now receives, Ern expresses disapproval. He says that he can no longer tolerate all this, because the situation looks pathetic. Julaf asks if this is really bad, and his interlocutor suggests that he first look in the mirror. Touching his face, Harvest reminds him of Ern's orders to keep his mask on. Adjusting his hair, the young man asks his interlocutor whether he is happy about it now. Ern asks the knight what his father said, if anything happened that didn't fit into the plans. Harvest says the questions were mundane, as if Abraham didn't care about Julaf because of the spy. Looking at the mask, the young man notes its good quality, which managed to deceive the Lord himself. Ern asks to take care of this thing, because he will not be able to recreate exactly the same face again. When asked why, the guy replies that it would simply be impossible to find another one like him. The interlocutor thinks about these words, producing complex thought processes in his head. He looks again at the object in his hands, and a terrible guess bursts into his mind. Hiccuping in horror, Harvest drops the mask, assuming it is indeed real skin. Ern again stubbornly repeats his words about handling this item with care. The knight wonders who this guy is with such incredible skills and things. Gaining a little courage, he respectfully turns to Ern, asking if he can ask him a question. The guy allows it, saying that there is no need to hesitate, and if Harvest wants, he can ask directly. After a short pause, the young man asks why his interlocutor hides his true abilities. Ern says that this is not a good thing, because he is only in the 5th grade, and people are already uneasy. Harvest notes that everything has a limit, but this immutable truth does not apply to his interlocutor's class. The knight believes that the boy can call himself a descendant of the great Stilgard without worrying about anything. He doesn't think anyone would dare to object to the young lord in such a case. Harvest falls silent, but does not take his eyes off his interlocutor, waiting for his reaction. Although Ern is silent, he is actually thinking about what he just said. To keep the spy he saved from relaxing, the guy tells him to stop being insolent. Harvest is amazed by this reaction, but does not dare to object openly, as he is more afraid. The guy asks if the knight really wants Ern to become a walking target for the Empire. He starts to say that this is not what he meant at all, but eventually gives in and agrees. Shaking the flask with the beetle, Ern reminds his interlocutor whose grip it is in. Looking at the wriggling insect and remembering what he had experienced, Harvest felt uneasy. Ern asks cheerfully if his interlocutor really wants to take this thing away from him. Thinking that his innocent face won't fool him twice, Harvest answers out loud in the negative. Ern asks the young man to give him a report, since things have come to this, and he obeys. The boy unfolds the note and becomes immersed in reading about his own family's progress. First on the list, of course, is Ern's father with a signature about the absence of changes. Next comes Kieran with the assumption of ill will and possible first-class habits. Third in line is Jason, who, according to the spy's observations, is still just trying to study himself. When describing the youngest of the Stilgards, Harvest does not skimp on derogatory language. There are also a few notes on the death of the communications manager, Gilbert. Having finished reading, Ern gives a satisfactory assessment of what was written, but not without reservations. The guy expresses displeasure at being called a loser, considering it to be biased. Harvest begins to object, saying that he doesn't think Ern is like that. He just asked to embellish it. The guy asks why the other person is apologizing, because it makes him suspicious. Harvest is mentally amazed, concluding that this boy is playing with him. Ern begins to give advice on how best to hide a lie within the truth. Harvest promises to correct the letter by saying that the younger Stilgard is approximately 6th or 7th grade. Ern asks how his interlocutor plans to contact the Empire without a communications manager. He says he knows a suitable agent located in Acatio. Ern thinks about this, concluding that they are planning a trip. Exhaling, the guy releases his hostage, asking him to try not to get caught. Harvest rises from his seat, expressing understanding and saying goodbye to his interlocutor. Watching the young man until the door closed, Ern ran through the options in his head. The guy wonders how good a double agent this man would be. He plans to monitor the Empire to find out all its plans, and it's worth the risk. And if anything happens, you can always get rid of Harvest with the help of the bug in his head. Suddenly there is a knock on the door, causing the guy to leave his thoughts and become surprised. Meanwhile, Abraham enters without verbal warning, asking about his son's well-being. Ern is even more amazed by this, shouting out an uncontrollable appeal to his father. The man allows his son to stay in bed, but he says that everything is fine and he is healthy. When Abraham speaks again, there is concern in his voice, asking if everything is really okay. Ern answers in the affirmative, adding that it is all thanks to the sensitive care of his parent. The man expresses relief, admitting that he had already thought about postponing the trip. The guy repeats. Abraham finally calms down, accepting his son's words as a given. Ern has been staring at the man ever since he saw him. There is perfect silence in the room, and everyone is immersed in their own loud thoughts. Ern tries to remember if his father had ever come into his room before. In the end, the guy comes to the conclusion that they never had personal conversations like this. Ern is puzzled by this and tenses up, thinking that he just can't get used to this. It gets worse as a man sits next to her, creating a feeling of insecurity. Even though Ern hasn't done anything wrong, he feels like he's about to be yelled at. And while he is trying to figure out how to behave in this situation, the man starts talking about knights. Abraham says that they have found the place where the spy is staying. The guy is surprised by the speed of his henchman. The man, meanwhile, reports that this man was disguised as a merchant from Leketh. Ern is secretly glad that his father now knows that the Empire is targeting their family. Suddenly, the man says that all this happened thanks to his son, but he denies it. Abraham, to his even greater surprise, says that he wants his son to behave more carefully now. He starts to talk about how the guy did a great favor, but he stumbles. Yet, gathering his strength, Abraham ends up not being able to lose his son. Ern can't help but remember that the father he knew was never friendly towards him. In his past life, he was a stern man with a cold heart, completely different from his present self. Ern wonders if the father from the past and the father from the present are the same person. Suddenly a thought comes into the guy's head, and he begins to think about the future of each member of the family. Remembering the collapse of the Stilgards, Ern cannot remember Abraham among all those faces. The guy estimates that the hero's disappearance should happen in about 2 years. Since the only memories of Abraham were from childhood, Ern misunderstood him. The man recalls his son's commendable behavior recently, but still asks him to be on guard. The guy addresses his interlocutor mentally, asking him specifically to be more careful. Abraham catches the gaze and turns his own to his son, silently asking. Embarrassed by this, Ern quickly turns away and hears the man's worried voice. He asks what's wrong, whether his son is hurt, and the boy denies it, sharing a reason that is close to reality. He says that he listened carefully to his father and will now keep these words in mind. The man grins with satisfaction, and a comfortable silence falls between the interlocutors again. Finds himself almost letting his feelings get the better of him, and almost confessing everything. But since he might be considered crazy in this case, the guy promises to fix everything himself. Remembering that his son wanted some free time, Abraham gives him an hour for everything. Can't believe his luck, because he's been wanting to get into the inner secret vault for a long time. The father asks if his son really likes the treasury that much, and jokes that he can lend him the allowance. The boy glances at Abraham and is surprised by the disappointed expression on his face. Thoughts on this matter appear in Ern's head, that each of the knights would ask for only one thing. Each of them wanted to be trained by a knight of heroic rank, that is, Abraham Stilgard. Assumes that the man wants his son to ask him about this, and he asks to be taken to the treasury. The guy says he doesn't need gold, he's just curious about what's in the inner secret vault. Erna begins to feel a pang of guilt because, in essence, these words, like some others, are a lie. Abraham chuckles deeply and considers these words, turning away in the process. In the end, he expresses satisfaction with his son's answer, and the latter mentally apologizes to his father. Abraham allows the guy to look around without rushing, while he himself is going to wait for him outside. Thanking the man for this and promising not to stay long, looks around in anticipation. Greeting the inner secret vault as an old friend, the boy begins his tour. The outer part of the treasury mainly contains emergency supplies suitable for emergency situations. The inner part contains something unique and rare, but not necessarily expensive. When the guy's gaze involuntarily catches sight of the artifact, thoughts of regret arise in his head. The commander's shield is said to be enchanted with morale-boosting magic, being able to support the army. Doesn't understand why a knight of mythical rank would need something like this, or even a legendary or heroic one. The guy thinks that whoever gives this clearly has ulterior motives and is doing it to hint at something. Remembering the story, reflects that his grandfather placed the shield here for this very reason. The guy thinks that, having won the war, Arbakan could do whatever his heart desired, and of all the titles and awards received from the king, nothing even came close to the man's real achievements. But the Stilgards cannot sell everything, because at least this shield was given to them by the king himself. However, doesn't lump everything together, because among all this multitude there are real treasures. Just at this moment, the boy's attention is drawn to his grandfather's equipment. The best item from it is Dark Sky, Arbahan's ancient companion. This gives the guy a certain kind of thought that makes him think hard. Goes into his inventory, checking for free space, but suddenly stops. On reflection, he comes to the conclusion that putting a dark sky in such a place would be disrespectful. At the same time, the guy remembers that his inventory has long needed updating. He's made a lot of money since the last trades, so 200 is mere peanuts for So the guy increases the inventory level, and the system offers to do it again. Agrees with this too, but it doesn't get to the 4th level, since the price is too high. It's not that he doesn't have this amount, but the guy just thinks that money should be spent wisely. Checking the inventory for changes, the guy is disappointed because it looks the same as before. But still takes the sword, convincing himself that he just wants to know the characteristics of this item. When he succeeds, the guy states with satisfaction that this is exactly what he thought. Dark Knight is different from the swords of this system, but it is not surprising, remembering Arbahan's abilities. Remembers that this sword was with his grandfather since childhood, which means that the book was also with him from the cradle. With the boy's curiosity satisfied, he puts Dark Sky back in place. Pleased with his endurance, suddenly remembers something and freezes with a smile on his face. He understands that he got too carried away, and he didn't have much time anyway. The real reason the guy did all this was to search for the Book of Dimensional Transactions. Remembering his past life, thinks that he does not want to make the same mistakes he made before. It is for this reason that the guy feels obliged to get the book first. Looking around carefully, can't find a suitable route. After wandering around for a while, the guy realizes that the book is nowhere to be found. He suggests that it might be hidden in some strange place. As he begins to search the most absurd corners, remembers that something like this happened in his past life. And yet, wherever he checks, there is nothing, which cannot but be upsetting. Out of desperation, the guy even looks under the shelves, but there is nothing there either. Suddenly Ern's gaze finds something, and an impatient guess enters the boy's head. The guy encourages himself, suggesting to move forward just a little more, and he manages to touch the object. After some effort, the thing ends up in his hands, but it seems too big, atypical. Looking at it from all sides, the guy tries to remember what it's called. The only thought that comes to Ern's mind is that he has an ostrich egg in front of him. But there is still something that confuses him, and it is the strange metallic texture. The guy thinks about it, although he thinks that it is not at all his thing. Ultimately, decides to leave the mysterious object where he found it. So, having walked around the entire inner storage, the guy comes to the conclusion that the book is not inside. This suggests another unshakable truth, according to which only he has won. Now, he just has to figure out how he managed to get into the past and interact with the exchange system. Since the day the boy returned here, he could only come up with one possible explanation. The culprit was that very bookmark of wishes, which considered nothing more than a fake, and now the guy is trying to remember what exactly he wished for before he died. He was in so much pain that now he can hardly tear out any memory from that day. On the other hand, the wish bookmark can only grant one wish, which is already becoming very strange. Gets lost in his own thoughts for a long time, but still achieves nothing. With these sad thoughts, the guy wonders if another book exists. And this means only one thing. Can take something else from the treasury with him. Walking between the rows, the guy tries to think of something to take away, since there were no limits. And just as is about to take the first thing that comes his way, dark sky catches his eye. The guy stops by his side, wondering whether it's worth hoping for something like this at all. This seems too pretentious to him, and tries to talk himself out of his idea. To distract himself, the guy remembers other magical objects, of which there are a dime a dozen here. Is already thinking about his grandfather's recordings. But then his attention is drawn to a strange sound from somewhere below. It continues and seems to grow, and the guy gets closer to its source. Realizing that the sound is coming from very close, listens even more carefully. And then that same strange object rolls out from under the bookcase, raising questions. Doesn't understand how this is possible, because he clearly remembers putting it back. The guy thinks that this egg cannot have legs, but these thoughts make him think. This is the inner storage of the greatest interdimensional merchant. Everything is possible here. So, feeling that he can't just ignore these things, wonders about the egg's homeland. The guy is going to do the same thing with the object as with the Dark Knight sword. The system only shows half the egg's properties, but this is not particularly meaningful due to the paucity of data. Suggests that if most of the information is hidden, the thing belongs to a higher dimension. The guy thinks this ball is from at least the third system, and now he needs to deal with it. There is only one option to do this, namely activating the Eye of Providence skill. The guy's breath catches as soon as he begins to read the description of the item in his hands. He doesn't dare say a word out loud, so he's only amazed inwardly. Remembers that day from his past very well, when he entered the academy. This whole crowd is whispering among themselves that they tried hard and are finally free. Men allow themselves more free expression, being skeptical about this method of re-education. Women pick up the gossip, believing that people like don't change so easily. The guy himself thought then that what was happening that day was like a holiday. But now he experiences completely different emotions. Seeing such a picture, everyone is worried about the young master. He thanks the servant for their care, and mentally wonders what his former self would have thought about all this. Just a couple of weeks ago, he was the one being avoided, and now he is the hope of the Stillguards. In fact, no matter what he thinks now, deep down, the guy is proud of himself. Ern's older sister comes up to him and asks if he is happy about leaving, and he is slightly surprised. Still, the guy answers the question with consent, adding that he will go home during the holidays. Karen asks him to remember to write before he arrives, and Ern promises to do so. Then the girl stops holding back and bombards her younger brother with instructions on proper behavior. Karen admits that she knows her brother will be okay, but she can't help but worry about him. She asks Ern to give her his hand, and he, asking again, hesitantly extends it. Karen takes something out of her pocket, and the next moment a bag appears on her little brother's hand. The guy is surprised by this, and turning his gaze to his sister, asks what it is. Karen, with the sympathetic air of a caring sister, explains that this is a small gift from her. Ern is embarrassed, saying that everything is fine, and he doesn't need money at the academy. But then Karen reminds him of his own words about how the gold might come in handy. Ern says he has a good allowance, mentally adding that he can hire a troop of knights. But the girl insists, and then her brother thanks his sister, promising to manage the money wisely. But suddenly it dawns on him, and Ern wonders where Karen gets the money from. And then, casting a careful glance at the figure standing opposite him, the guy understands something. The ruby pendant that Karen always wore is missing, which can only mean one thing. Sitting in the carriage, the guy stares at the wallet the girl gave him, lost in deep thoughts. From his observations, the ruby pendant was not particularly valuable, so Karen sold it. But the guy still feels uneasy because he remembers how much the girl valued this jewelry. It occurs to him that his sister might have felt pressured about this. The Stillguards had not had an older woman for a very long time, so due to seniority, Karen became the one. But Ern thinks this is unfair, because it should be his concern, not the girl's. And yet the guy pulls himself together, because he has no time to grieve. He must be more collected than ever. That is why he immediately calls the system and logs into the first. A notification sound is heard, and Ern receives 2 coin transfer messages from Stone. The guy lets out an emotionless laugh, suggesting that he take a look at the man. Ern reminds the scammer that his time is limited, and the interlocutor says he is working on it. The guy mockingly nods and remarks, assuming that this man is delighted. Ern asks if his interlocutor has really found a useful idiot, and he is taken aback by the teenager's insight. Stone starts to make excuses, but the guy stops him, saying that he can't be fooled. When the guy starts listing new interest rates, the man asks him to stop. Ern does this at 3% and rushes his interlocutor with what he was going to say. Stone says he was contacted by another client, but he hadn't forgotten about his patron. He just got distracted. Ern coolly expresses his confidence that they have already discussed something similar, and the guy changes the tone of the casual conversation, telling Stone not to even try to fool him. And amid the man's plaintive howls, the client changes the interest rate, raising it to 83. Ern reminds his interlocutor that if he says something, he must do it, forgetting about everything else. Stone apologizes, promising to check everything immediately and contact the guy once it's done. The latter is mentally convinced that it works, because this contract is guaranteed by the exchange center. Managed to pull it off in such a way that Stone is now his slave for 100 years. It won't hurt a man, because he's already had his fill of luxury and fun in his life. Thinking that Stone is like a candy that doesn't melt, the guy is going to milk him for eternity. The man appears shortly after, saying that he has got everything he needs, and is satisfied. Pointing out that Stone can do anything if he wants, the guy goes to look at his new outfit. Starting to read the description of the acquired equipment, is puzzled, because for some reason, it is not complete. Then the guy resorts to the only way he knows so far to find out additional information. But disappointment awaits him. The eye of Providence finds nothing more, and it is hard to believe. The guy wonders if this is really what he needs, because everything can work unpredictably. Stone says he also studied the book, specifying that the person needs must be a third-level person. The guy is amazed at the ignorance of his interlocutor, using not the most polite formulations. Stone is puzzled because he actually assumed that the level should be third. Tells the man to be quiet, saying that it is his third-level internal energy. The fraudster mentally addresses the interlocutor, reminding him of who exactly is to blame. Forcing himself to be patient, he continues the conversation about the theoretical aspects of this direction. Asks his interlocutor about stability, saying that this factor is the most important. The man says it is pliable and tender, so the risk of internal injuries is low. Hearing the words that it was very difficult to get it, is even a little surprised. Stone says if a guy is looking for methods to study inner energy for women, he has several. Counters by saying that it is none of his interlocutor's business, and also asks what is going on with the others. Stone reports that he is still waiting for a response from the recently identified sellers. His interlocutor accepts this arrangement, asking to send the traders when they are ready to respond. The man agrees, and starting to hesitate, asks about the interest rates. Leaves the chat, leaving Stone unanswered and alone with his negative thoughts. Meanwhile, the guy is glad that he spared this man, because he turned out to be useful. After studying the book, comes to the conclusion that it is good and well translated. Having completed his check, the guy decides to proceed with the implementation of the other part of his plan. When he hands the book to his sister, she asks in surprise if it is really for her. Agrees, saying that he thought the thing would be more useful to the girl, but she says it wasn't worth it. The guy says that although it may seem strange, there is a reason why he does it. Continuing, he adds that Karen will know everything when she reads the book. Will be grateful even for once. The girl laughs, making a promise to her little brother, and thanks him for the gift. Thinks that his sister has talent, and it is certainly greater than that of the old him. He suggests that if Karen learns Iron Breath, their family can avoid its downfall. At least the guy is confident that this girl will not miss the chance to cultivate her talent. Thinks that if he wants, he can give his sister whatever she wants. But now is not the best time for this. But the ground has been prepared for the implementation of the idea. Suddenly the guy remembers something important that he almost forgot. Turning to those seeing him off, he picks out from the general crowd the person he needs. It turns out to be Darren, and the girl is puzzled by the close attention her younger brother is paying her. He, deliberately overacting, begins to signal to his older sister. The girl correctly understands the message that even though is leaving, he will look after Darren. At the very end, the guy adds a gesture that, in his opinion, means not to play the fool. The girl doesn't understand him quite as she should, her whole body tensing and involuntarily becoming puzzled. Recalls that in his past life, this trip was like a road to hell. But now a lot has changed. Unlike his past life, the guy managed to change his relationships with many family members. He managed to secure, if not goodwill, then respect from those who previously hated him. The looks of some people were now filled with warmth and care. And in general, the attitude of those around him towards became much more positive. This is precisely what distinguishes his past life from his present one. And the guy is confident that, thanks to this, even more striking differences will await him in the future. Receives a message from Stone informing him that he has received a response, which is good news. The man agrees that the required product is for sale, but the details still need to be discussed. Reluctantly agrees and asks Stone to contact the right trader. And although he just pretended to be displeased, in fact he was very happy about the potential deal. Tossing the egg in his hand, the boy is in anticipation of soon finding out what he needs. It is soon revealed that this is the egg of an iron-eating creature that can become incredibly strong. Thinking of the chimera as a natural disaster, the guy is glad that he has such a monster. The merchant sends the required file, and praises his interlocutor for his excellent work. And then the guy asks to stay in touch, because he will call if he needs anything else. Already closing the chat window, Ern's gaze comes across this Henry's information. This makes one wonder why someone from System 4 is in a System 1 channel. Thinking about this seriously, decides to study this man's personality in more detail. He discovers that Henry is obsessed with competition and spends all his winnings on gambling. Coming to the conclusion that it might be easier than he thought, the guy contacts the dealer again. Says he wants to buy a taming guide, and the man notes the name of the interlocutor's system. The guy asks the merchant if he can see the item in question first. The man doesn't seem to mind and has no problem showing the manual to the interested buyer. Finds the part he needs to tame the chimera and asks to sell it to him. Hearing these words, the man says that he already told the boy's slave that he could not sell her. Clarifies this point by suggesting that the dealer is selling the entire manual. Henry confirms this, immediately smugly proclaiming the price of 2,000 coins. Doesn't like this. He thinks this price is too high for an egg hatching allowance. That's why the guy doesn't even try to feign politeness, categorically refusing the exorbitant sum. Henry says that this book made the Beastmaster who he eventually became. Asks his interlocutor not to lie to him, in turn reminding him that the work was written later. The man gets upset that his trick didn't work and tries to come up with another one. Taking advantage of this moment, offers 150 coins for the part that interests him. Henry asks the guy to use common sense when trading, because the complete collection is much more expensive. Doesn't back down, emphasizing that it only has power when all the pieces come together. Henry is also stubborn. He points out that 14 consecutive chapters are a premium item. He adds that even part of this book cannot be found in System 1. Thinks about it. But the guy doesn't at all think that even under this condition the merchant has the right to boss him around. And then he offers Henry 100 coins for a copy of the 215th part. This offends the merchant, and he asks the customer how he could even think of such a thing. The man is furious that wants to get the licensed item without paying the full price. Because of these sudden instructions, the guy involuntarily begins to think that his interlocutor is on drugs. And then a thought came to head that for some reason he hadn't thought about before. Testing his guesses, the guy realizes that he is right and relaxes, because everything could have ended badly. Copyright is the labels on books managed directly by the exchange center. Realizing that the merchant was outraged by this, apologizes to him, admitting his mistake. Henry asks the boy to be more careful in the future, otherwise he could bring trouble upon himself. Now clearly understands that copying really won't work in this case. And then he suggests to the merchant to be wise and sell him the 215th part for 200 coins. He thinks for a moment when a window pops up in front of him confirming the transaction. After waiting for quite a long time, the guy condescendingly allows his interlocutor not to accept. After closing the chat, is confident that this action will make the merchant change his mind. And indeed, Henry almost immediately sends the guy a request to start a new conversation. The man starts reluctantly, saying that 200 coins will not be enough. He asks for another 50. Asks the other person if he knows what the last sentence is, and encourages him to think rationally. Henry justifies his approach by saying that the price of the collection will fall if he sells some of the middle ones. When asks again whether the man will sell him this chapter or not, he clicks his tongue in displeasure. In the end, he agrees, and the guy feels satisfied that he was right. Now he understands why Henry came to the system alone, because he only has 400 coins. Left alone with the book, the guy wonders if he should read it now. And as soon as he starts doing this, he suddenly comes across a line with information about the level. The guy realizes that he brought this egg with him thoughtlessly, although he did not expect much. As he speaks of the planetary level, turns his puzzled gaze to the object. Jumping away from him sharply, the guy mentally admits to himself that he feels uneasy from this knowledge. For the next few minutes, he spends his time devouring part of a book on beast taming. Testing what he learned, now understands that the Emperor of Beasts was named so for a reason. Having studied all the instructions, the guy notes that hatching an egg is only the initial stage. Since a chimera is an imperfect organism, genetic information from another is needed for breeding. Potential is needed at the very beginning, but for it to become greater, powerful genes are required as a foundation. The guy begins to think about who could play the role of this strong organism, and then it dawns on him, when thoughts about the beast literally burst into Ern's head. They exist in all systems, even in systems like Zero and First. Although the guy assumes that martial arts users here call them spirits, wanting to check the store for their presence, comes to the conclusion that the creatures are actively being sold. Judging by the description, the ranks of animals begin with human, then come earthly, heavenly, and paradisiacal. At first, the guy is at a loss, not knowing what exactly to take, but then a brilliant idea comes into his head. Chats with Stone and outlines his ideal plan. The guy smirks, observing his interlocutor's fears, asking if he really suspects him of something. When Stone hears that he won't be forced to tame animals, he breathes a sigh of relief. Asks the man how much he knows about these creatures, and the latter answers vaguely. Then the guy offers his interlocutor to evaluate something and sends him a file. It contains the fighting power of those mentioned, and begins to talk about them out loud. Stone keeps the conversation going by saying that the beast's healing skills and combat power are not related. For example, a creature might be great for raising, but it will be just an ordinary turtle. And there are things that are much more difficult to deal with. For example, the blood of the blood fire dragon. Hearing the familiar names, assumes that they are the strongest and asks which is better. Among the two creatures, the interlocutor singles out the already named Bloodfire Dragon. Only snakes that have been trained for thousands of years become like this. But without care, there is no way. Hearing the words that the big bears are no match for them, expresses his understanding. The guy asks how martial arts users hunt such beasts. His interlocutor replies that incredible people live in this place, who know special methods. Hearing this, Ern suddenly realizes that this is true, agreeing with the man mentally. Saying that Stone helped him a lot, the guy says goodbye, but his interlocutor stops him. The man starts mumbling, not knowing where to start, and Ern starts to lose patience. Stone reminds the boy of the book he bought for his older sister with his coins. Ern chuckles, asking if it really hit his interlocutor's wallet that hard. He begins to hesitate and forces out the words that he didn't quite mean it that way. Ern asks about the price of the book and is told that the man bought it for 300 coins. The guy clarifies the title of the book, assuming that he misunderstood, but his interlocutor denies this version. Ern asks if Stone is lying to him, although, in fact, he has already found out the real price of the book. The man says that under threat of death it is impossible, and besides, the guy wouldn't buy it. Then Ern praises his interlocutor and announces that he is going to reward him for his honesty. The guy lowers the interest rate by 3 and begins to admire his generosity. Stone reluctantly agrees, but he feels as if he has been cheated. Ern again says goodbye to his interlocutor, asking him not to stray far from his book and to stay in touch. Hearing the words that he will have 10 minutes to answer, the man dejectedly agrees with this too. After leaving the chat room, Ern purchases a human tier Fireblood Dragon's blood. As soon as the bottle is in his hands, the guy wonders if it will work on the egg. The doubts are largely due to the fact that it had been lying in the internal storage for at least a decade. But the guy still decides to take a risk, and when the blood hits the surface of the egg, it begins to hiss. Amazed by this, the guy makes a comparison to a hot frying pan, and at the same moment the egg flashes with red light, striking with its rays in all directions. Looking at the glowing object, Ern is glad that his idea worked. He can't believe his luck and the fact that the egg is alive after so many years. But then the guy becomes interested in how this thing ended up in his grandfather's treasury. Thinking about it more deeply, Ern comes to the conclusion that he knows nothing at all about this man. Taking a look at the egg, the boy is happy, because he was afraid that it might not like someone's blood. Reflecting, Ern comes to the conclusion that all he can do is wait. The crew continues on its way, and the guy, in order not to procrastinate, keeps himself busy with something important. He meditates not only to bring his spirit and thoughts into order, but also to perfect his techniques. Suddenly, breaking the guy out of his state, a sound reaches his ears that resembles something very familiar. The egg begins to crackle and bounce, causing Ern's eyes to widen and he to lean forward. As the cracks become wider, spreading across the smooth surface, steam begins to escape from them. Ern notes not only with a slight tension, but also with delight that the creature is hatching. This chimera is otherwise known as a werewolf and, unfortunately, is notorious. But when the creature sheds the top half of the offending shell, Ern becomes puzzled. What comes to his attention is something completely different from what he imagined, and the guy can barely contain his exclamation of delight. He quickly catches himself when the thought arises in his head that something might have gone wrong. Because when you look at this cute creature, you simply can't bring yourself to call it an animal. Ern can't help but feel moved, and comes to the conclusion that everything else doesn't matter. When the guy takes out his weapon, he leaves a shallow cut on his palm, but enough to draw blood. The little animal watches everything with interest, finally making a questioning sound. The fact is that representatives of this species do not have mammary glands, and they feed their young with blood. Having remembered the taste of blood, creatures will treat the one who gave it as their own and follow him. Aggressive behavior disappears after feeding, but it is best to use the same blood. Watching the cub, the boy notes out loud that it is feeding very actively. As if to confirm these words, the baby speeds up even more. The boy starts to feel dizzy and asks his new pet to stop. Ern notes that it is necessary to find a rational way to feed the baby so as not to die from blood loss. And then it dawns on the guy that for greater effectiveness, he needs to give his pet some kind of name. Ern starts thinking about it, but as luck would have it, nothing useful comes to mind. But still, one option matures, and the guy suggests that the werewolf cub be called Shadow. This means absolutely nothing to the baby, and he makes another puzzled sound. Inspired by his idea, Ern asks if the werewolf likes it, but he is not at all thrilled. As the boy leaves the carriage, Harvest expresses concern about the young master's hand. Ern laughs sheepishly, then assures the knight that he is fine. The young man doesn't think so, pointing out to his interlocutor that he is still bleeding. Then Ern makes up a story about how he was bored in the carriage and played with the sword unsuccessfully. Hearing such words and knowing what his interlocutor is capable of, Harvest decides to remain tactfully silent. But he still fails and tells Ern that he doesn't believe this ridiculous excuse. The guy realizes how truly stupid that excuse sounds, and he laughs nervously. Harvest reminds Ern that he is responsible for the young master's safety. Then they change the subject, starting to talk about the reason for stopping at this place. The knight asks if he should bring Ern something to eat, and he agrees, asking that his dinner be brought to the carriage. Harvest accepts the order for execution and is about to say something else, but stops himself. There is a barely audible rustling of leaves nearby, and the knight immediately turns towards this sound. In the nearby bushes, the young man manages to discern some strange, eye-catching shine. Harvest's hand flashes to the hilt of the sword, freeing it from its sheath. But here, not allowing him to act further, the knight is stopped, causing genuine bewilderment. The young gentleman, looking at his interlocutor a little slyly, tells him that everything is fine. He is puzzled, because he knows for sure that there was someone in the bushes, someone very nimble and quiet. This someone again attracts the knight's attention, but also remains invisible, leaving only dust behind. But the next moment, something lands right in the young master's hands. Harvest looks closely at the pet, asking who it is. He assumes that Shadow is a weasel. Without any details, Ern claims that this creature is his pet. The knight asks how long ago this happened, to which he receives the answer that it has been a decent amount of time. Ern pretends to be offended, saying that the other person is not interested in him at all. Lowering his voice to a whisper, the guy says that it seems like he wasn't the one following them. Ern asks Shadow to say hello to the new face, introducing him as Sir Jevis. He makes his favorite sound, causing the hearts of both observers to skip a beat. Stuttering with excitement, Harvest asks the pet's owner if he can pet the animal. Ern doesn't answer, but an idea pops into his head that allows him to check something. Calling the chimera very sweet, the knight reaches out to her, wanting to make his plan come true. The expression on the face changes as soon as the young man's hand touches the fluffy crown. Harvest pulls away, expressing the suspicion that Shadow hates him. Ern breathes a sigh of relief and recalls how the knight practically pointed his sword at his pet. The young man expresses understanding on this matter, but notes that he only shifted the weapon slightly. Leaving in a depressed mood, he promises to bring the boys some food as soon as it is cooked. This chimera becomes more ferocious by eating metal, and it can also take forms different from its original form. Giggling with tenderness, Ern concludes that his blood was worth it. The delegation continues on its way, and its young master discusses the Emperor's theory. According to her, the potential power of a chimera is the strength and energy of the organism provided in childhood. Ern solved the first part of the equation by choosing the fire dragon, but the second requires power sources. The problem is that the elixirs that do this cost a fortune. That's why right now the guy fed his little beast the bamboo life pill from the bamboo sect. Thinking that selling his things won't be enough, Ern decides to take action again. There are less than 2 months left until the monostone limit reset, so it's time to choose your next product. Considering what it might be, Ern finds it profitable to choose something that is relevant to System 1. At the same time, this product must have a large reserve of balance, and the base price definitely needs to be high to make a big profit. A sensible thought bursts into the guy's head like a nimble arrow, and it dawns on him. Inner cultivation sells well because it is necessary for everyone in the first system, and you can only buy this product for a pretty penny, and the number shows the quality of cultivation. If Ern buys an item for 250 and resells it, he will receive almost 60 coins on top. And if a guy starts seriously engaging in this type of resale, over time he will earn tens of thousands. The problem is that the exchange center will hardly be able to allow this kind of fraud. If we wait, we'll have to spend more than a year on it, and Ern can't do that. Although there are some positive aspects here, one of which is the notification about receiving an achievement. This makes the guy feel better, because he also gets coins. Now that he's flush with cash, Ern is thinking about expanding the stage. Although the elixir is not as good as real cultivation, it helps improve it the most. Ern believes that in order to earn more coins, he just needs to prepare. When the last item in his cunning exchange system runs out, the guy freezes. After sitting like this for some time, Ern turns to his werewolf pet. He immediately appears nearby, making a sound indicating curiosity. Then Ern advises Shadow to open his mouth wider, treating the animal with elixirs. After some time, the boy asks the cub to open its mouth for him. He, repeating after his master, obeys, showing Ern several of his newly grown fangs. The caring owner carefully studies Shadow's progress, but he doesn't quite understand what's going on. Ern himself notes that in just a few days his pet has undergone major changes. Now that Shadow has reached his limit, there is no point in feeding him elixirs. This stage is over. The guy is trying to figure out where exactly the profit he spent recently went. The item he uses most is the second circle daytime healing magic Pure Body. Tearing the parchment reveals the magical properties it contains. As soon as the guy does this, a rune forms above him, in the place where the particles have gathered. Ern closes his eyes and leans slightly, allowing the magical currents to envelop him unhindered. After the action is completed, the guy notes that there is nothing better than this for cleaning the outside. Ern remembers how in a past life, this is precisely why he was called the Star of the Navarro Society. Other events involuntarily come to mind, and the guy clarifies that it didn't last long. Ern believes that looks are just as powerful, and he is going to do everything to look good. The carriage stops, and the man who approaches it addresses the young gentleman and calls himself Michael. Ern takes note of the presentation and asks what happened. The knight reports that there is half a day's journey left to the destination, and asks if a rest stop is necessary. The guy says that there is no need for this, and he is ready to wait for the arrival. Mikhail expresses understanding. Ern notices that time always flies when he's trading, and he only has half a day left, and the guy wonders whether he should continue in the same spirit or do something else. About half a day's journey later, the delegation enters Navarro's second city, Acadio. Dirty and tired from the road, the young gentleman's companions gather in front of the majestic building. While they admire him, Harvest asks his interlocutor if this is too much. Doesn't see anything wrong with this, because these people have come a long way because of them. Harvest tries to continue his gentle parry, but his interlocutor asks the knight to look after the young. Asks the knight to take them to wash up, since the still guards might not leave the best impression. Throwing Harvest a cough, the guy estimates that all this will cost about 200 coins. This should be more than enough for a hot bath and tasty, high-quality food. The knight freezes in a stupor, saying that what is inside is, in fact, more than is required. Says there's also gratitude to Harris himself, but his subordinates shouldn't be left out. The guy reminds them that they are not here to play and asks about the meeting place. Harvest says he left a mark on one of the walls, and as soon as it is noticed, they will definitely be contacted. Expresses satisfaction, noting that they will only have to wait. As dusk falls on the city, nightlife lovers begin to flock to the pubs. Among them is retinue, resting after a long journey and enjoying the luxurious conditions. The young master himself and his double spy knight sit at a distance, merely keeping an eye on their subordinates. A little later, a question is heard from nearby, addressed to Harvest, the essence of which is why he is here. The captain is offered a drink together, but not water, and he tries to gently object. Surrounding Harvest, his subordinates begin to say that this is not like him, insisting on their own. Finally, the young man gives in and, hesitantly turning to asks his permission to have a glass. The young gentleman allows it, but adds that this is only if he wants to die. Seeing such a face, Harvest immediately changes his mind and turns to the inviters. He says that he can't and asks them to go without him. The knights are surprised, but still continue to beg. In a self-confident tone, Harvest begins to show off his cleverness, saying that one glass will turn into two, and so on. Finally, the knights give in, leaving the captain the right to join later, but at the risk. Harvest mentally considers this a disgrace, but also believes that he cannot risk his life for liquor. Turning around, he doesn't notice a woman passing by who makes an inarticulate sound. She apologizes, and the young man asks the delivery girl to be careful because she could have gotten hurt. The knight returns to his place, positioning himself opposite his young master. He watches Harvest's every move closely, and a question begins to form in his head. Having waited for the right moment, the guy turns to the person sitting opposite him. He asks him if the knight has lost the very thing, to which Harvest grins smugly. He says he was only confused because he was surprised, but in reality everything is under control. And yet, the young man admits that this is the first time he has seen someone deliberately crash into him. As the night deepens, the couple leaves the building and moves away from the hotel. Harvest shares with his interlocutor that they memorize the map and divide the city into parts. This note was written by a man named Trevor, stating the zone, the specific location, and the essence. Asks if everything is going according to plan, and his interlocutor replies that fortunately, it is. This is an agent Harvest has worked with before, so the knight assumes that everything will go smoothly. Hearing that his interlocutor is going to go to him right now, asks whether he is going with him or alone. Harvest chooses the latter option, and the guy says that they can do it together, and he will hide. The knight agrees with this, but adds that there are too many eyes in Acadio, which could end badly. Thinks the same in his mind, but wonders if he can trust a double spy. Although the trip brought them closer, the guy does not consider such a relationship even close to trusting. An idea comes to Ern's mind, and he asks his interlocutor to show him his progress report. Harvest is taken aback by this, but he pulls himself together and asks if it is due to mistrust. Addressing the knight by name, asks him not to misunderstand him. The guy asks if he seriously thinks there could be anything resembling trust between them. Harvest fulfills the will of the young master, and he, accepting the sheet from someone else's hands, immerses himself in reading. Looking up at the knight, thinks that he wasn't lying about changing the unsuccessful part. Raising his hands, Harvest offers the guy to search him if he has finished reading. Understanding what the young man was getting at, asks him if he was really offended. Harvest coldly asks how he could, since he knows his place after all. The young man adds that at the same time, his own life is important to him and he values it. He doesn't want to go through hell again because of some unfounded suspicions. After hesitating for just a couple of seconds, returns the note to his interlocutor, allowing him to go. They exchange longing glances in silence, after which Harvest promises to return soon. As he watches the knight go, admits to himself that he has always had difficulty understanding others. That's why there is a process that a guy needs to go through. Activating invisibility, adds that it is even more necessary if his secret is discovered. The guy notes that this is better than he imagined, and he can still use the weightlessness skill. And with both of them, could easily become the very essence of stealth. People passing below don't even feel the sway of air left behind by the guy. And jumping from roof to roof, continues to rapidly approach his final goal. Finally, he lands where he needs to, and a thought comes into the guy's head. Looking ahead, can't help but notice that this man is truly a professional. Not only does he maintain a suitable rhythm, but he is also completely adapted to his surroundings. Besides Harvest, notices other people who behave similarly to him, which leads him to certain thoughts. Although the guy doesn't understand why there are so many of them, he realizes that he did the right thing by not going with the knight. Just as unconsciously, thoughts creep into my head that professional spies are behaving in an atypical manner. Stopping next to a particular door, Harvest looks around without drawing suspicion. After this, there is a certain knock on the door, reminiscent of a secret code. When the door is opened for the night guest, the two who meet do not even exchange glances. Instead, the person who opens the door looks around the street with a careful gaze, checking for the presence of a tail. For a while, Ern remains standing on the roof, remembering what Harvest shared with him. As he plays them over in his head, the guy notices that the double spy is doing everything he shared with the guy. Ern comes to the conclusion that now is the perfect time to try out new martial arts. The guy activates perception at 100 steps and begins to hear all the voices heard nearby. Finally, he manages to catch the ones he needs, who are just beginning to exchange pleasant greetings. Harvest tells Trevor that Ern has entered the academy, and the knight has become his bodyguard. The interlocutor asks why he came then. Did he really just miss you and decided to see you? Harvest breaks the sad news to an acquaintance that his colleague, Gilbert, is dead. Trevor becomes seriously tense, asking how exactly this happened. Harvest asks the interlocutor whether the cause could be illness or an accident. He drops an interjection expressing annoyance and turns to his interlocutor with a question. Puzzled, Trevor asks Harvest how it is that he himself is alive. He interrupts the speaker, considering what happened obvious and stating that he owes his life to Gilbert. Trevor expresses his condolences for the deceased and makes a guess about his loyalty. But as soon as he finishes his thought, a new one bursts into his head, and the man suddenly remembers something. Trevor's gaze changes, becoming suspicious. He says that it is a long way from here to the academy. Eloquently silent, the man nevertheless steps forward, addressing Harvest with an ominous hiss. Sensing silent signals from their leader, the subordinates tense up, ready to attack. Outside, Ern experiences something similar, but for a completely different reason. And only Harvest continues to remain unperturbed, hearing words about his own suspicion. Trevor is silent, but the tension around him speaks volumes. For a while, there is perfect silence in the room. No one dares even move. Harvest takes no action, as if testing the patience of his interlocutor, and Ern begins to panic, trying to understand what and at what moment could have gotten out of control. Suddenly, the silence is broken by Harvest's steely, calm question, asking if Trevor finds it funny. Tom and his surrounding minions are unable to control their emotions. To put it mildly, they are surprised. For a few moments, the room is silent again, but suddenly Trevor bursts into tears. He asks his interlocutor to relax, because he believes that it is not appropriate to get so angry over a joke. The man says he's sorry about Gilbert, but asks what they can do, since that's their life. Hearing the voice, which has become calm again, Ern breathes a sigh of relief, happy about the successful outcome. But then Trevor asks how Harvest got here, and if the other members of the delegation didn't suspect anything. He says that he used the younger one by simply mentioning a visit here, and he meekly agreed. Hearing the words that it was easy because he was stupid makes Ern feel strange. The guy is mentally indignant, trying to find an answer to the question of why these words make him feel uncomfortable. Trevor expresses understanding and asks what he can do for his colleague. Handing him a note, Harvest says it is a report and asks him to encrypt it and send it to the Empire. Trevor expects more, but when there isn't, he asks what else he needs to do. Continuing to act unperturbed, Harvest says that he does not require anything more from him. Without allowing his interlocutor to say anything more, the young man turns around and leaves, announcing his intention. Ern now understands what the life of a spy is like, and he's a little sorry he didn't learn anything new. Watching his double agent, the guy mentally congratulates him on the fact that he succeeded. As he turns to leave, the guy suddenly hears the conversation of those inside. Someone, turning to his captain, finds it strange that the liaison is dead and the agent is alive. Ern stops and freezes, realizing that not everything went as smoothly as he thought. Trevor questions the suspect, clarifying whether he means that Harvest might have changed sides. He agrees, reminding that technically he was also demoted, but the interlocutor objects. And he says that Harvest is not the type to betray, because he values his family very much. Trevor's interlocutor exhales, starting to say that you never know what a spy has in mind. But the man interrupts him, remembering that this guy doesn't like Harvest. He tries to object, but Trevor tells his subordinate to stop making noise and get to work. Everything is up to the top management to decide after their group gives them Harvest's report. Ern thinks deeply, watching the knight's back until he is out of sight. Now the guy understands that this young man has his own reasons for acting this way. Finding himself near the hotel, Ern cancels the spell and materializes. He praises the skills, adding that they are not only excellent, but also worth the hefty price tag. Continuing his journey on foot, the guy thinks that he will use them more than once. Two voices argue about social hierarchy, unable to reach a consensus. Hearing some very unambiguous sounds, the guy comes to the conclusion that a fight has broken out nearby. As he gets closer, he tries to understand why all this noise is being made in the middle of the night. Someone shouts, calling the ordinary Knight Baron an idiot who should not contradict them. His opponent reciprocates, reminding him that the Marcus is his master, not himself. Ern suddenly realizes that one of the warring parties is his guys, and he himself is to blame. Another person intervenes in the conversation, taking his friend's side. While still verbal, the opponent begins to say that the position of his marquis is the merit of the Still Guards. Ern's ear hears the name of the Marquis, who is Albert, and it suddenly dawns on him. Remembering something very important, the guy realizes that he knows this person very well. This guy calls himself a moron who hoped for peaceful communication with the stupid northerners. With each new word, the argument flares up, and the situation becomes increasingly heated, bordering on violence. Hearing the enemy's threats, his opponent, provoking him, asks him not to retreat in this impulse, and one of the disputants jumps up, giving a silent command to his friends. Their opponents don't need more, and they respond to such an eloquent call in return. Suddenly, a loud voice is heard nearby, asking what they are doing. Everyone freezes, not having had time to clash, and turns around in fear at the one who has intervened in the showdown. One of the men tries to address him, but stops short when faced with a menacing gaze. But still, someone finds the courage to greet Sir Second Captain. Ern's hands begin to shake uncontrollably just when he's near this person. The feeling that arises in him is very unpleasant, and also beyond his control. When the guy closes his eyes, the sensations intensify, and are similar to those when the body is being torn apart. Incredibly clear, and therefore even more unpleasant images begin to emerge in my memory. Ern can almost physically feel the feelings he experienced when he was in that room. After all, it was this man who took away everything he had. And right now, with a leisurely gait, he approaches Sir Second Captain, the same man Ern considered his close friend, Kunz Albrecht. The guy is seething with rage, because he didn't even think that he could meet him in this place. Internal sensations begin to spill over, reaching a critical level. Ern can barely control himself. He wants to destroy this man with such an incredible desire. The guy is ready to jump up and attack the enemy, but somehow he manages to stop himself. Breathing heavily, he thinks that it will not be enough to kill this man quickly and painlessly. Ern is going to not only return the pain caused to him then, but even much more. The second captain, meanwhile, takes a step forward, standing between the warring parties. The guy involuntarily steps back, noting the enormous size of the man standing in front of him. And he reminds them of his words about not making unnecessary noise. This stern tone makes the kids shy away, and for a few long moments they drop out of life. But then, as one, they all apologize in unison, promising to obey orders without complaint from now on. After this, the giant turns to the other half of the warring parties, giving his thunderous voice. Introducing himself as Albrecht's second captain, Derek, he asks where they are from. Among the band of knights, there is a brave man who reports that they are from the Still Guards. Derek, keeping his composure, asks what the Still Guards are doing in these parts. His interlocutor is puzzled, not knowing whether it is possible to declassify data of this kind. Footsteps are heard from somewhere to the side, and the second captain is the first to turn in the direction of the sound. Following him, the members of Ern's delegation catch the familiar gait. But Kunz also does not stand aside, showing his curiosity. Ern moves towards the general gathering, holding himself up to his rank. A man, seeing this, mentally notes that this calm look is sharp as a dagger. Ern smugly notes the second captain's surprise to himself, believing that this is how it should be. He believes that Derek is hearing the voice for the first time, and that is why he was frightened, which is caused by internal cultivation. Looking at the child standing in front of him, the man asks him who he is. Making his voice sound not only clear but also confident, Ern goes by his full name. As soon as Derek heard this, he tensed up, realizing that this could spell trouble. Meanwhile, Ern approaches the man and asks him his name, which he confirms. The guy continues, asking why the Still Guards can't be in this city. His interlocutor is puzzled and stuttering, says that this is not what he meant at all. Ern says he just wanted to stop by Navarro's second city on his way to the academy. But he is more interested in why the Albrecht family is in this place. The captain answers for his master, reporting that he has developed exactly the same desire. The man also says that they want to apologize for the past misfortune, but he doesn't manage to finish speaking properly, as the young master interrupts his subordinate with a clarifying question. He doesn't understand why they should apologize, since it was the Stillguard people who caused the dispute. Realizing that the Stillguards cannot be suppressed by his family's title, Derek suggests that Kuntz return to the hotel. He states that he doesn't want to, and asks why they should leave. Derek suggests that there was a misunderstanding that could be resolved peacefully in the morning. Ern joins in with the words of the Marquise's son, saying that he also sees no point in waiting. The guy allows permission to ask, since he doesn't understand if they even know what happened. Kuntz says it doesn't matter, because according to the hierarchy, a baron is below a marquis. The people standing behind their young master tense up, ready to defend him at any moment. Ern clarifies whether he understood correctly that if Kuntz's title is higher, then his opponent is to blame. He expresses relief that this northerner finally understood what they were talking about. Putting on a saccharine smile, Ern says that Kuntz is talking absolute nonsense. His interlocutor immediately flares up, asking this impudent fellow to repeat his words. Kuntz tells Ern to immediately take back his words and apologize to him. The guy replies that he is ready to do so, but only if he really made a mistake. Turning to the knight who was shouting about titles, he calls out to him, and he responds. Looking at him with an unblinking gaze, Ern asks his interlocutor to tell him what exactly happened here. The boy says that the Stillguards started it all by yelling at the other side and starting a fight. Kuntz intervenes in the conversation, ordering Ern to kneel and apologize. But the latter asks him not to rush, Because he is no longer a child, he needs to listen to both sides. Turning to Michael, Ern clarifies whether Marcus Albrecht's side is telling the truth. The boy agrees with this, but says that these people were the first to start laughing at the Stilgards. Ern hears the continuation, according to which the descendants of Arbakan were not valued at all, they were insulted. The people of Albreth said that the Stilgards acted proudly and milked the achievements of this great man. Michael apologizes for the fuss they caused, but admits he doesn't regret his actions. He's already screaming, asking how they can be called knights if they just tolerate this. Ern hesitates for only a moment before turning to the one who spoke of titles with a clarifying question. He hesitates a little, but still answers that they didn't speak exactly word for word. The second captain understands where this is all heading, and mentally calls the confessor a cretin. Ern slowly and quietly says the words that what was said turned out to be true. Then the young gentleman turns to Michael and asks him to raise his head. Ern doesn't turn to face his interlocutor when he praises a subordinate, but there is a hint of pride in his voice. Michael and the rest of this guy's entourage are filled with respect for him, and Ern, throwing back his cloak, begins to speak like a member of the family that inherited the Steelheart. Marquis Albrecht's men hold their breath, realizing that they have just made a big mistake. Kuntz and his second captain tense up, understanding this even more than their subordinates. And Ern says he can't continue to ignore this any longer. The Steelguard family is the Steelheart that protects Navarro. They defended her, they defend her, and they will defend her, fighting for those who still remember them. Ern promises to shed the blood of those who continue to mock them. Turning to the Marquis's men, the boy says that he will now ask his question again, and Ern asks if they still think the Stilgards don't matter. The opponents freeze in silent respect, not daring to utter a single sound. Even Kuntz, although his face shows obvious displeasure, remains tensely silent, and his captain mentally wonders if he and Ern are really the same age. But Derek thought that this guy was just using the fame of the case to say some nonsense. The man could never have imagined that Ern could stand up for himself with such elegance. He thinks that this boy's anger was backed by the power of the Stilgard family. And now this man knows firsthand what the blood of this family is like. For a while everyone stands opposite each other in silence, but then a troublemaker appears. Although Kunz makes a sound, it still cannot be formed into something articulate. Derek, unlike him, understands that provocations will only worsen this already unpleasant situation. To prevent this from happening, the second captain decides to take the situation into his own hands. Ern's gaze moves to the man, and the boy begins to closely watch his every move. The guys from the Stilgard people are puzzled, because they do not quite understand what is happening now. Kuntz looks just as puzzled, as this has seriously disrupted his plans. And the second captain continues to hand out blows, generously showering his subordinates with blows. Standing among them, his fists sore from the attacks, Derek tries to bring his ragged breathing back to normal. Dripping with sarcasm, he tells the brats that they've done a great job of smearing the Albrecht's name. Overcoming the pain, they rise and apologize in a guilty tone. The man says that this should not be said to him, but to the young master. Turning sharply, he says that not only did they start all this, but they also embarrassed Mr. Albrecht. The greenhorns begin to understand what is going on and turn to Kuntz. The air is immediately cut by their synchronized apologies in different styles, spreading throughout the area. Staring fixedly at the captain, Ern understands that this man is completely serious. He not only distorted the essence of the quarrel, but also downplayed its scale in order to avoid more serious consequences. It looks like Derek made a strategic retreat, but it didn't make the situation any worse. This only means that now Ern needs to keep an eye on this person as well. But Kunz remains the most dissatisfied of those present, unwilling to let the situation go. But common sense prevails, and he, cursing, informs everyone that he is going to bed. Ern notes that, at first glance, it appears as if he has failed to take advantage of the situation, and with the most unperturbed expression he can muster, he says that he accepts Marquis Albrecht's apology. Although he stops and turns around, exuding anger, he does not say anything out loud. Ern looks his opponent straight in the eye, ready for any trick he might come up with. There comes a moment when it seems that he is ready to at least spit out a rude curse word. But no. Ern's gaze is so unyielding that the guy simply clicks his tongue and continues on his way. Everyone watches him until they can see him, and then the familiar voice is heard again. Turning to the son of the Stilgards, Derek nods to him just enough to be polite, and he leaves, taking his ill-mannered children with him. And now Ern is the only one watching them go. Behind the Knights of Stilgard, Harvis's voice can be heard asking what happened. Is it really fun? From the heavy, piercing glances in principle, a lot becomes clear, and the knight stops short. Harvis apologizes, adding that this is even though he doesn't know the reason. The next day, as he stuffs his mouth with food, Kunz can't get Erna out of his head. He asks Derek if this kid isn't known in their circles as the worst of the worst. The man agrees. The captain says that the Stilgard sons are no match for their father, especially the youngest. Hearing the rumors, Kunz asks not to attach any importance to them, and to raise Ern's sharp tongue. The guy asks why the man told their people to apologize, since he himself does not see the need for it. Derek believes that retreat was the right decision, because the Stilgards still have power. The man explains that by developing this situation, one could anger their lord. Kuntz still doesn't like it and promises to make Ern pay for yesterday's insult. The guy notices that he hasn't seen a single rat from the steel guard since yesterday. Derek reports that they left early in the morning, despite his offer to travel together. Kunz asks why a man does something that he is not asked to do, because he himself did not want it. The captain says that nothing is more important to him than protecting his young master. He finds Derek's words arrogant and speaks openly about this to the man. Throwing the cutlery aside, the Marquis says that this has made him lose his appetite. As night falls on the city, Kunz snores peacefully in his bed. The creaking of floors is heard in the room, and then the bed sags and the blanket is pushed aside. Some muffled sounds can be heard above the guy, but he doesn't hear them because he's fast asleep. Convinced of this, Kunz's invisible guest moves back slightly, pressing the bed beneath him even harder. He can hardly contain himself, because this innocent idea evokes fits of laughter. But he gathers himself and suddenly grabs his enemy by the face, causing him to wake up instantly. Kunz begins to twitch and kick, trying to free himself from the strong grip and throw off the invisible man. At some point he freezes because the outlines of the one above him begin to appear. When Ern fully materializes, the guy underneath him stops breathing, seriously scared. The night guest looks into the very essence of his enemy's eyes, absorbing his horror with pleasure. Slowly raising his index finger to his lips, Ern asks Kunz to be quiet. He obeys, but does not unclench his hands, mentally finally convinced that it is Stilgard. Kunz tries to understand how the guy managed to do this, but at the same time, the true reason is no less interesting. Along with all this, Marquis Albrecht is frightened by the force with which he is pressed to the bed. It is monstrous, and the guy on top says with rapture that he was looking for the best way to carry out his revenge. Ern admits that he wants to return the feelings he experienced that day to their cause. Starting to say that he will watch Kunz break down, the guy asks his victim a question. He asks if the Marquis knows what all this could mean, if the reason for what is happening is clear. And Ern admits that after seeing Kunz's face that night, he changed his mind. The guy remembers that look right now, saying that those eyes were burning with envy. With a pained sigh, Ern says that in this life, everything will happen exactly as in the last one. Namely that Kunz will pursue the Stilgards and take away everything the younger one has. And so Ern makes the assumption that this guy is going to die tonight. Unwittingly plunging into memories, he recalls himself asking his friend about the reason for his actions. He then asks the question again, clarifying whether Ern really didn't understand this. He said that he hated the younger Stilgard from the day they first met. Kunz admitted that he hated even the name of the youngest of this stinking family. Ern asked if this was the reason the Marquis had seized the Stilgard lands, and he said that he did not consider the one standing opposite to be better than himself in all things. Kunz said that even though he had learned the steel breathing technique, he was just as good. But because of Ern's background, he was the only one who was greeted with a sincere smile everywhere. Kunz said that now there was nothing better in the person standing opposite than what he had. Rhetorically asking the man who he was, he himself answered that he was just a landless lord. He himself declared himself the great Marquis of Kunz Albrecht and continued to boast. Reveling in his superiority, the man said that he was now the one who had won. Remembering all this, Ern hesitates for a while, unable to cope with the thoughts that overwhelm him. And the boy underneath him thinks that this Stilgard is a psychopath, without understanding what he means. Daring to look into the eyes opposite, Kunz understands that Ern's intentions are serious. Albrecht is overcome with fear when he thinks that this guy is actually going to kill him. The Marcus's grip is no longer as firm as it was at the beginning. His fight for life is hampered by an internal trembling. Ern likes this, and the guy does what seemed impossible in this situation. He loosens his grip and then completely unclenches his fingers, freeing his victim. Kunz immediately starts screaming for Derek's help, but belatedly realizes something. For some reason, his voice doesn't just sound like a scream. It's hard to even call it a normal tone. Ern says that these are pressure points, by pressing one of which the guy blocked Kunz's mouth. The guy shares that until he unlocks them again, the Marquis will not be able to speak like before. Having thoroughly enjoyed the expression of fear on the face opposite, Ern speaks up again. He says that unfortunately he can't put Kunz's face in a frame and hang it on the wall as a trophy. And at that moment, the Marquis is trying to understand how the guards posted everywhere could allow something like this to happen. Remembering that the second captain is in the next room, a plan comes into Kunz's head. Stepping back a little, the guy tries to be inconspicuous and crumples the fabric under his hand. Intending to distract his opponent with something, the Marquis throws a blanket at him, blocking his view. Taking advantage of this moment, he flies out of bed, throwing a sheet at the enemy for extra security. With all the strength he has, Kunz rushes headlong towards the door. All the Marquis could think about was that he just needed to reach the handle and lean forward. But his plans are not destined to come true, because Ern catches up with Kunz long before that. The Marquis makes a barely audible, already inarticulate sound, and his breath catches from the impact. Ern pierces his victim with his gaze, fighting the urge not to finish her off right then and there. As he falls to the floor, Kunz hits his knees and elbows painfully, and tries to regain his ability to breathe. From powerlessness, the body begins to shake with a small tremor, and the Marquis exhales an angry growl. When he can breathe again and the pain subsides, Kunz pulls himself together and continues on his way to his goal. Ern grins condescendingly, stating the fact that his victim's efforts touch him. But it's all in vain, and the guy attacks the crawler with magic in several places at once. Stilgard has no intention of letting the Marquis even feel like he can change the course of the situation. Kunz is taken aback, feeling how his whole body is constrained by something, not even allowing him to move. Ern suggests that the guy stop his pathetic attempts, because they don't need any extra problems. The guy says that it wouldn't hurt the Marquis to just listen to him first. Kunz would be happy to object, but all he had left was his hearing. He had no other options. Ern tightens his grip and drags the Marquis across the room, and he lets out a strangled wheeze. With one sharp movement, the guy sits Kunz down on a chair, causing him to let out a barely audible cry. Using magic again, Ern restores the seated man's ability to move. He, having felt changes in his body, checks whether he is truly free again from the invisible shackles. Handing Kunz a parchment, Ern says that the Marquis will now have to write something. Carefully turning his face towards his interlocutor, the guy tries to read his intentions. But this is practically impossible, and Ern meanwhile tells the Marquis to take the pen. Kunz thinks that he is not going to do this, because this maniac will kill him anyway. The guy carefully shifts his gaze to the person standing next to him, but immediately regrets it. Ern looks so impenetrable and bloodthirsty that goosebumps start to crawl down the Marquis's spine. The guy makes a sharp movement with his hand, and Kunz gets scared. He didn't understand almost anything. There is no sign of Ern's uncertainty when he demonstrates the seriousness of his intentions. Kunz's fear and surprise replace calm. For a moment, the guy even thinks that everything is fine. But this is not so, because behind there is a dull sound of something hitting the floor, and the tip of the blade is red. The realization does not come to the Marquis immediately. At first, he simply tries to analyze the situation, and then it dawns on him that he needs to check what fell behind him, and the first sounds come out of the guy's throat. When his eyes find the limb he just lost, the sounds escalate into an uncontrollable scream, and Ern, still with an unwavering voice, repeats his last order. Kunz falls to the floor and starts screaming at the top of his lungs, but he still can't be heard. Ern recalls his words about asking his interlocutor not to complicate the situation. When Kunz looks up at the enemy, he asks why he continues to cause problems. Ern takes a step forward, bringing the blade down sharply and asking him to listen. With an inner voice, he hammers into Kunz's head the words that his right foot will be next. The Marquis can't believe that this brat has an aura, because he didn't have such information. With a leisurely movement, Ern moves his hand to the side, preparing for the next swing. The Marquis asks him to stop, promising that he will fulfill any will of the younger Stilgard. Somehow getting up from the floor, Kunz puts down the chair that fell with him and sits down on it. Turning halfway to his interlocutor, the Marquis asks him to tell him what he needs to write. Ern carefully reminds that this sheet should not be stained with the Marquis's blood. The guy dispassionately says that he will deprive Kunz of his head if even one drop falls on the paper. Taking this into account, the guy swallows nervously and feels compelled to nod. Ern begins to dictate, beginning with the address of the pathetic son, namely Kunz, to his dear father. Even though the guy doesn't like it, he mechanically continues to fulfill his promise. He thinks that everything is fine for now, because he can simply get a prosthetic arm. All the affairs are handled by his servants anyway, so it is more important for the Marquis to simply stay alive. Recalling the moment of his fall, Kunz is sure it caused quite a stir. And since Derek is a first-rank knight, he will definitely understand that something is wrong. The perfect silence that reigns in the room is broken only by the scratching of a pen on paper. At this time, Kunz is desperately trying to understand why nothing has happened yet. In his mind, he addresses Derek, informing him that he is now on his last offer. Slowing down involuntarily, the boy discreetly tries to look at his tormentor. He considers staining the sheet of paper in an attempt to buy himself some time. And then Ern leans over, telling Kunz that he heard his thoughts from the very beginning. The guy asks for what purpose the Marquis is thinking about buying himself time. Kunz is taken aback by these words, not even managing to hold back a cry of surprise. Meanwhile, Ern reminds him that there is only one last sentence left. Kunz returns his gaze to the piece of paper, noticing how much his hand has begun to shake. With nothing else to do, he finishes, and Ern immediately rips the sheet of paper out from under his pen, starting to check what he has written. With a thoughtful and drawn-out chuckle, the younger Stilgard notes that Kunz handled everything well. At this time, the Marquis is trying to figure out what to do, wanting to somehow attract the attention of the second captain. The person standing next to him suddenly chuckles mockingly and does something incomprehensible. Kunz has a strange feeling, similar to the one he felt just recently, and the first sound comes out of the throat, followed by the urge to cough, and then the cough itself. The guy mentally acknowledges the fact that his voice has returned, and his interlocutor begins to speak. The first thing he asks is whether not being able to speak was unpleasant. After this, he notes the ability to control his voice again, which surprises Kunz. Surprise quickly gives way to blind rage, and the Marquis takes a deep breath. After this, he shouts, addressing Derek with the words that there is an intruder in his room. Ern smiles condescendingly, asking if this is all the Marquis came up with while on the verge of death. Moreover, the guy allows his victim to scream louder, which completely discourages Kunz. Ern then asks if the Marquis seriously believed that he did not foresee such an outcome. Younger Stilgard says he used the Scroll of Silence as soon as he entered this room. Kunz is stunned by the words that not only the voice will not leave the premises, but also everything else. Stuttering, the guy asks his interlocutor why he took his voice then. Says that if Kunz had no chance to survive, he would not have written this piece. Unable to bear such an insult, the Marquis flops down on the floor, overcome with hopelessness. Understanding dawns on him, and the boy begins to speak in a voice that is not his own, but he stumbles. Finishes for him, agreeing that the Marquis lost to the Still Guards, and he is the reason. The guy continues talking, expressing the opinion that Kunz does not deserve power and wealth. He ends everything with the words that the reason for everything is the Marquis's inferiority complex. He asks to spare him, promising that he will never forget this night. Reminding his interlocutor that his family is very rich, Kunz tries to buy his way out. Without listening to the Marquis at all, says in a sinister voice that he shouldn't have killed him. Kunz doesn't want to give up. He's not quite ready to give up his life at such a young age. But blinded by rage, swings his blade, because now he is driven only by the desire for revenge. It turns out that just one swing of a sharply honed blade is enough, and the prayers cease. Continues to look into the eyes of his former enemy for a few more drawn-out moments. Finally, his head hits the floor with a heavy slap from his body, spraying blood across the room. Says it was the best expression he's ever seen on Kunz's face. The guy could congratulate him on this, but unfortunately, he still has things to do. Takes an item out of his inventory and activates the Eye of All-Seeing, checking its properties. It's called bone acid, and it dissolves the body when it comes into contact with blood. The guy is going to create the appearance that the Marquis did not die, but simply disappeared somewhere. He wants to make sure that this brat's body simply disappears from his father's reach. Using bone acid, the boy is satisfied to see that Kunz has completely evaporated. Remembering this man, says that he often says something unimaginable. Now all that remains is the small matter, and the guy decides to do something with the murdered man's things. Opening his inventory, reflects on the fact that the Stillguard knights travel on horses, and right now they are about a day's journey away from that place. This means that it is physically impossible for them to return to this hotel in just one night. The Albrechts may suspect himself, but he has an excellent alibi for this. Having finished all his business, the guy says that all that remains for him to do is leave the hotel. By taking several scrolls from his inventory and throwing them into the air, activates invisibility and stealth. When the guy adds speed and time reduction to them, he is enveloped in a red haze. Before leaving the room, takes another good look at it, and only after he is convinced that he has not left a single piece of evidence does he vanish into thin air. In his mind, he goes over the lines from the note written by Kunz, addressed to his father. This guy allegedly admits that after several years of reflection, he decided to renounce the legacy. At the same time, Kunz wrote that he was planning to escape to a place where no one knew him. The boy wrote a letter asking his father not to look for him, since he wouldn't be able to do it anyway. Sometime later, the younger Stillguard's crew is still on the road. Looking at his master, Shadow makes a sympathetic sound, as if asking a question. Thinks that the revenge he dreamed of has finally come true. But for some reason a strange feeling opened up in my chest that this was not enough. Erna is deeply troubled by this, and is trying to understand what it is about all of this that is bothering him. He feels not only satisfaction and jubilation, but also a feeling similar to despondency. Trying to calm himself down, assures himself that he would never have had a better chance to exact revenge. He has enough regrets about the countless things he did in his past life. And yet, it cannot be denied that it is incredibly difficult to control the feelings that overcome him. Exhaling heavily, the guy asks himself what he is doing now. Thoughts of a different kind burst into my head. Thoughts that are no longer connected with Kunz. Watching his owners thrashing about, the little chimera feels uneasy. However, thinks that the fall of the House of Stillguard was not at all Kunz's fault. The decisive factor was the disappearance of the boy's father, because the Steel Guardian ruled northern Navarro. A pack of wolfhounds roaming around took advantage of this, sensing the family's near collapse. Believes that although Kunz was from this pack, he did not play a decisive role. The guy mentally forces himself to concentrate and immediately regain his former grip. After all, he still has a very long way to go to achieve all his goals. Sees that precious metals and jewelry are quite expensive, just as he thought. He believes that there is only one thing left to do now, and brings out the Kunz magic sword in front of him. The guy notices that the exchange has attached a name to the item's title, since it wasn't there before. Is distracted from thinking that the description of the sword is too crude by the sound of a notification. It's an offer to buy the sword that was just put on display, which the guy finds quite good. Thinks that although this sword belongs to a low circle, this magic can be used by knights. If you fight a knight with similar abilities, this is enough to influence the outcome. Thinking about this, wonders if he himself will be able to win in this case. The guy also thinks that, according to Harvis, only special knights are stronger than Derek. If we reasonably assess Ern's strength, it won't be difficult for him to fight the first class now. The guy can safely be proud of the fact that he is one of the strongest at this stage. But it is also true that this is not enough yet, because it is not wise to engage in combat with a special knight now. The guy begins to think about what can help him become stronger at this stage. Glancing at the system window with the sword, considers using it himself. He dismisses this option almost immediately, as it could arouse unnecessary suspicion. Again comes to the conclusion that the best solution would be to get rid of the sword by selling it. Almost completing the action, the guy suddenly stops, catching himself on an interesting thought. This sword is magical, which can only mean one thing. Swings the weapon a few times to check how comfortable it is in his hand. The boy turns his gaze to his pet and addresses him, causing Shadow's confusion. Asks him if the baby is interested in knowing what his potential value is. The chimera crunches its sword and lets out a satisfied purr, and its master speaks up. Asks if Shadow tastes good, as it looks that way, and also notes the value of the damaged weapon. Thinking that this is a mere trifle compared to what he put into the Shadow, the guy becomes puzzled. But this is not something that needs to be taken care of now, because the most important thing is the development of the werewolf cub. Thinks that the Beast Emperor divided the potential value of chimeras into 5 levels. He comes to the conclusion that his pet has an above-average level because he does not refuse metal. Dreams of reaching the highest level are interrupted by a very unambiguous sound. Looking at his pet, the guy is amazed that he has already eaten everything. Asks the baby if he thinks he can use the magic he just absorbed. Since he still doesn't understand Shadow well, he doesn't know whether he's just making sounds or agreeing with what was said above. And then the pet's babble turns into a confident growl, which even takes a little by surprise. Noting this, the guy begins to egg Shadow on, asking him to show everything he is capable of. Takes back his words, asking the baby to wait and not to show the lightning strike. After all, if the carriage blows up, there will be problems. But this doesn't seem to bother the little werewolf. Full of determination, the latter concentrates and begins to tremble violently from the effort. Is slightly puzzled by such zeal, but does not dare to stop Shadow. The beady eyes flash with determination, forcing the guy to lean back out of harm's way, but in vain, because along with the selfless squeak of the little animal, a shield forms around him. Just seeing this, can't believe that they actually succeeded. This means that the potential value of the chimera is at least of the highest level. The guy addresses his pet, and he readily responds to the call. Hoping for luck, asks if Shadow can take the form of the sword he ate. The system informs the guy that he has raised a chimera that has reached its maximum capabilities. But then something flickers before his eyes, and realizes it is a wagging tail. And indeed, there is something strange on the seat opposite him, causing confusion. Literally a couple of moments pass, and the half-mech, half-chimera becomes a full-fledged being again. Wagging his tail in front of his face, Shadow is puzzled. He didn't like the failed transformation. Wants to encourage his pet and starts praising him, saying that he has worked hard. But the guy doesn't want to give up so easily, so he asks Shadow to transform again. Hearing the encouraging words, the pet cries out, once again filled with determination. He immediately transforms, however, despite the already familiar manipulation. The attempt is identical to the first Y. Continues his encouragement, reminding Shadow that this is only his second try. The pet is infected with its owner's enthusiasm and tries to transform for the 3rd time. The guy suggests that he take a good rest and try again with renewed vigor. This also does not lead to positive dynamics, and sighs nervously. And then, hesitantly, he asks Shadow to try this trick one last time. In vain, because the werewolf again fails to achieve what he wants by getting rid of the cursed tail. When Shadow returns to his original form, begins to think hard. The werewolf baby becomes saddened by his failures and becomes despondent. The owner tries to cheer him up, assuring him that everything is fine and he is a good boy. Hearing the reminder that he had managed to absorb the sword's magic, Tenny felt a little better. The boy thinks that he needs to somehow console the baby before he loses heart. And then the memory flashes into my head that a similar case was described in the Emperor of Beasts collection. Tells Shadow that he has the highest level, which is the best in the highest class. The guy asks his pet not to be so upset, saying that he is number 1. Even though Shadow looks depressed, at least he stops crying. And the next moment he lets out a grateful squeak, filled with tenderness for his owner. Encourages the baby to smile, saying that he is the best in the world. The guy mentally notes that now he can breathe a sigh of relief, because he was very worried about Shadow. Recalls how he decisively gave up valuable things in favor of that mysterious egg. And although the Eye of Providence helped a little, the result of this was close to the level of a crazy adventure. The guy thinks that everything in this life is different now, and he has a good feeling about it. He doesn't want to stop there, because everything is going as well as possible. This way they skip the Earth level and start selling heavenly level elixirs. By clicking the appropriate button, completes the registration for this transaction. The city called Midiam is already covered with its golden red rays by the setting sun. From the most popular pub, numerous voices can be heard about a far from simple route. The subordinate remarks to his captain that they are now close to the gates leading to the capital. He repeats what the guy said about how if you work hard in advance, it will be easier later. Suddenly the talkative man remembers his young master, asking what he is doing. Another knight responds with the suggestion that might be a little worried. The questioner is skeptical of these words, but they present him with a sound argument. The topic arises among the knights that even intelligent gentlemen are not immune to anxiety. And then Michael and Harvis unanimously say that has nothing to worry about. This comes as a surprise to both of them, so they look at each other in surprise. Anyone who has officially fought does not understand why the squad captain thinks this way. The one who fought with the young master unofficially also has a question. A dialogue takes place between them, during which each tries to catch their interlocutor in a lie. Ultimately, Harvest invites his drinking buddy to forget about the bad and have a glass of beer. The knight thinks about trying to understand if he really behaves this way because of the academy. There's definitely something about this whole situation that's bothering him. Has a nervous breakdown and mentally curses at the unfavorable circumstances. The guy can't understand why his elixirs suddenly stopped selling. A lot of time has passed since he put them up for auction, and the result is 0. Thinks that this was not part of his plans, and in the guy's head one version replaces another. What is happening seems strange to him, and not just strange, but in the extreme, the very last degree. After all, no matter how much he checked, no one sells these elixirs cheaper than he does. And then a thought came to Ern's head, which for some reason, he had not thought of at all. Testing his theory, he is convinced that it turns out to be correct. The product has many reviews. They are all negative, and doesn't understand how this is possible, because he literally sold nothing. He recalls that there is some force that is misleading public opinion. And although had heard of it before, he couldn't remember where the term came from. But he is absolutely certain that these people are part-time workers. As he continues to browse through the angry reviews, the guy tries to formulate an effective strategy in his head. He is amused by the fact that, having decided to test just a theory, he turned out to be right. This suggests that the 5 major elixir producers have united against him. But he just can't understand why this happened, because he didn't start selling elixirs yesterday or today. The guy assumes that these people decided that he crossed the line. Then his actions become obvious. Pauses to reflect, beginning to analyze his previous experience regarding this matter. One candidate comes to mind who could have been to blame for something like this happening to him, and the guy decides to crush the potential competitor in advance, because he can't leave things as they are. Is amazed at himself, because he can't remember ever being so furious. The guy is infuriated by the mere thought that these people at the top are acting so meanly. Is so furious that he promises to mix dirt with slop and pour it all on his enemies. In an ominous tone, the guy tells his invisible interlocutors that they have messed with the wrong person. In one of the establishments under the leadership of 5, a dissatisfied voice is heard regarding Ern's impudent actions. The leader of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center cannot believe that someone dared to complain about them. The head of the Heavenly River Clinic asks that instead of indignation, it would be better to explain what to do in this situation. The leader of the monastic order, Pure Shore, recalls his words that it was a mistake. The head of the healthcare center, Northern Star, notes that he agreed to this. The head of the body care center, Great Luck, agrees, but notes that something else was written. Rock says no one could have known the end result and urges everyone to resolve the issue. River points out that if they quarrel, it won't be a plus for either of them. His interlocutor inquires about the measures that the others propose to take against that scoundrel. But without waiting for an answer, he threatens to show this idiot from the lower rung how things are done. All these people enter into a conversation with asking what he is going to do about all this. The guy laughs, saying that without knowing someone's age, it's impolite to speak to a stranger so informally. The interlocutor does not like this, and he says that he is actually 67 years old. Says he feels awkward hearing this, asking if age is the old man's only accomplishment. He flares up faster than a match, uncontrollably ordering his interlocutor to repeat his words. Star thinks that this kid is ignorant because he comes from a lower system. Shore calls pathetic because he doesn't have good manners. River echoes the above commentator, saying that he is terribly upset to hear all this. Lack clicks his tongue, joining his allies with the message that all representatives of the lower system are like this. Pretends to be offended by this, concluding that he will then be left to handle interdimensional transactions alone. To everyone's surprise, the mysterious someone turns on the total silence mode. Each participant receives a notification that the chat is temporarily blocked. Even is amazed by this. The guy assumes that this is one of the controls of the channel master. And indeed, when calling himself, the latter introduces himself as Dutiful Rock, highlighting important points. He reminds everyone that the meeting was not organized to turn everything into an argument. Dutiful says that if the silence mode is activated a second time, everyone will lose the right to speak out. Asking if everyone understood him, MK gives those present a couple of minutes to digest the information. After this, he lifts the restrictions, and Rock says that he wants to speak out. The man says that he has heard so much of this nonsense that he is already quite tired of it. He expresses the opinion that if product was of good quality, it would not have received such a rating. Rock addresses the guy directly, saying that everything in this system is different from the Zero system. The man states that in the first system, quality is an indicator of trust. He suggests improving the quality of the product instead of wasting time on pointless complaints. Erna is amused by the whole situation, so he posts a document with his transactions into the general chat. He asks to check it, noting that there are no elixir sales transactions on the list. Continues, deliberately emphasizing that the people complaining about him are those who did not buy the goods. Rock stands his ground, saying that the document could be altered by the guy. Dutiful confirms that, as a result of the history request, the document's authenticity has been confirmed. Hearing this, Rock changes his tune, agreeing that there could have been part-time workers there. But at the same time, he asks if there is any evidence that they were the ones who bribed them. Notes that this information can also be confirmed by the master of the room himself. Dutiful says suspicion alone cannot reveal information from other exchanges. Doesn't understand the reason, saying that he is simply asking to confirm his affiliation with their organizations. The interlocutor counters that the buyer's personal information is very valuable. Then asks how they plan to expose the part-time workers. Dutiful says he has nothing to say, as he is merely the person in charge of the channel. Smiling, the room master adds that justice is not his line of work. Mentally rejoicing at this turn of events together with his friends, Rock allows himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Is the only one who ends up losing, even though he was aware of the collusion between MK and his partners. The guy was banking everything on hope because Dutiful seemed legally neutral to him. And only now did he realize his mistake, because all these people were in cahoots. The guy discusses how people unite into cartels. He is adamant that the answer to this question is lobbies. Partner stores offer bonuses, and the room master provides them with comfortable conditions. Can't forgive himself for trusting his faith in people and screwing up so badly. While the boy is in self-destructive thoughts, Dutiful is about to suggest that everyone disperse. But asks him to wait, and then, while the trail is still hot, asks a question. He clarifies whether concrete evidence is needed, not just suspicions, and the opponent agrees. And then the guy asks what if he has this very evidence. Dutiful remains silent, but mentally expresses his surprise at this. Rock thinks this is a bluff, so he says almost openly that can't have anything like that. The guy, however, is sure of the opposite, attaching the corresponding file and saying that everything will become clear now. Once the download is complete, Rock immediately opens the attachment and is taken aback. Everyone else follows his example, unable to believe that this is possible. Even the master of the room himself can hardly believe his eyes after performing the same manipulations. Explains that he saved the exchange reports from the exchanges that left bad reviews on his product. Rock is the loudest in his outrage, declaring that this is the most common falsification. Turns to MK, asking him if he also thinks the same as the head of the healthcare center. He starts to hesitate, making a sound, trying to understand where the guy got such a report. A terrible thought comes to Dutiful's mind, and his face fades. And jokingly asks if the room master has activated the silence mode again. Dutiful quickly says that this is not the case, adding that the contents of the screen cannot be edited. This can only mean that the file attached is genuine. The guy notes that if this is true, then the level of suspicion should increase. Dutiful begins to speak of the 5 as partners, but stops short, agreeing with accusation. Rock can't help but ask if the room master isn't doing his job properly. He continues to say something else, and Dutiful, feeling threatened, activates silence mode on him. Star also begins to get indignant, trying to remind the master of the room of his own involvement in the affairs. Dutiful is not going to tolerate this. He mutes both the healthcare center and the North Star. River addresses his interlocutor politely, but he no longer cares. He too is deprived of the right to vote. Luck begins with more decisive words, correctly assessing the situation, but Luck's luck does not last long. Although Shore, having learned from the experience of his colleagues, remains silent. The silence mode extends to him as well. Asks the room master if he got too carried away. He freezes for a moment, trying to catch his breath, and the guy continues talking. Clarifies whether working part-time is an action prohibited by the exchange. The answer is yes. Dutiful starts talking about sanctions, but the guy interrupts him, hearing what he needs to know. The room master, pausing, announces that they are processing reports from the exchange. He continues, saying that 5 companies used part-time workers. To everyone's surprise, interrupts Dutiful and asks if they can come to an agreement. The guy says he's not very interested in justice being carried out, and the room master is puzzled. Asks, isn't it the coins that play the most important role for someone engaged in exchange? And the guy suggests either removing 5 from trading, or that they pay them compensation. Star, thinking about the 30-day delay, considers it a very long period. Lacquer is also not thrilled with the prerogative of losing a huge amount of coins during this time. Shore thinks that he doesn't want to do a favor for a scoundrel like this. River, however, reflects on the benefits that would follow from reaching a reasonable agreement. Asks Dutiful to lift the silence mode from the 5, and he, realizing it, agrees. Rock, keeping his anger in check, says this guy is now revealing his true nature. And then his own essence breaks through, and the man says that compensation is not beneficial for them. Brings up the other side of the suspension, and Rock launches into a provocative tirade. Rock says that this is not a year, but just a month, which is quite bearable. Accepts this point of view, and turns to the others, asking for their perspective on the situation. Rock mentally gloats, believing that nothing can shake the solidarity of the 5. But it turns out that this is possible, because everyone else expresses a completely opposite opinion. Star compliments his answer by saying that this does not mean an unconditional payment. Shore joins him, saying that first he needs to know the amount of compensation. Regrets that even with the eye of providence, it is impossible to determine the damage from the loss. The guy starts to talk about how he needs to create a sentence that meets the golden mean. And although the five will pretend to be indignant, in fact they will feel delight inside. Feeling schadenfreude, thinks that something like this will only happen over his dead body. The guy says he has saved up some money, and the problem is not that he couldn't sell the elixirs. The point is that Erna is now branded as a seller of terrible quality goods, which is a ruined reputation. The guy says that he won't be able to get rid of the feeling of anger unless Five gets punished. Thinks that the monthly income of each large company is different, and the settlement offer is unreasonable. That's why the guy says he will only resolve the issue with 3 companies, the rest will be punished. He reminds everyone that one has already refused to settle, which makes things easier. This means that only one of the remaining companies needs to be excluded, and proposes to start an auction for the amount to settle the current situation. By saying that the rules are simple, the guy names the company with the lowest bid as the one that has been eliminated. Star doesn't hold back, calling such conditions complete nonsense, and Luck joins the conversation. The master of the room is also involuntarily drawn into this, and is asked if such a thing is really permissible. He reflects on the fact that, theoretically, it is in his power to end the dispute. Only then can he get into trouble. Therefore, Dutiful says that there are no problems with this. The method of agreement is chosen by the applicant himself. Calls the 5 to their attention, asking if they can begin bidding now. The question of who will make the first bid makes every traitor break out in a cold sweat. But the very next moment, everyone, as one, begins to offer their options. Knows that since the 5 are united only for profit, they can easily betray each other. The guy likes this start. Mentally, he encourages the guys to continue raising their stakes. The continuation follows, and jubilant over the tasty sums, chants encouraging speeches to himself. The Lord Head of the Order of Monks Pure Shore hesitantly offers 8,000 coins. Although Lack dares to offer 500 coins more, it weighs heavily on him. River raises the bet by 300 coins, realizing that he is already approaching the limit of his capabilities. Baldy also refuses to back down, naming his price at 9,000 coins. Understands that traders are gradually approaching the amount of potential damage in the event of sanctions. When it's Shore's turn, he starts typing something but stops, prompting thoughts. But the man still pulls himself together, forcing himself to raise the bet by 10 coins. River begins to reproach the monk, calling him a shameless son of a bitch, and Luck suggests just ending it, because with the next raise in the stakes, they could all go bankrupt. Shore doesn't like this proposal, because then he will be alone with his activities suspended. Star asks the monk why he, being a hermit, is so greedy. River supports him, saying that monks should be selfless and not own any property. Shore is indignant at these words and suggests that, since the drinking is going on like this, they give the property to him. On this basis, a dispute arises between them, where each actively tries to prove their case. Notes that this is the first time he has heard such swearing, but he is very interested in watching everything. The guy is overjoyed that this crack has appeared in the cartel, even if it is small. Meanwhile, Shore, despite his former allies, bets 10,000. River lets out a shocked cry, asking if the man is really going to drown them all. The bald man throws 10 coins on top, expressing concern that he will fall behind. Luck is outraged that Star has decided to raise the stakes again. Considering what is happening to be madness, River refuses to participate in the auction any further. It is irrational. Dutiful speaks up, suggesting that all the exchanges have made a decision. But then the one who couldn't even imagine it responds, putting 12,000 on the line. Erna is overcome with a wave of excitement. He likes what is happening. Dutiful, on the contrary, is deeply perplexed, amazed by the man's extravagance. His former allies are of roughly the same opinion, and one of them asks about the reason for his participation. Rock says he thought it over carefully and realized it would be the right decision. He argues that his situation could worsen significantly within a month. Luck, realizing that this would put him at risk of sanctions, asks if Rock can participate at all. Says that this won't change anything, and if you want to win, you just need to raise the stakes. Lack stops mid-sentence, mentally noting his unenviable position. It became like that back when the amount exceeded 9,000, and 10 already turned out to be too much. Noting the prolonged silence in the chat, concludes that a decision has been made, and Dutiful announces a month-long suspension of Great Fortune and Heavenly River operations. These 2 exchanges will be banned from entering any channels for the next month, and they will have to pay special attention to the transactions that follow this period. The 2 leave the conversation, and remarks that those who remain owe him a settlement. The Clear Shore monk fulfills his part of the deal first, transferring 10,000 coins to the boy. Star follows him, sending the younger Stillguard an amount 10 coins more. And the leader of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center, Rock, rounds it all off with his 12,000. He tells that he made a big mistake, so the man will definitely remember him. The guy condescendingly allows his interlocutor to do as he pleases. He gives Rock advice, telling him to spend time improving the quality of the product instead of doing stupid things. Pleased with himself, the guy pretends to try to remember the person who said these words. And then he adds that this is exactly how a great merchant should approach his business. Fearing the prospect of being targeted by the wit, everyone leaves the chat, and notes this with pride. He thinks that he too should wrap it up and leave the room. But then Dutiful stops the guy, asking him to stay for a little while for a little chat with him. Is surprised by this, mentally wondering why such a wish was made public. The idea that MK knows about the lack of privilege from providing coins legally makes the guy nervous. But he immediately reminds himself that he had already checked this aspect before filing a complaint against the Five. Looking at Dutiful's status window, notes that he cannot verify his information with the eye. And MK asks the guy why a person with so many coins would get involved in the elixir industry, thinking that his interlocutor also cannot see some of his data. Makes a guess about the upcoming topic of their conversation. The boy says he's listening to Dutiful, who begins to talk about his leniency towards young Stilgard. MK emphasizes that he was disposed towards from the very beginning, and he notes that there were reasons for this. Dutiful says that in that case, he intends to ask the guy a direct question. He is puzzled, assuming that it concerns the report he sent into the conversation. With a respect hadn't seen in him before, Dutiful says he considers the boy an auditor. While young Stilgard digests this, MK boasts of his insight, asking him not to deny it. Dutiful begins to fervently justify his actions against the Five, trying to earn leniency. He even tries to joke and win over the auditor while comes to his senses. Getting to the heart of the matter, Dutiful asks that this minor incident not be reported. His interlocutor still can't get the gist of it, trying to figure out what they want from him. Little by little it begins to dawn on him. Somewhere on the edge of his consciousness, the necessary conclusion has already matured. What was said gradually begins to come together, forming a complete picture from its fragments. Ern's lips involuntarily stretch into a sinister grin, and he begins to smell a special odor. The guy calls this smell the smell of stunning chance, and he understands that Dutiful is caught. Thinks that a crisis can be an opportunity, an expression that fits the situation very well. The guy notes that he won the confrontation with the 5 largest manufacturers of the first system. Now the master of the room mistakes young Stilgard for the auditor. Admits to having some doubts about whether he should file a complaint or not. After all, he is always worried that his privileges could be taken away from him at any moment. However, believes that it is foolish to refuse honey for fear of being stung by a bee. The guy looks at his coins, which are left after he has paid off all his debts. It's equivalent to a year's worth of profit for the Stilgards. And it was all done practically overnight. Getting up, the guy is happy that he has become the happy owner of easy money. The first thought is the desire to make some interesting bet. Meanwhile, the crew continues on its way, unaware of the mental state of its lord. Surrounded by messages, thinks that this happened immediately after the listing was posted. He doesn't like this, and the guy notes that everything is going completely differently than originally planned. Suggests that he should have first changed his profile system to the first, and then posted it. Because he doesn't like it, the guy decides to personally look for what he needs. Strengthening his intention, creates a new request, choosing the criteria he needs. He thinks that even though he got easy money, it doesn't mean he should throw it away. In fact, this unpleasant situation arose precisely because of the recent restrictions. Even if continues to absorb energy now, his combat skills will not increase. It is possible to level up and grow energy, but the first-class wall requires a rather long approach. The only way to realize this is through a calm mind and diligent practice. Knows this because he knows how it was even before the dimension deals. The beauty of measurement deals is that they save a lot of time. Of course, all this is subject to the availability of money, otherwise nothing will work. By calling up the necessary window, the guy notes that he has already decided on almost everything. Sending Stone a file with techniques, asks the man's opinion about them, and he approves of the choice. However, there are some caveats, and the scammer recommends removing the magic one from the list. Clarifies the reason for this, believing that it is a matter of extracting the equipment. The man partially agrees, saying that the main point is the reduction in capabilities due to the absorption of magic. Clarifies whether he understood correctly that martial arts are more difficult to master for people oriented towards magic. Stone confirms this and says that it works the same way as cleaning water from harmful impurities. Times have changed since interdimensional trade became active. In the past, choices and opportunities were limited, but now martial arts have become accessible to everyone. Because of this, perception has undergone very strong changes, and therefore pressing questions arise. The amount of mana also decreases, so there are big restrictions on improving achievements. Expresses understanding, coming to the conclusion that in order to level up, one must work with pure martial arts. The guy thinks with a little regret that magical techniques are failing. The 8-star technique called Psychic is also eliminated according to this criterion. Suggests that it would be fun to hit someone with lightning instead of an aura, but not always. Also, the fact that the Psychic was on the same level as 7-star technicians raises questions about the limit. And then has to decide between the Northern Lights technique and the Spiritual Yang technique. It doesn't take much time to think, and the guy decides on the second one. Stone, on the other side of the dialogue, is surprised, asking about the reason for this. Is surprised by the man's surprise and asks what's wrong. Stone replies that everything is fine, but if he were in the guy's place, he would choose the opposite technique. This is because the Northern Lights technique is the essence of the purest martial art. Is surprised by this and asks if it is really more significant than the heavenly cultivation technique he has. Stone replies that it is, adding that it is much purer than the one mentioned. She's known for her speed and softness, but if you think about it, it's a common castle technique. Thinking about it, Ern agrees that there is some truth to these words. But still, the guy does not give up on his intention to choose the spiritual yang technique. Stone says that if it is because of secret recordings, he will be able to provide them himself. The man offers to take responsibility and copy the notes for Ern. After thinking about it, the guy agrees that under these conditions, the Northern Lights technique is much more profitable. Having chosen the path of the second technique, you will no longer be able to look towards the highest point of the darkness of the Earth's energy. Therefore, if the price is the same, it is better to choose the option from which you can get more benefit. But Ern can't figure out Stone's suspicious behavior, because he never tried so hard. The guy reminds his interlocutor about his character, and the latter confirms that he remembers it. Ern says a man's share can be cut in half if he doesn't answer one question honestly. The guy asks why Stone is so desperate to recommend this technique, and the scammer begins to hesitate. Ern asks the man what he's up to, and the man remembers that it's best not to mess around with him. Stone starts to speak, but nothing gets beyond one word. The man stutters, trying to control himself, and because of this he begins to shake violently, clutching the edges of his dimensional book of deals in desperation. Stone suddenly lets go. By lowering the object to the floor in front of him, the man respectfully asks his interlocutor to spare him. Ern is uncomfortable with this behavior, and says that he had no intention of killing him yet. Stone begins to cry, uttering cries full of pain, and his interlocutor has to calm him down. Ern promises that he will not kill the man, reminding him that they even signed a contract about this. Stone says the guy doesn't need to kill, and surviving doesn't equal living a full life. The man says that if Ern helps him just once, he will be loyal to him for the rest of his life. And Stone asks the guy to return the heavenly cultivation technique back to him. Martial arts is a twisted world where people have gone mad with martial arts. Street vendors and beggars, even boys with rosy cheeks, have at least one low-level talent. Ern understands what life has become like for a first-class warrior who has suddenly been reduced to the level of a rookie. Everything is obvious, even without reasoning. He feels unprotected and driven into a corner. Stone says that if he makes one more wrong move, his wife will beat him to death. And although Ern understands the situation this man found himself in, he has doubts about it. If the extraction is carried out, the guy's status will fall. He is not ready to bear this kind of loss. Stone says this is the reason he recommends the Northern Lights technique to Ern. After all, it is similar to the heavenly cultivation technique and has the same direction, so the losses will be insignificant. The man says that by obtaining the secret recordings, Ern will be able to reach an even higher level. Stone's words sound convincing, but it all sounds a bit too sweet. Ern decides to take a risk, and asks his interlocutor if he really thinks that he doesn't know his intentions. The guy adds that he has known the man longer than he thinks, and while he is at a loss from these words, Ern asks if the man feels any internal discomfort now. The guy explains that it is difficult to pretend in front of someone from a lower system, and realizing that he's seeing the root of the matter, he adds that Stone is waiting for him to let his guard down. The man begins to speak, but his voice sounds uncertain, giving away its owner completely. Even Ern himself is taken aback by this, inertially transforming his interlocutor's words into a question. Stone rushes to make amends, apologizes and says that he knows what will happen if he makes a mistake. Ern curses, admitting that he asked the question just in case. Stone says there was some misunderstanding, because in fact he is sincere and serious. Ern agrees to pretend he didn't hear anything, and the man thanks him profusely, but the guy thinks that it's unwise to leave Stone unpunished. A plan appears in his head almost instantly, and Ern voices his decision to his interlocutor. The guy suggests that the man not appeal to his emotions, and he clarifies the meaning of these words. Ern starts talking about the minimum prices for the heavenly cultivation technique. It follows that before asking for her return, Stone must make a worthwhile offer. Hearing that the time allotted for this is 1 day, the man is taken aback, and Ern, recalling the words about loyalty, says that Stone should have expected something like this. Meanwhile, at the Albrecht family residence, the subject obediently awaits his master's verdict. He, rereading some lines, asks why Kuntz ran away from home. Derek says it was too presumptuous and expresses uncertainty about whether it was the right thing to do. Marquis Albrecht, whose name is Dorian, confirms that this letter was written by Kuntz's hand. The second captain notes that this does not mean that one can blindly believe everything that is written in it. The head of House Albrecht clarifies this point, asking if Derek thinks the boy was threatened. Realizing how a direct confession would sound coming from his lips, the man chooses to remain tactfully silent. After thinking for a bit, Dorian himself comes to this conclusion, because there is an ironclad argument in favor of it. Kuntz was too greedy to give up everything, but this boy lacked talent. Derek says that's not what he meant, adding that there are no traces left of the young gentleman's disappearance. Dorian asks what conclusion the captain is leaning towards, that Kuntz was kidnapped or helped to escape. Derek, without using too much harsh language, notes that there is an option with the desire to carry out revenge. It was as if the Marquis had been doused with a bucket of ice water. He already understood everything intuitively, but he still asks his interlocutor what he means. The second captain forces out an interjection, but he can't get any further. He can't bring himself to speak. Realizing that the Marcus won't wait forever, Derek begins to tell what happened 4 days ago. After one tense story, Dorian asks what the man's head is for, if not for beauty. The Marquis shouts angrily, considering this to be the reason why knights are considered spendthrifts. As soon as he takes a break from his seemingly endless tirade, Derek quietly apologizes. But the ruler doesn't care, and he asks why he's paying money to the knightly squad at all. He shouts, saying that if you appreciate someone, please leave him alone. After all, if we continue this hopeless business, everything will only get worse. Everything will be ruined at the root. And if this happens, then the person who participated in this Sabbath will soon find himself at the very bottom. When Dorian takes a break to catch his breath, Derek obediently remains silent, not wanting to inflame his master. The man takes several long, drawn-out breaths, periodically inserting curse words between them. Finally, he clarifies that Ern was not what they said, and Derek confirms this. The second captain shares a guess that the younger Stilgard may be Arbacon's successor. Dorian is skeptical about this, inserting a more pressing example into the dialogue. The man proudly says that Navarro's heart would have stopped if it weren't for their supplies. But all this is nothing compared to the fact that the younger Stilgard stopped in Acadio, which is suspicious. At the same time, Dorian considers Derek's words that it could have been revenge to be an exaggeration. Derek agrees that the Stilgards have no reason to seek revenge, but it was too suspicious. The man was alarmed by the way Ern looked at Kunz, and the latter disappeared just after the boy left. The second captain silently expresses confidence that all this is not just happening by chance. Out loud, the knight says that he considers it necessary to conduct an investigation for a number of compelling reasons. Dorian turns his gaze to his interlocutor when he says that something seems to be bothering him. And although the man is silent, his gaze remains unwavering, but at the same time full of devotion. Dorian agrees with the idea of conducting an investigation, believing it necessary to find his eldest son. But it is important not to take rash actions, because the enemy is Stilgard. To prove the selflessness of his intentions, Derek puts his life on the line. It seems like this night is quiet and peaceful, but in one of the city's quarters a shadow flickers. The man hurries, crossing the streets as if his life depended on it. His breathing is already quite ragged, but the runner orders himself not to stop. Mentally calling himself crazy, Stone thinks that he is now doing real madness. He tries to reassure himself that the situation he finds himself in has long since become irreversible. Trying to calm his pounding heart, the man adds that he is not a survivor in any of the outcomes. After a short break, Stone resumes running, thinking that this choice was the right one. Ern smiles broadly but quickly pulls himself back. He calls himself to reason, reminding himself that he can't laugh in such a situation. But it's incredibly difficult to resist when you look at a picture like his. The Heavenly Sword of the Lost Soul is a martial art that is ranked among the top 3. This is the official technique of Heavenly Sword Castle, which led it to its current position. And now this martial art, which martial arts has known about since infancy, is in the hands of this guy. Stone says he truly put his life on the line when he chose her. Ern thinks this is not bad, and values this noble impulse at 5,000 coins. Stone says the item is worth much more because it is a one-of-a-kind piece. Ern mentally agrees with this. It is worth any price that is offered. The guy praises his interlocutor for his efforts, and the fact that his words about sincerity turned out to be true. Ern notes that the heavenly cultivation technique has already been extracted, and he will deliver it after receiving his own. Stone agrees somewhat hesitantly, promising to deliver the last one by tomorrow night. Ern agrees to these conditions, asking the man to contact him immediately afterward, and leaves. The guy is amused by the rush this swindler is in, because he does so many reckless things. Saying that he has completed all the preparations, Ern looks over the contents of the purchase. Noticing the achievement icon, the guy expresses joy about it, considering it a nice bonus. Looking back on the cash auction, Ern notes that he felt relaxed afterwards. The Northern Lights technique is a level higher than cultivation, so it's important not to overestimate yourself again. While it may take a long time, you'll have to deal with everything using split absorption. Ern thinks that for some time, he will have to rely only on heart mana due to energy difficulties. The guy is pulled out of his thoughts by Michael, who addresses the young gentleman, who responds. The knight on the other side informs Ern that they will soon arrive at the place. The guy talks about his plans for Havis and gives orders to Michael and the knights, who accepts them. Ern announces out loud his intention to end the plan and declines the request. Looking at the Royal Knight Academy, the guy can't believe that he is here again. Noting the building's majestic appearance, Harvis says it's exactly what he expected from the academy. Ern asks if this is the knight's first time here, and he replies yes, he served elsewhere. Harvis wanted to be here, and thanks to his young master it happened. The boy asks the knight how he likes it here, compared to the Imperial Academy. Harvis says that first of all, the establishments differ from each other in scale. He immediately stops short, correcting himself and saying that he sincerely considers the Royal Academy to be magnificent. It is precisely because of this place that Navarro is considered a knightly state. Ern teases Harvis, saying that he is far from being a spy, because speaking smoothly is also an art. The knight immediately retreats, citing the fact that he is interested in the admissions committee. The man stretches sweetly, accompanies his action with a loud sound, and then the door opens. The people appearing in the doorway make the bald man surprised, and the boys go deeper. Harvest speaks up first, asking if the admissions committee is here. Baldy confirms this by asking the aliens to give him their letters of recommendation. When the man sees the coat of arms on the conveyor handed to him, he is surprised and asks the boys a question. He clarifies with them that they are from the Stillguard residence and says that this is an honor for the academy. The bald man laughs nervously, saying that he recognized them at first sight, but the guys know that this is not true. Meanwhile, the bald man asks about the Count's life and the achievements of the applicants over all this time. Ern recalls that although his father was outstanding, he was always considered unworthy of Arbahan's level. There's nothing to say about the guy and his brothers, since they haven't even reached the awakened rank. When the silence drags on, the bald man comes to his senses and apologizes profusely. He says that the guy will be admitted based on his letter of recommendation. The man tells the boys about a small training ground not far from the next building. Realizing where things are heading, Harvest points out that the Stillguards have the right to join without examinations. The man says it's just a small test and the academy doesn't give privileges to anyone. Ern chuckles, asking if a little test doesn't contradict those words. The man corrects the boy, saying that the academy sees this as a simplification of the process. Interrupting the bald man's endless chatter, Harvest asks what kind of test Ern is facing. The first test is to leave an imprint of your palm on the back of a stone wall. Circle adds that you shouldn't strike, but just feel like you're pushing the stone. Mana management is important here, otherwise you can get a low score. Ern specifies how far the stone must be pushed to get a perfect score. Circle is amazed that this guy did not respond to the informal approach, unlike his brothers. This intrigues the man. He believes that an interesting specimen has appeared at the academy. Circle says he can't clearly define the boundaries, so he needs to give it his all. Looking back, Ern notes that in his past life he didn't know what this test meant. Depth is the output of mana, while brightness is a parameter such as control. All the prints in Ern's opinion look so-so. There is not a single one of them worthwhile. Continuing to study the marks with his eyes, the guy suddenly freezes, having found something interesting. He finds this print to be looking good and becomes curious about who left it. A certain image flashes before his eyes. Ern remembers him among those entering. Circle urges the guy, reminding him that he doesn't need to just stare, but to act, and he agrees. Harvest assumes that Ern is nervous, even though he knows that with his abilities the task is easy to complete. At the same moment, the guy comes closer to the wall and touches the cool, rough surface with his fingers. While he slowly exhales and concentrates, those standing behind him watch intently. By pouring out mana, Ern forces the wall to take on any imprint he desires. As the dust settles, Circle is amazed, wondering if it really is Stillguard. After all, this guy's imprint turned out to be neither clear nor blurry, neither deep nor superficial. The man finds it hard to believe and gives Ern a 5. The guy is surprised by this, asking inquiringly whether this is really the highest score. But this is not so, because Circle says that this is half of the maximum estimate. Harvest is amazed by this and is seriously puzzled, but Ern is very pleased with himself. They move on to the next test, and the boy steps forward, crossing his blade with his opponent. He mentally notes that this boy's fencing style is also somehow strange. It's as if someone who has no talent is trying to look like a professional in the eyes of others. Circle believes that the future of the Stillguards is not as cloudless as it seems at first glance. Having looked at Ern's technique to his heart's content, the man says that this is enough. He calls the boy Cadet 73, addressing him by his full name. Circle concludes by calling both mana mastery and sword-fighting techniques ordinary. Hearing the man call it middle class, Harvey's later becomes outraged about it. He asks Ern if this means that the young master's plan is now thwarted. The guy reminds us that the spy indicated in his report, for now, we need to live up to it. Harvest considers his interlocutor to be magnificent, saying that in his place he would have long ago lost his temper. Ern says he will hide his abilities until he is sure he can handle the Empire. Hearing these words, Harvest is puzzled, but he understands that they do not sound like empty chatter. After all, the knight knows firsthand that Ern's potential is no less than Arbakan's own. The young man believes that with him the Stillguards will be able to tie the Empire's hands and feet again. Ern, noticing Harvest's intense gaze, catches the knight's mood. The guy smirks and asks why he has such a distrustful expression on his face. Harvest denies this, saying that at his age, such a misconception is quite natural. Ern notes that he will have to work hard for the next 2 years without any breaks, and he begins to give the young man instructions, such as that he should constantly report on the state of the Empire. Although Harvest is shocked by what he heard, he says he will do everything perfectly. Ern expresses satisfaction and says that he will look forward to all of this. Handing the wallet to his subordinate, the guy asks him to have a good time with the knights. He himself sees no point in wasting time on fun, wanting to cut the semester in half. Harvest says the guys will be very upset about this, and Ern notices that they are not parting forever, and asks to forget about him at least for a while. Harvest expresses his submission and says that he accepts the young master's generosity with gratitude. He wishes Ern great success and that he always remains in good health. They don't say anything else to each other, but the boy watches the knight walk away. He thinks that he has made all the preparations he is capable of at the moment, and now the main goal is to prepare for the collapse of the family, which is supposed to happen in 2 years. Addressing the Knightly Academy, the boy notes that he will once again follow the path of a cadet. He wonders if he should try to do what is within his power and authority. The semester begins immediately the day after the entrance ceremony. This guy is the son of Viscount Tallerman. His name is Dimitri, and now he is talking about a fixed duel. Its second name is considered to be the internal rating battle, which Ern knows about. The guy remembers that in his past life, this really infuriated him, although he was always at the lowest level. Dimitri continues to tell his neighbor about this battle without stopping, boasting about his knowledge. Ern thinks this guy can't remember the details even if he tries to strain his memory. Getting close to him wasn't part of Stilgard's plans. But for some reason, this chatterbox doesn't even think about shutting up. Ern mentally kicks himself, realizing how badly he screwed up his choice of roommate. Entering the auditorium, Serkal loudly asks why it is so noisy inside. In a tone that brooks no argument, he orders everyone to take their seats immediately. Noting the man's seriousness, the first-year students unquestioningly carry out his orders. The circus only speaks up when complete silence reigns in the audience. He says that he is the one who will be responsible for this class from now on, but he does not intend to introduce himself. First of all, the man plans to have a fight, and he starts talking about it. The format is a full-fledged tournament in which the entire class participates. When Serkal finishes with his explanations, he asks if everyone understands everything. A wave of voices agreeing with him in different ways rolls through the audience. And then Serkal announces that they should meet next on the training ground. One of the opponents makes a sharp dash forward and hits his opponent with a weapon. From unbearable pain, he falls to his knees and bends in half, trying to regain the ability to breathe. The circus announces that a student named Holland has won. The man then calls numbers 33 and 34 to the battlefield. One of them turns out to be Ern, and Dimitri wishes his roommate good luck. Mentally noticing that it was Stilgard, Serkal realized that this boy was very unlucky. After all, in terms of the level of fencing, Franz can confidently stand on the same level as the highest. But Ern, unlike his opponent, is in the middle, which is not good for him. Serkal wonders how the hero's family can be in the lower middle class. Looking at these two, thoughts of an extremely pitiful sight involuntarily come to mind. Serkal is firmly confident in himself, believing that his judgment cannot be wrong. Looking at this battle, the man notes that this guy is good at blocking the enemy's strong attacks. At the same time, Ern allows himself to look as if he can hardly find gaps in the opponent's defense for a counterattack. But the game gets out of control at that moment when the guy realizes something he couldn't even imagine. This is the fact that in the middle class there was a boy whose skills were at such a level. Ern considers Franz not just weak, but completely worthless. The guy thinks that even pretending that it is difficult for him is not an easy task. But there is still one more point in the plan, according to which Ern must supposedly accidentally defeat the enemy. Jumping as high as he can, Franz tells his opponent to try to parry the blow. Ern believes that this is the very chance he needed for an accidental victory. The guy dodges the attack, jumping back sharply, and Franz misses. He is puzzled, breathing out the question in bewilderment from his zeal, and asking if Ern is really evading. He grins, turning around and starting to tease his opponent with his back. Franz actually goes to strike from behind, but Ern dodges and hits him in the knee. The pure attack attracts the attention of Serkal, who finds this aspiration noble. Franz can't stand the pain and starts whining, while Ern freezes, because he didn't expect this. In his mind, he addresses his opponent, saying that he didn't put even a fraction of his mana into this attack. Meanwhile, Serkal reports that Ern Stilgard is the winner of this duel. Franz spews curses, promising to show his classmate who's who. Ern chuckles to himself, because this puppy doesn't even know he's talking to a first-grade student. Ern thinks that for his own safety, it is best for him to stick to the middle. Stepping aside, he turns back to the arena, intending to see who the next pair of duelists are. It turns out to be Baran Darius and Ern's roommate, Dimitri Tallerman, whom we already know. The guy isn't even interested in watching this, because the outcome of this battle is obvious from the very beginning. Barand himself is not embarrassed by this. He strikes the first blow as if he were facing an equal opponent. The second attack is no less powerful and makes the boy cry out in unbearable pain. Barand continues to shower his opponent with stinging blows, but this mockery is interrupted. Serkal stops the beating, informing those present that the red-haired man has won. But hearing these words, Barand does not back down at all. His lips stretch into a bloodthirsty grin. Trying to minimize the pain, Dimitri tries to shield himself from the hail of attacks, but he can't stop screaming. His former opponent can't stop, becoming more and more heated. When a strange hand intercepts the wooden sword, Barand belatedly realizes who is in front of him, and Serkal, in an ominous voice, clarifies whether the boy really took what he said as a joke. The redhead apologizes, justifying his behavior by saying that he was too excited and did not hear the words of his interlocutor. The man reminds him that this is just training, not a deadly fight, and gives the guy a warning. Redhead condescendingly expresses his understanding and says that he takes these words into account. Serkal asks his ward to visit the hospital and allows him to rest a little. Feeling someone's gaze on him, Barand meets his own with the piercing eyes opposite. Even those around them begin to tense up, seeing the sparks that run between these two. Casually patting Ern on the shoulder, Barand condescendingly allows him not to worry about his own skin. He confidently declares that for this guy, it will all be over with one blow. Ern doesn't respond to this, but, looking outwardly calm, desperately asks himself not to get excited. Giggling, the redhead calls the guy an idiot and suggests that he's already wet his pants from fear. Dimitri turns around slowly, afraid to face condemning and mocking looks. And although no one even dares to do this, the guy, unable to bear the shame, abruptly turns away. Looking at this, Ern suddenly, out of the blue, remembers an event from his past life. Just like Dimitri, the guy was angry at himself and his own incompetence. A thought pops into Ern's head, and he reassures himself that he won't do this for his roommate. Already anticipating the finale, the guy thinks that today he has to give the red-haired giant a good beating. In the second round, they fight against each other, and the red-haired one swings with great amplitude. Ern easily dodges the wide attack, realizing that the enemy will need a decent amount of time to reorganize. He himself is already ready to attack, because he had built the tactics in his head some time ago. Taking out Barand, Ern grins and jumps to the side, depriving him of the opportunity to return the blow. At first, the redhead doesn't even understand what's happening, but then he instantly flares up. Unable to control his emotions, he lashes out, screaming that Ern is really annoying him. But the wooden blade again fails to strike, while the enemy successfully carries out his plan. Finding himself behind the red-haired man, Ern slaps him on the lower back with relish, and Barand curses in frustration. Red asks if the fight is really fun for him, and his opponent confirms these words. Barand suggests seeing how long this guy's tricks will work. Quickly turning his sword over, Ern strikes his opponent in the stomach with the opposite end. Circle is very surprised, because he never expected to see something like this from someone like the younger Stilgard. Ern's classmates are also amazed that he managed to do this to Barand Darius himself. He coughs raggedly and bends over, clutching his chest with both hands, trying to breathe. Ern grins, praising the opening his opponent has given him, as it's given him a perfect opportunity to strike. Circle still can't believe that a mid-tier player managed to beat someone at the top. The man begins to speculate about what it was, since the circumstances were perfect for ordinary luck. But one thing is clear, Ern has won, which Circle announces, and Barand asks permission to continue. He addresses his opponent, asking him to fight properly, without resorting to cheap tricks. And then, to everyone's amazement, the redhead turns to the instructor and submits an application for a duel. He grins, saying that in the midst of a tournament he has no intention of fulfilling this request. Cursing, Barand begins to shake again, but not from pain, but from the anger boiling inside. Red approaches Ern, asking how he dared to lower him in the rankings and starting to threaten. At first the guy regrets that everyone is looking at them, but then he stops caring. Introducing himself by his full name, and as the Count's son, the red-haired man tells his interlocutor to remember his name. Someone snorts off to the side, and turning around, Barand sees that it is their instructor, who is already laughing out loud. Turning to Tsirkal, the red-haired man asks what he is laughing at, clarifying whether he is really making fun of the Dariuses. He says that this is not so, because no one dares to ridicule the Count's family. He just found it funny that Darius was trying to rise up at the expense of the Stilgards. Those around, hearing the surname of a well-known family, are uncontrollably amazed by it. They know that this family is also a Count's family, but it is on a completely different level. Everyone knows, practically from the cradle, that the Stilgard family is a family of heroes. Red is taken aback, asking why Ern didn't tell him his last name right away. Pleased with himself, the guy smiles and says that no one asked him about it. The next day, Ern wakes up with the first rays of the sun. His attention is involuntarily drawn to his neighbor's empty bed, which cannot help but raise questions. Ern mentally suggests that Dimitri had already managed to go somewhere so early. The guy also comes to the conclusion that the defeat in the first round became a good motivation for his neighbor. Remembering his past behavior, Ern praises Dimitri, considering him much better than himself. The guy reminds himself that he also needs to move forward little by little. There's nothing difficult about it. He asks Shadow to eat nothing but this shield, and to wait for his quick return. The pet mumbles something in response, and the guy decides to take this as agreement with his words. According to the plan, on the first day, the Academy cadets must climb a rocky mountain. This workout is also known as the Hell Race due to the fog-shrouded peak and steep slope. Something flashes across the path, leaving only dust behind. It's Ern, and he wonders if climbing this mountain has always been this easy. The guy didn't even break a sweat, feeling as if he was running not on a hill, but on a plain. He is already thinking about how he needs to repeat it again sometime, when suddenly he notices something. This forces the guy to brake sharply and turn towards what caught his attention. Seeing a familiar face, Ern remembers that Franz was his opponent in the first round of the training fight. And while he's trying to remember this guy's name, he says that he was waiting here for him. Ern is surprised by this and asks for what purpose he needed this. Franz asks his interlocutor to go somewhere with him, saying that it concerns his friend, Dimitri. Ern counters by explaining that the latter is not his friend, but just a roommate, and the blue-haired man is at a loss. But he quickly pulls himself together, saying that they need to hurry, as Dimitri was caught in a rockfall. Ern suggests calling an instructor if a classmate has an accident. Franz says that someone has already done it, but Dimitri continues to call his friend, that is, him. The classmate keeps saying something about encouragement, but Ern doesn't believe a word of it. After all, when setting a trap, it is necessary to approach the matter more carefully, and all these words are unconvincing. But the guy thinks that if he ignores this, he will be pestered even more. And with the thought that it would be better to get it all over with right now, he asks Franz to go first. After a while, the blue-haired man bursts out laughing, recalling his words about Ern taking the bait. Red praises him for his excellent work, calling him a bastard and standing on Dimitri's lifeless body. Franz tells Ern that he's screwed, recalling what was said during training about the consequences. Dimitri shows signs of life, groaning from the painful movement and starting to moan. Ern looks at him indifferently, but images from his past life appear before his eyes, making him feel something. Barend asks how he feels, what feelings arise when he sees his beaten friend. Ern says he's really interested in something, so he'll ask one question. The guy asks if something so serious happened yesterday that allowed him to stoop to this level. The redhead flares up and starts to rage, reminding his interlocutor that he has dropped in the rankings. But what angered him most was that, having simply beaten him, Ern withdrew from the next round. Baron says that Stilgard has avenged his friend, but he again retorts. Red asks him not to make fun of him, confident that Ern fought because of a feeling of resentment. The guy starts talking about how, when gathered in a group of 5 people, the opponents gain confidence. Barand is taken aback, asking how Ern knew about the others, since there are only 3 of them here now. His interlocutor suggests hiding more carefully if he really wants to attack stealthily. The kids nearby are at a loss, amazed by this man's powers of observation. Ern suggests putting in at least a little more effort in the future, and continues his provocations. Barand only smiles at this, saying that he has heard from his brothers about a family named Stilgard. Red crosses all boundaries of decency, and says that Ern has no right to be called by his family name. The guy remembers that his brother also studied here, but he doesn't know what he's like now. Barand recounts the words of his older brother Ern that no one cares about the latter's well-being. Ern doesn't understand why it was necessary to say these words at all, considering them inappropriate. The guy asks his interlocutor why he doesn't lie in bed after being beaten yesterday. Screaming, Barand says that Ern will lie down right here on this spot, and gives orders to his friends. They instantly rush at the guy from all sides, but he remains calm. Ern exhales heavily, thinking about how he doesn't want to dirty his hands with all that scum. But his gaze immediately becomes serious, because the guy understands that this is a necessary measure. Franz is the first to get hit, ending up closer to Ern than anyone else. Following him, with a difference of just a couple of milliseconds, 2 no-names get their asses kicked. The third one also doesn't stay aside, and now Ern can freely move on to the red dessert. Seeing what happened in a matter of seconds, the latter tries to scream, but there is no voice. Even Dimitri, completely forgetting about the pain, gasps in surprise, not expecting this from his roommate. And Ern begins to speak, turning to Barand with a suggestion. He suggests that the place where the red-haired man lies down will become his grave. Out of helplessness and the emotions that have taken hold of him, Barand rushes at the enemy, ordering him to shut up. He gets uncomfortably close, but Ern easily stops the attack. Barand can't believe that a blow with maximum mana can be blocked with one hand, and Ern, finding the block insufficient, damages his opponent's wrist with one sharp movement. He lets out a wild, drawn-out scream, and his opponent lets go, throwing his hand away in disgust. He assumes that this is the maximum mana he could draw, and it is disappointing. And the guy, listening to the enemy's cries, decides to use his mana in a slightly unusual way. Barand understands what is happening only in the moment, and even then not fully. Ern manages to knock him out with this one move, and he turns to Dimitri. But looking closely, the guy realizes that it is someone else. Just in case, he clarifies this point, and his interlocutor confirms that his name is different. In an ominous tone, Ern tells the guy not to tell anyone about what happened here. After that good lesson on Rocky Mountain, life in the middle class became very easy. The only problem was that the level of teaching did not meet Ern's needs. The boy thinks about going to high school, but immediately changes his mind. Other thoughts rush into his head about the need to graduate from the academy as soon as possible. The system reports that weed removal and Northern Lights technique absorption have completed. The guy is delighted because it happened just when he needed it. As in any big city, light and darkness coexist in Thearos. It just so happens that what Ern wants is on his dark side. The guy thinks that he needs to get his hands on that man in order to gain freedom of action. The tedious observation of the surrounding area finally bears fruit, and Ern spots his target. As he watches her go, the guy thinks that this is why he has watched her countless times. Ern is sure that this is exactly the right person, because this person has the same height and gait. Without a doubt, it was Instructor Circle himself who stood before him. Taking the necessary items out of his inventory, the guy decides that it's time for him to slowly move out. Exhaling heavily, the man tries to figure out how long he will continue to do this. At the same time, he understands perfectly well that he has no way to change anything. Suddenly, a suspiciously strange premonition touches the man's senses, and after this, he begins to feel an unfamiliar murderous energy. Turning around sharply, he finds his gaze fixed on the very person he needs, and although the man's face cannot be seen, Tsirkal is sure that he is looking right at him. The man begins to move towards the stranger, but he is hidden by the crowd. When the visibility of that place becomes available again, there is no stranger, no murderous aura. Circle is amazed that he managed to disappear in such a short period of time. The man has a bad feeling and is going to get out of here as quickly as possible. At first, mingling with the locals in the crowd, Circle makes his way into a secluded alley. He quickens his pace, but he can't get far. A rustling sound from ahead makes the man freeze. The familiar silhouette appears before him and remains motionless, but the bad feeling does not go away. Somehow the man realizes that he can't leave this person, and he asks him a question. The stranger smirks at the rudeness and begins to speak, addressing the instructor of the Night Academy. He says that he knows about Circle's addictions to alcohol and women, and then he adds that he finds the love between the knight and the waitress a little over the top. Asks if his interlocutor is afraid of becoming the most talked-about person in the capital, and he, not seeing any better options, asks the man standing opposite who he is. Grinning, allows himself to be called a fateful meeting in a good place. Meanwhile, Circle is wondering how well this bastard knows about his life. Since he no longer senses anyone's energy nearby, he decides to take desperate measures. Leaping from his seat, the man intends to catch this person and find out everything himself. With his professional evasion, Ernu manages to make Circle tense up. Striking blow after blow and seeing that they do not achieve their goal, the man already doubts his plan. Since is not so simple, the instructor understands that a protracted fight could be dangerous. In this case, the man decides to resort to one of his favorite techniques. Filling his fist with his energy, he quickly approaches the enemy and attacks him. The force put into the strike is powerful enough to be imported into the explosion. Circle takes a step back, assuming a stable stance, and peers into the resulting haze. The man's confidence evaporates as soon as he notices the outlines emerging in the fog. They find themselves very close to the circus, and soon an incredible sight opens up before him. Calls the man's punch quite massive, noting that it is close to first class. Hearing all this, the man simply cannot believe his ears. What happened speaks volumes. Realizing the strength of the man standing in front of him, Circle quickly jumps back. He understands that users with such skills belong to the purest first class. Circle asks his interlocutor who he is, noting that he does not look like an ordinary passerby. Mentally reveling in his victory, names the name of the waitress with whom the man opposite is infatuated. He is amazed that this person even knows such details, and a guess begins to form in his head. Circle asks if his interlocutor is from the nightly inspection squad, but he just waves his hand. Asks the man to relax, saying that, on the contrary, he wants to help him keep this secret. The man tenses even more, trying to ask what this person means. Behind voices are heard, their owners beginning to discuss the noise coming from this gateway. The guy suggests leaving here for another place, telling his interlocutor to follow him. In one of the tavern's rooms, asks Circle if he could have made a mistake. He agrees, saying that Sylvia is the daughter of the man's former lover. Talks about the cruelty of life and the sacrifices that Circle made for the sake of his first love. The man says that Sylvia works where she doesn't want to, but a few hours with him saves her. Assumes that a huge amount of coins were spent on this, and offers to buy the woman's freedom. With a man's salary, this is impossible, since the ransom of freedom requires 10,000. Then suggests ruining the business of Sylvia's owner, because for a night it should be easy. The man shifts focus slightly, asking if his interlocutor knows the Black Mamba. He continues, explaining that this is a massive faction that controls the dark side of Thearos. Says he knows this, and that the city guards are in no hurry to deal with these people. Circle says that Sylvia works in a drinking establishment run by the group. Chuckles vaguely, thinking about how the situation is different from the one he knows. He thought that this man had fallen in love with the waitress, but according to these words, it was pure paternal love. Recalls that he initially intended to use this trump card as a pressure, but now the guy realizes that he chose the wrong approach. It would be better to do a man a favor and leave him in an unpaid debt to yourself. As if by accident, the guy casually drops words about how he can help him, and without waiting for an answer, he asks if the man is ready to make a deal with him. He responds unexpectedly briskly, in turn asking what he must do for this. The guy pauses dramatically, and then asks if Circle knows Stilgard. The man is surprised by this, but admits that he is the instructor responsible for this young man. Then the interlocutor says that Circle should provide this boy with every possible assistance. These words shock the man, and he remains silent for a while, carefully thinking everything over. The instructor then suggests that this is an instruction from Master Abraham, but he immediately dismisses this thought, talking about something else, although he generally believes that there is nothing good in the proposal. Notes that the cadet's performance is also assessed by other instructors. Therefore, there is no need to manipulate the assessments. Circle misunderstood his interlocutor, but the man stands his ground, saying that he has been asked for such services before. Circle states that there is no such word as falsification in his dictionary. Reiterates what he already said about not having to worry about his grades. All that is needed is to give the young man freedom of action, and the payment for this will be the release of Sylvia. The guy clearly says that if gets freedom, then Sylvia will also become free. This sobers up Circle, and, absent-mindedly dropping an interjection, he puts forward a suggestion about the escape. He speaks out loud, but to himself, about the possibility of this poor girl gaining freedom. Adds that Sylvia won't even have to leave this beautiful city. The man hesitates, again saying that rigging grades is unacceptable. Ern is already starting to get tired of this, repeating his words again. He offers to provide evidence to the contrary. Circle doesn't understand his interlocutor, who says out loud that the time allotted to him is already running out. At the same moment, the guy's voice changes, and he tries to make it more similar to the previous one. This alarms the man, and he realizes that he has heard this person's voice somewhere before. Meanwhile, the guy ruthlessly and confidently removes his mask, revealing his true identity. His instructor refuses to believe his eyes, and for a moment he cannot find the right words. When he finally regains the ability to speak, the man's voice sounds hoarse and stunned. His first guess is that Ern is using magic, but he immediately dismisses it. Circle says that the guy controlled aura flawlessly and asks how he is. He answers honestly. The man considers such a growth rate as astonishing, something that only a true genius can achieve. Circle can't believe that the guy standing in front of him is first class. Ern asks the instructor if he now thinks he can get an A. Circle, still under the impression, takes back his words, saying that he can. Ern reminds him about the grade rigging, and the man agrees that there is no need for it. The boy says he has only one request, that he be allowed to skip classes from time to time. Circle agrees to this condition, saying that for his part, he can facilitate this. But the man is interested in why this guy is hiding his abilities and how he found out about Sylvia. Ern changes his tone of voice, saying that the instructor might develop insomnia if he is so curious. It is not only the words, but also the demeanor of this grown man that amazes. Ern says that this is not the most important thing. He asks Circle to think carefully before giving an answer. And again, the boy asks if the man is ready to make such a deal with him. The answer is obvious, and Ern heads to the drinking establishment that same night, hot on the trail. The man he is now standing in front of asks him in a clarifying tone about what he wants to take away Sylvia. Ern confirms these words, saying that he wants to do it right now. The interlocutor chuckles thoughtfully and turning to Sylvia asks if she knows this man. Looking at the man, the blonde is momentarily at a loss, but remembers the words spoken the day before. Ern told her that he had come on behalf of Circle to get Sylvia out of this place. Hearing his employee's consent and the man's name, the man notes his strangeness. Remembering that dialogue, Ern mentally admits that he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. The man recalls that something similar had once happened, as soon as he forgot about his worker. Grinning maliciously, he asks for 10,000 gold coins for this woman, but does not have time to finish. He is confused by the bag, which by its sound, clearly resembles the jingle of currency of the required amount. Ern confirms this, saying that there are exactly 10,000 gold coins in this bag. The man can't believe that there are those who are capable of carrying so much money with them at once. Ern, coming closer to Sylvia, says that since the condition is fulfilled, he will take her. But it was not to be, because his interlocutor spoke again, asking him not to rush. He says that you can't just leave, and you need to listen to your interlocutor until the end. Ern reminds that he gave the man exactly 10,000 gold pieces, as he was told. The man says that these words are for scumbags, but in fact he is a businessman who never does anything at a loss. He suggests weighing everything carefully, asking how much this woman will earn in a year. In such an ordinary eatery she could get 8,000, but a man's profit reaches 12. He asks, so is there any point in giving away a cash cow that will cover this 10 in just a year? With unprecedented calm, Ern asks how much this man wants for Sylvia. He grins, figuring that this woman could very well be used for the next 10 years. When it gets old and is no longer in demand, it can be sent to some rich man. By carrying out these cunning manipulations, the man offers to give Sylvia away for only 130 gold pieces. He asks what Ern thinks about it, saying that this price is the last one. There will be no more bidding. Hearing the question of whether Flip has 130 gold pieces, Sylvia tenses up, feeling guilty. While Ern is solving his own equations in his head, the man speaks up again. He says, smiling, that he thought the man standing opposite had bigger money. Returning Ern's gold, the man tells him to get lost if he has nothing more than this small change. The guy thinks for just a moment, and then he too speaks up and speaks. Ern is also going to be generous and give this man another chance. He is puzzled by such blatant rudeness, but also involuntarily becomes interested. Ern says that he either takes what is offered, or he will have to fight him. The man says he is speechless, amazed at the man's self-confidence. Ern says he knew it would turn out this way because everyone in the criminal world is like that. He says that although he is not a kind person himself, he still believes that such people need to be taught lessons. Sylvia is scared, asking what Mr. Flip is going to do with these serious guys from Mamba. Ern asks her not to worry about anything and just stay behind him. The boss of the drinking establishment asks his guys to sort everything out quickly, but he doesn't even have time to finish his order before the first of his henchmen gets hit. The drops that land on the man's face make him become frightened and open his eyes wide. The fallen man's friends turn around in surprise and stare at the scene with stunned gazes. Sylvia has not yet fully grasped what happened so suddenly and understood what happened. The branch leader turns towards the gurgling sounds and cannot take his eyes off his subordinate's twitching limbs. Ern points out that he could have simply taken the 10,000 and been done with the whole tedious matter. The guy asks his interlocutor in a lazy tone if he is really angry now, and then, without allowing him to answer, he sends a few more coins flying. One of them hits its target again, and the room fills with frightened, sharp gasps. Takes out the owner of this place's minions one by one, and the owner finally understands the seriousness of his intentions. Snatching his weapon from its sheath, the man calls the guy a crazy bastard. He turns out to be the owner of mana and begins to cast a spell, emitting his aura. But Erna is not at all afraid of this, and he uses his power on the man, preparing a special gift for him. An invisible projectile hits the gray-haired man's hand, and he screams, dropping his weapon. Trying to move his hand doesn't produce any results, and the man tries to figure out why. Approaching the enemy, angrily asks who he wanted to attack with his dark magic. The guy asks another question, asking if they should communicate differently, in the language of the criminal world. The opponent pitifully clarifies what this means, and in turn, asks if he really doesn't understand. The guy says that if this is so, then he must definitely hit his opponent. As he does so, the man is roughly spun around and hits his face painfully on the floor. As he approaches his opponent, agrees that man is indeed a complex creature. The owner of the establishment asks him to stop and starts saying that he will pay him double. The guy pauses, asking what he means, and the man explains. He thinks Flip is the troubleshooter, so he promises to pay him 3 times as much for his immunity. Erna is interested in this proposal and asks again, allowing his opponent to read him. The man asks his interlocutor not to worry about anything, saying that he has a lot of money. If reveals who his client is, he promises to pay even 4 times more. The guy pretends to hesitate, thinking hard about it. His interlocutor can't understand what there is to think about here, and promises an even higher recommendation for work at Mamba. Pretends to think out loud, suggesting that he should have come here after receiving the order. Hearing these words, the man is surprised by this, and again it becomes unclear to him what is happening. Repeats his intention to take Sylvia, but his interlocutor treats this with distrust. The guy says that this is precisely why he should have grabbed the opportunity while it was there. Ern's gaze hardens, and Stilgard begins to advance on his prey. The man doesn't like this, and he stammers as he asks the guy to stop. Leaves these words unanswered, putting his insidious plan into action. Sylvia, standing nearby, screams, and the guy remembers what he had already managed to forget. Turning around to look at her, the guy groans, stating the fact that she has witnessed a brutal scene. The blonde tries to say something to this, but her own voice refuses to obey her. Continues, explaining his cruelty by saying that the words of this scoundrel made everything inside him boil. Finally, Sylvia manages, albeit hesitantly, to ask who this man really is. She starts talking about how she can deal with everyone alone, but the guy interrupts the blonde. He says that he is the man sent to rescue her by Circle. The guy also adds that he is the one who helped Sylvia gain freedom. Sprinkling coins on the countertop, says he wants to rent the top floor entirely. He asks to bring dinner only for the girl, and not to even think about coming to his place. For that amount of money, the owner of the goals would ensure that not even a mouse gets to the dear client. Tells Sylvia that he will be in the room across the hall, and invites her to have a good rest without worrying about anything. The woman agrees to this, wishing her savior good night. Remembers how he erased all traces in the usual way, and they left the establishment unnoticed. He is confident that, at least tonight, no one will threaten them. As removes his mask, he reflects on his encounter with the aura of Circle. At the same time, he thinks about the ascending method and the 1,000 dimensions footwork technique that he used. This helped realize what kind of foundation was needed to master the Northern Lights technique. He continues his meditation for a very long time, without going to bed, because he wants to comprehend this basis. As the sun's rays begin to filter through the window, lets out a long sigh. Jubilant thoughts involuntarily rush into his head about how he finally managed to do it. He managed to piece together all the disparate threads, and it was more invigorating than any sleep. As takes up his sword, he thinks about how he has cleared the space with weed removal. Thanks to this, it was possible to sow the seed of the Northern Lights technique, which has 7 stars. And now, at last, it has begun to bear fruit, which is a sign of excellent rank. Before there was only one other owner of this, but even his guy was able to surpass him. The boy recalls the characteristics and abilities of his Thunder Sword, which emits electrical energy. Thinks this is not bad and finds such characteristics inherent in magical weapons. A guy walks into a store and buys a pretty impressive amount of goods, celebrating the fact. The cast iron ghost bullets bought specifically for Shadow, and the other one is an adaptation to the Awakening rank. The guy makes excuses, trying to convince himself that these large expenses are rational. Choosing a specific purchase from the set, decides to test its effectiveness. Sylvia sits like that, motionless, for some time now, recalling the events of the previous evening. There is a knock at the door, and the blonde hears the person approaching her call himself Flip. Sylvia experiences a pleasant feeling and, getting out of bed, hurries to the door, asking her friend to wait. But when she sees the one in front of her, the blonde gets scared, because she sees a completely different face in front of her. Although this guy looks better, the fact that they are strangers makes the woman afraid. She immediately takes a quick step back, trying with all her might to slam the door in the face of the stranger. Doesn't let her do this, proving to be faster and much stronger than Sylvia. Feigning pain on his face, the guy says that he is Flip. As he said, the blonde is at a loss. Ern says that this is his real face and that yesterday he used transformation magic. Sylvia apologizes after hearing the rational explanation and admits that she thought it was a Black Mamba. Ern notices the blonde's tired appearance, and she says she hasn't closed her eyes for a second. The guy says that she could have come to him if she was afraid, adding that he forbade the owner, not her. Handing Sylvia a bucket, Ern tells her to do something about her appearance. At first, the blonde doesn't understand what he means, but then she decides to look inside. The guy confirms her suspicions, saying that first of all she needs to change her appearance. Later, when Circle meets the two, he freezes uncertainly, assuming he has the wrong room. Realizing that something personal is going on here, the man speaks up, apologizing to the couple. He apologizes for his behavior, already suggesting out loud that he got the wrong room. And this girl, embarrassed, turns to the man, saying that it is she, Sylvia. Circle can hardly believe his eyes, but the voice of his interlocutor really does sound like his friend. Sylvia explains how she achieved this, and the man tries to spot the blonde in her. Ern joins the conversation, saying that it is simple camouflage magic. And this pendant is a special artifact that can be used to avoid Mamba's pursuit. Circle asks where the guy got such a thing, but thinks about the appearance of his interlocutor. Suddenly, there is a rustling and fussing sound under the man's clothes. The gaze of all those present turns to the rising mound that has appeared. It grows larger with each passing moment, and Sylvia screams in fear. Something bursts out of the man's chest, tearing his clothes to shreds, and he screams. Terrible thoughts creep into Sylvia's head and she begins to scream piercingly. At this cry, Shadow rushes at his master, frightened no less than the young woman. And he starts to fuss around Ern, and he laughs, understanding the reason for the little sneak's anxiety. While the guy apologizes to his pet, Sylvia tries to come to her senses, and Circle regrets his clothes. Ern is surprised that the chimera recognizes him even despite the change in appearance. When Sylvia finally comes to her senses and becomes interested in the animal, the guy asks Shadow to say hello to her. Hearing a soft voice, the pet tries to understand whether this person is hostile to its owner. Coming to the conclusion that Sylvia looks friendly, Shadow makes an interested sound. And then he makes such a face and squeals so loudly that it could easily pass for a friendly greeting. Sylvia and Circle cannot resist the charm of this cute little animal. Ern allows Shadow to play with his new friend for a while, and he agrees. And while these two are busy with each other, the guy approaches the man with a conversation. The first thing he's interested in is what is going on with his request. The instructor gets straight to the point, replying that he has signed up Cadet Stillguard for closed training. A closed training hall is a training room prepared taking into account the achievements of geniuses. Ern likes this, because it can be a tolerable excuse in many respects. The guy inquires about the period for which this privilege applies, and learns that it is only until the next full moon. The man says that the number of days a cadet can receive is limited by his class. Ern is convinced that there is nothing that can be done about it, and they will have to look for other options. Agreeing to settle for now with what we have, the guy suggests making an exact calculation. Circle doesn't understand what is being discussed, and Ern decides to demonstrate everything with a visual example. When the guy turns around to look at those present, a sly smile lights up his face. First of all, he attracts Sylvia's attention by addressing her. Showing her a bag of gold, the guy says that this is her share. His interlocutor groans, at first not even knowing what to answer. And then, making her voice come to a halt, she begins to stutter. Ern allows her to consider this compensation for having been exploited until now, and then he hands the bag to the man, saying that he is also owed something. Circle refuses, saying that he cannot accept it, but Ern brings up a very compelling argument. The guy suggests considering this money as the money he spent in the Black Mamba establishments. The man accepts the bag, but admits that he feels a little awkward about taking it all for himself. He thinks about how easily everything was resolved, that the shackles that were squeezing his throat fell away. When Circle begins to say something about Ern's kindness, his voice trembles betrayingly. And then the man shouts out words about how he will definitely pay back for everything in any way. Ern smiles at this answer, expressing hope that they will work together in the future. Turning to Sylvia, the guy asks about her plans for the future, whether she has any at all. The interlocutor replies that she hasn't had time to think about it yet, because everything happened so suddenly. Ern chuckles thoughtfully and can't help but smile at the thought that pops into his head. He asks Sylvia how she would feel about helping him for a while. Ern asks to work for him officially, to carry out one deal together with him. Gabe is approached with unkind words, talking about postponing the date for the bribe. The big man says he understands him by starting to talk about taking over the boss. The man's name is Bass, and he says it wasn't Gabe who broke the safe. His interlocutor, whose name is Titan, curses, cursing the man's attempt to be reasonable. Bass asks his interlocutor if he seriously believes that the safe was opened with a key. And then in Titan's brilliant head, a suggestion arises that it was discovered by Gabe's subordinates. Bass isn't sure about that, because to cut the iron plates so neatly, you'd have to try really hard. The man says he has no doubt that Aura was involved. Titan doesn't understand why the owner of Aura would rob Gabe, and his interlocutor has no thoughts on the matter either. Deciding to walk around the room looking for clues, Bass comes to the conclusion that something is definitely wrong. Everywhere there was such perfect cleanliness as he had never seen before in his memory. Suddenly, something shiny flashes off to the side and Bass goes over to check it out. Bending down and seeing what is in front of him, the man concludes that Gabe has indeed been attacked. He shares with his friend that this room was visited by a character unknown to them. Titan is slightly at a loss, asking his interlocutor what he means. Bass asks how many aura users there are who can kill people with a coin toss. Titan tries to figure out who this bastard is, and his interlocutor says that it doesn't matter. The main thing now is that he dared to stir up a hornet's nest. Ern is meditating at this time to expand the area of energy concentration. For this, he used the elixir of 1,000 levels. The guy needs his plan to succeed. Ern wants to collect centuries of energy and awaken the Northern Lights technique. Concentrating more carefully to maintain the desired phase, he recalls the past. Coming to a logical conclusion, the guy thinks that this is enough progress for now. Ern believes that reaching peak energy development right now is excessive greed. Thinking that he has achieved certain goals, the guy is thinking about taking a little rest. Thinking that he would have to live as Flip for a long time, Ern bought himself a mansion. Looking at the view, he concludes that it is worth the money spent. Hearing a familiar sound outside, the guy approaches the window again and noticing its source, becomes immersed in thought. After observing Sylvia for a few days, Ern realized that she was more capable than he thought, if only because she always completed the work that the guy assigned her. She can read and write, and is trained in etiquette, and Ern assumes that Sylvia is from a fallen aristocratic family. If this guess is correct, then it is certainly possible to touch upon painful memories with questions, and it will be similar to what Ern himself experienced in his past life. Turning away from the window, the guy thinks that he sees no need to interfere in Sylvia's affairs. But it is not proper to waste one's time on all sorts of useless things. And Ern accomplishes the comprehension of the flow. A system window with a mana stone appears in front of him, and the guy is surprised by the rare level of exchange. Remembering Hearthstone, Ern notes the man's growth, which exceeded his expectations. The guy finds the merchant even more cunning than he thought. This pleases Ern, and he concludes that it is time to cast his line. And creating an advert for the sale of a mid-level mana stone, the guy publishes it. This price turns out to be the lowest, and customers who notice this offer rejoice. Rejoicing at the decline, they recall their own words about 25 coins being too much. They believe the Alliance lowered the price because their products stopped selling. But then, upon reading the ad more carefully, consumers realize that this is not the Alliance at all. Digging into their memories, they even remember that this seller was there before. At the same time, information is emerging from the depths that he had a conflict with the Alliance. But this doesn't bother them, because the quantity of such cheap goods is limited, and such an opportunity cannot be missed. Ern starts getting inundated with notifications that his products are being purchased. The guy likes it and thinks that now is the perfect time to sell. The system sends a request to dialogue with Hearthstone, and Ern is amazed at the speed of the man's reaction. When the guy accepts the request, his interlocutor begins with curses and indignation. Ern responds much more softly but can't resist making a jab. The guy continues, talking about Hearthstone's thriving business, and Ern's sales thanks to it. The man is surprised by this, asking if he really is that shameless bastard. He asks how Ern did it, and he replies that the secret is hidden under the veil of commerce. Hearthstone doesn't like this answer, and starts throwing barbed words at his interlocutor. He asks the man to calm down, saying that he did not get involved for the sake of a fight, and is not offended. The guy cites the desire to earn 10,000 as the reason, and promises to leave afterwards. Hearthstone says he has no intention of sitting back, as his reputation is now irrevocably damaged. He says something about a formal process, and Ern admits to himself that he's gone a bit overboard. But, addressing his interlocutor in the same mental manner, he says that a plan has been prepared for this case. The guy remembers the conversation that took place the day before, where Dutiful agreed to help him. Ern thanked the channel master and said that he was now in his debt, but he retorted softly. Dutiful said that in their relationship there could be no talk of debt. It could seriously upset him. The man remembered a phrase that says that the greeting is what the answer will be. Ern agreed with his interlocutor, saying that he did not doubt him one bit. The room's master was very happy, asking to always count on him in the future. Now the guy wishes Hearthstone luck, believing that in such a situation there is nothing more to add. While thinking about what other gift to give this man, Ern receives a notification. He is surprised, asking rhetorically whether an official protest has already arrived. But the sender is a jade-faced golden dragon who wants to discuss a part-time job with Ern. The information obtained through the use of the Eye of Providence seriously puzzles the guy. He wonders where this man came from, because he is a very influential person. This man owns a trading guild and is said to be the only grandson of the King of Commerce. Even reading this brief summary, Ern understands that his potential interlocutor is an outstanding person. The boy is thinking about revenge for his parents and suggests that it might be connected with part-time workers. He can't understand why this man is beating around the bush, because just looking at the report, everything is clear. And then Ern decides to use one of his strategies and play hard to get. About 4 hours pass from the moment the guy received this message. Ern believes that this is enough, and now he can safely contact this person. He enters the first system and creates a chat request with the golden dragon with a jade face. Almost immediately after a guy sends a message, he receives a reply. The dragon asks his interlocutor for forgiveness for distracting him from his work. Ern suggests getting to the point and saying how this man found out about the part-time job. The interlocutor apologizes, because he was not properly prepared because he was in a hurry. He says that he heard about Ern's recent conflict with the elixir traders. The guy assumes that this man is well acquainted with the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center. But this is not true. These two have only crossed paths a couple of times, and are just acquaintances. Ern says it doesn't matter, and asks what business the other person has with him. He says he heard about the 10 tickets for providing reports that the guy has. Ern mentally rejoices, convinced that MK's words carry weight for some people. He then suggested distributing the information, saying that the stock market report had been drawn from a random box. Looking back, Ern believes he has nothing to lose by sticking to this legend. However, at the same time, the guy comes up with the idea of adding pepper to this dish for a special taste. Ern asks how the other person found out about this, since he didn't share this information with anyone. The dragon, convinced that all this is true, answers veiledly, and asks about the availability of tickets. Ern confirms this, saying that he still has all 10. However, he adds that these tickets have also already been used. The dragon expresses understanding and thanks the interlocutor for being able to make time for him. Ern says that although he doesn't have tickets, he still has the right to report. The dragon asks about the number and receives in response that there are 5 of them, and the rest are used to catch workers. Ern's interlocutor asks incredulously whether there really are that many of them, and then the guy asks the dragon if there is any point in him deceiving him. There is a rather long silence, after which Ern's interlocutor lets out an uncontrollable laugh. The guy becomes especially uneasy when the dragon bursts into mad laughter. The reason for such expressive joy is that he got a chance to take revenge on those bastards. Ern is amazed by such a drastic change, because now this man looks like a bloodthirsty demon. He suddenly comes to his senses and hastily apologizes to his interlocutor for being rude. Ern says everything is fine, and the dragon explains that there are those who killed his parents. This man lived his whole life with the thought of taking revenge, and today he saw hope. Ern notices that the dragon wants to get the right to provide a report, and asks about the enemies. His interlocutor agrees that they are the ones who engage in exchange, and he suspects some of them. Ern says he understands the circumstances, but he cannot relinquish his right to provide reports. The dragon assures his interlocutor that everything is fine, and that he will be satisfied even with the contents conveyed to him. He offers 50,000 for all 5 copies, and Ern considers it. The guy analyzes the phase of the soul and generosity, and comes to the conclusion that the dragon is not an ordinary rich person. Ern talks about Sweetshine Clerk, thinking that he doesn't know what kind of great king of commerce is, but the fact that this man has 50,000 in his account means that it is time to make his own move. Ern asks his interlocutor if this is really all he can offer him. The dragon notes that this supply will not be depleted even after 3 generations, and he knows that Ern made 30,000 by using the report 5 times. The guy says that this amount is 32,010 coins, that is much more. Ern admits that he was able to strengthen his position in the elixir market by divesting companies, but he says it wasn't just the report that made things happen, although its presence did improve the chances. Ern says it all depends on who uses these reports and how. The guy explains that he also sought revenge, and he was filled with very strong emotions at the time. And Ern asks, addressing Sweetshine by name, if revenge is really worth 50,000 to him. He openly provokes his interlocutor, saying that all his words about revenge were lies. This achieves its goal instantly, and the dragon's first reaction is surprise. After this he flares up, hotly objecting that this is not so, saying that he was looking forward to this day very much. Ern is jubilant, because this is exactly the reaction he was expecting. And now all that remains is to press a little harder. But suddenly at this very spot, they are interrupted, and the guy feels as if he has been doused with a bucket of ice water. Turning sharply towards the nearest window, Ern simultaneously addresses his interlocutor. He invites him to continue this conversation later, and the dragon is amazed that everything happened so unexpectedly. Before closing the dialogue, Ern explains that he has one very important matter to attend to. Already mentally he adds that it lies in the suspicious energy that is gathering outside. One of those standing in front of the mansion asks another if he is sure that this place is here. He agrees, adding that he has personally verified everything. Bass smirks, satisfied with the answer, and says that the invasion will begin right now. His guys run into the mansion without caring about the rules of decency and search every room. Finally, luck smiles on them, and blinded by it, the boys rush towards the light. However, among them, there is one who has a good head, and he slows down his colleagues with a gesture. Realizing that it's better not to rush into this matter, he carefully approaches the door. The man reaches for the handle and carefully opens it, wanting to remain unnoticed. But this attempt turns out to be in vain, because they were already waiting for him, with a special surprise prepared. A powerful electric charge hits the man's body and causes him to scream piercingly. His subordinates jerk back, not only blinded by the flash, but also driven by fear. They start talking to each other, asking what just happened. And at that very moment, someone flies out of the room, moving very quickly. Ern infuses his sword with mana, causing the lightning to shine brighter and causing his opponents to flinch. They understand that this man knew that they were coming, so they have little choice now. Grinning, Ern steps forward, starting to attack his enemies one by one. He himself moves like lightning, crackling with static and striking his enemies with it. Finding himself next to the next one, the guy hits him hard in the stomach, causing him to scream. But this attack causes the man to choke, as the spasm constricts his throat, cutting off his supply of oxygen. Ern doesn't stop there, performing the next move and attacking with lightning again. The blow is strong, but not so strong that the opponent loses consciousness. Ern sets him a condition, promising to send him to the next world without suffering in exchange for an answer to the question. Partially transforming, the guy asks who exactly these people are targeting. Noticing a flash in one of the windows, Titan and Bass begin to talk about it. The boss says he doesn't like it and suggests that their guys are in trouble. Titan asks him if this man knew about their arrival, but Bass doesn't think so. Remembering that Ern has aura, he says that they will all go inside together. Starting to move towards the entrance, the man says that he wants to deal with this freak in one fell swoop. When they enter, they listen to every rustle, but they don't show that they are afraid. Bass asks his subordinates to be on guard, because it is unknown from where the owner of the mansion might attack. He is interrupted by one of those standing behind him, who very emotionally points to something in front. Along with the sound of footsteps on the steps, a voice is heard that notes the large number of guests. Ern says he's even more puzzled that they decided to go for a frontal attack. Titan addresses the stranger first, asking bluntly who he is. Ern chuckles, saying it looks like he broke into their house, not the other way around. After this, Bass asks a question, clarifying whether he is the one who killed Gabe. Instead of answering, Ern notes that the other kids called him Big Brother. Without allowing his interlocutor to continue, the guy comes to the conclusion that in front of him is the boss of the Black Mamba. He also does not answer the rhetorical question, ordering his subordinates to immediately attack the insolent man. Calling Bass a hasty person, Ern agrees to leave their acquaintance for later. Meanwhile, Titan takes off and appears in front of the enemy in just 2 jumps. Erna is not afraid of this, although he pretends to retreat. This is a feint. The guy finds this warrior's movements quite good, regretting that he is vegetating in a criminal organization. There is no time to think about this for long, since the opponents decide to play unfairly. And although Ern does not approve of this, it is not difficult for him to dodge such primitive attacks. Spinning around, he infuses his blade with mana, causing the energy to flare. A bolt of lightning shoots out from the end of the blade and strikes the nearest person. But she doesn't stop there, moving on to the second one standing nearby. Likewise, the merciless flash hits its third target, causing it to scream. But Titan, for better or worse, manages to at least partially block the unruly surges. This is not easy for him and takes a lot of energy, and the man hisses and groans from the strain. Bass, who was watching everything from the side, thought that this fruit was stronger than he thought. Cursing, the man remarks with annoyance that he had not wanted to use it until the very end. Switching gears instantly, Bass thinks that if his opponent doesn't die, he will lose consciousness. Titan notices movement to the side and finds himself thinking that it is a signal. Moreover, it wasn't only the thug who managed to catch him, the rest of the henchmen also came to their senses. Mentally addressing them, Bass orders them to immediately get out of this place and save themselves. Ern is no fool either, so he is one of the first to notice something is wrong. When this person starts using the technology, the guy gets tense because it is unfamiliar to him. And Bass, very quickly finishing his preparations, says the words to activate the ice blast. It all happens in just a few moments, during which Ern frantically thinks about what to do. Ice spikes soon head towards him, attacking from every available direction. Bass warns his subordinates that he is about to blow it all up. And as soon as he gives them the order to seek shelter, they readily obey. A millisecond later, an explosion thunders, shattering all the glass in the room and exploding outside with it. The space inside is shrouded in cold and frosty hoarfrost. And amidst all this, a voice can be heard. Titan finds this amazing, and asks if the boss felt sorry for using such a valuable item. He says it's a pity, but this mass destruction magic could have been used on the battlefield. He starts to say something else, but at the same time, Ern's upset voice is heard. He says that he bought the mansion just recently, and asks if Mamba is ready to pay for the renovation. Titan can't believe this man didn't take any damage. Bass doesn't understand how this is possible, since Ern was at the very epicenter of the explosion. The guy himself is mentally proud of the fact that he can block magic for self-defense, although he regretted that he had not been able to completely nullify this cold energy. The boy expresses displeasure at the fact that his hair is frozen, and he angrily shouts out loud, saying that he spends a lot of energy every day on caring for them. Ern asks if these people will be held responsible for his damaged hair. Titan and Bass are puzzled by the fact that such intense rage is caused by some kind of hair icing. And while the mansion is illuminated by a flash of powerful lightning, the men continue to feel bewildered. Holding on with all his might, Bass gasps for air, trying to stay conscious. But in vain, because literally a moment later, he falls next to Titan, who had fallen to the floor a little earlier. Ern exhales, gradually coming to his senses and calming his raging rage. He thinks that this was not yet his full strength, otherwise the house would not have remained in this state. And although the guy again says that his hair was at stake, he begins to understand what it looked like. As Ern glances casually at everyone in the room, he realizes that something is wrong. Looking more closely, he realizes that their number seems to have decreased. This means he missed several invaders who slipped away in the confusion with the ice blast. While examining the room for clues, the guy notices what could be her. He is almost 100% sure that those who escaped his wrath are right there. At the last moment, Ern jumps and lands sliding across the floor. But instead of seeing what he thought, the guy's attention was drawn to a different picture. Bodies are scattered here and there along the corridor, and each one has the same handwriting. Ern feels uneasy at the sight of the pierced chest, which does not at all resemble a sword mark. And while he is trying to understand what is happening and who this killer is, a sound reaches his ears. It keeps growing and reminds of something very familiar, and the guy sharply turns in its direction. Finally, the sound comes very close, and Ern begins to see outlines emerging in the darkness. Realizing that the enemy is serious, the guy fills his blade with charged energy, but the creature stops not far from him, showing that it is friendly. An idea comes to Ern's mind when he sees this beautiful creature in all its glory, and, admiring his wonderful appearance, the guy asks in disbelief if this is really the shadow himself. He lets out a proud neigh, describing a circle in front of his owner at a casual trot. Ern admires the form his pet has taken and begins to praise the werewolf. And now it becomes absolutely clear who dealt with all these guys. Nearby, a door creaks and a cautious, frightened voice addresses Mr. Flip. Ern asks Sylvia if she's okay, and she, although a little confused, says that she is. The guy's interlocutor expresses concern for Shadow, but he explains everything to her, talking about the transformation. Ern adds that this baby can also take on other forms, which we will soon be able to verify. Now it becomes clear to Sylvia why Shadow seemed like some kind of unusual animal to her. She asks Ern what happened here, because she heard a loud noise. Noticing the bodies scattered everywhere, Sylvia cautiously inquires who they all are. Ern confesses to her that all these people are from the Black Mamba, telling her about the invasion. But he asks not to worry, as he has already sorted everything out, and is glad that everything is okay with Sylvia. Then the guy announces his intention to conduct an interrogation, because he has a lot of questions. Bass has a terrible splitting headache and, slowly coming to his senses, he tries to open his heavy eyelids. But memories of recent events burst into his head, and the man screams out sharply. He falls silent, not believing that he is alive, because he was hit very hard in the stomach. Bass tries to get up, but he can't. Moreover, he can't even move his limbs. He, again, mentally talks to himself, trying to understand what is wrong with his arms and legs. Meanwhile, this guy comes into the room and asks the man how he feels. Bass curses the boy, asking him what he did with his body. Ern laughs nervously, thinking that someone who has been pardoned must behave completely differently. Meanwhile, a sharp sigh is heard next to Bass, and the man looks away. Titan now expresses his disbelief that he is alive and says that he cannot move. Bass advises his subordinate not to waste his strength in vain, assuming that it is some kind of magic. Ern draws attention to himself by saying that he has to interrupt this sentimental scene. The guy introduces himself as Flip, and says something in advance, as he is afraid of the intransigence of these two. Ern says he has the power to bring men back to life countless times. He can go through this cycle of killing and resurrecting forever, burning and reviving. Allowing his voice to sound ominous, Ern says he can do this all night. Men feel uneasy from such words and they tense up, afraid to even breathe. Ern's first question is to ask the names of his captives, and they give them without question. The guy believes that this incident is not one in which the boss should be directly involved. He suggests that they are not the most important, and Titan, albeit indirectly, confirms these words. Ern is even surprised to hear the words that these two are part of the group that was thrown out by the boss. The guy shares his observations about their class and asks why such a group was thrown out. Ern grins and asks if their organization has suddenly become a royal knightly order. Titan says that in that case, they at least understand why something like this happened. The thing is that Kamaja abandons talented people just because they didn't take his side. Ern asks if this guy is the new boss, and his words are vaguely confirmed. The guy understands that these people are something like expendable material. Their fate is left to chance. But Ern believes that this Kamaji benefits from both the death of this group and the return with the stolen money. The next question is how these two managed to find this mansion. Bass joins the conversation, saying that on the day the money went missing, he noticed one of the waitresses was missing. He had only two options regarding where the fugitives could have gone after the kidnapping. The first was that the couple had left the capital, and the second was that they were hiding somewhere. Bass looked at several routes and real estate deals, and that's how this place was found. Ern then becomes curious about how this man managed to recognize Sylvia after her transformation. The man says it's all about gestures and old habits. He often kept an eye on the house's ace. Listening to this man, Ern understands that Bass is a professional in his field, and also the fact that this massive hunk is the personification of the body and strength, unlike Bass, who, having combined with him, is the head of this single organism. A cunning plan appears in the guy's head, which these two may become a part of in the future. Saying that he has found out everything he wanted, Ern admits that their fate is not yet determined. The guy suggests that murder is the most sensible option of all, and his listeners, hearing this, tense up, standing at attention. They want to live. Bass tries to make peace, asking what good this man gets from their deaths. Ern says this will help him get rid of anxious thoughts about his future. Base believes otherwise. Despite being outcasts, the organization will not turn a blind eye to murder. And he asks Ern if he can weather the storm, disturbing the Black Mamba itself. The guy pretends to agree with Bass's words, saying that the possible consequences should not be ignored. He states the facts that they want to live, and he wants to get rid of worries in the future. The Trinity starts talking about a way for everyone to get what they want. Seeing that the sweet couple was already chatting among themselves, Ern grinned and interrupted them. He says that he does have one way of peaceful coexistence in mind, and after this very method is announced, the boys are indignant about the murder of Kamaz. Bass repeats his words and explains that this way they will be able to capture the Black Mamba. He says that they have failed their mission and will not be able to kill this man. Thinking about this, everyone else realizes that the leader's words are very close to the truth, and Ern, seeing the uncertainty of some, suggests roasting these leftovers over low heat. Remembering the torment they had to endure the previous time, doubts disappear of their own accord. But, to maintain dignity, some say that it will not be easy to carry out their plans. Bass agrees, adding that it would not only be difficult, but practically impossible. Then one of his subordinates asks him how they can even trust that man. Bass reminds him that Ern was able to bring them back to life when they were all on the verge of death. He asks what they want to do with someone who didn't even have a scratch on him after the ice blast. Although it may seem strange, it was Ern who first presented them with such a lucrative offer. Bass asks them to imagine what will happen after they get rid of discrimination. Kamaj already uses them as consumables, and this will never change. His words are picked up by Titan, who speaks both about how they were miraculously resurrected and about injustice. He asks if they consider it the same to die here or on one of Kamaj's stupid missions. Ern, watching all this, is convinced of his earlier thoughts about the teamwork. Chubchik says that he cannot bring himself to risk it for the sake of a person he does not know. The men remain sullenly silent, not wanting to force their subordinate to stay with them. However, he immediately says that he believes in his commanders, with whom he has gone through fire and water. That is why he now declares with determination that he agrees to accept their proposal. His fighting spirit is picked up by the others, who begin to justify their commanders in contrast to Kamaz. Although he knew what the potential target was capable of, he said nothing about her abilities. That is, they were really sent to certain death, used like cannon fodder. The number of people convinced of this and dissatisfied with the current boss increases, and eventually a corresponding decision is made. When his subordinates make it clear that they want a change of power, Bass turns to Ern. The man nods to his business partner, informing him of his decision, unaware that he had heard everything. The guy smirks, expressing satisfaction and saying that the master of the night, Theros, will change today. The man still hasn't managed to take a sip of wine, and he inquires about the news of the captured man. Another confirms this information, adding that he is now on the first floor. His interlocutor reflects on the fact that such people are like cockroaches, multiplying even when they are dead. After thinking for a moment, he asks what the condition of this aura owner is. They tell him that he is on the brink of life and death, that they have turned him into a bloody mess. Mentally drawing a conclusion, the man orders that the captured person be thoroughly immobilized and brought to him. Just in case, he recommends that his subordinate take a few strong guys with good skills with him. Having accepted the order for execution, he turns around and leaves, secretly checking the reaction of his former interlocutor. The man is deep in thought, thinking that the person who robbed the business turned out to be a layman. As Ern is brought in, the sound of chains and shackles on his legs can be heard, and his countless wounds and abrasions are evident. The leader of the Black Mamba, having examined the captive, says that this man's face is not familiar to him. Then he addresses the guy directly, asking him who he is. Ern answers clearly and to the point, using a false name, even though he knows that they want something else from him. His interlocutor begins to get irritated, asking where the money that was stolen from him is now. Ern asks why the man thinks the money is his, since it belongs to Gabe. However now, given recent circumstances, this is the money of the one who killed its previous owner. The leader of the Black Mamba does not like such impudence. He calls the suicide bomber a crazy bastard. He claims that this money is the property of the group, and it belongs to him. The man turns to Bass, confident that he has certainly taken the money with him. He remains silent, and with this one short nod he irritates his interlocutor. The man, barely containing his rage, asks why Bass was complaining to him here. He shouts that the interlocutor must stand at attention and report everything as required. Bass says he never does anything pointless, just as he now sees no point in talking to a corpse. The man becomes enraged, asking again and asking his interlocutor to repeat what he just said. Bass glances around the room unabashedly, taking in everyone in it with a searching gaze. All those present are watching what is happening closely, ready to rush to help at any moment. Bass informs Ern that there is no one in this room who should remain alive. The guy's lips stretch into a smile as he says that this is very happy news for him. At the same moment, Ern releases his aura, covering and enveloping the space around him. When the magical power is enough, the boy easily breaks his shackles. In one short moment, each of the chains that wrapped around his body, each link, crumbled to dust. All of the Black Mamba's henchmen are seriously puzzled, as they have never seen anything like this before. The leader himself experiences similar feelings. He could never have imagined that this boy was so strong. And Ern, in a terrifying voice, addresses Bass and Titan, asking them to come out if they don't want to die. The chain flies at the first opponent, hitting him on the shoulder and causing him to scream. The next one suffers the same. Ern moves quickly between the Black Mamba members, taking them out one by one. Looking at this bloodthirsty guy, disturbing thoughts appear in the head of the group leader. He thinks that he had some strange premonition about the owner of Aura from the very beginning. Deciding to attack him, the man puts two and two together, realizing that there was a conspiracy behind his back. Just when it seems like Erna is about to get it, the guy turns to face his opponent, but he doesn't pay any attention to this, believing that he won't be able to dodge within such a short time limit. But Ern is a talented boy. He slips out from under the blow at the very last moment. The man cannot believe his eyes, but they are not deceiving him, seeing the chains clearly and very close. At the last moment, the leader of the Black Cobra manages to see the guy's face, catching his gaze. And then the chains tightening around the neck cut off access to oxygen, forcing a wheezing sound out of the throat. The man tries to loosen his grip, but nothing works. His position is unenviable and disadvantageous. Ern approaches his opponent and addresses Kamaja, saying that this is all thanks to him. The guy continues in an ominous whisper, enunciating each word and promising to devour the Black Mamba. The man, still clinging to life, forces out a trembling voice to ask for him to stop, but he doesn't even have time to finish speaking, as the chains around his neck tighten with a sharp movement. Titan and Bass are so astonished that they cannot find the strength to utter even a word. They don't take their eyes off their business partner until he sits down on Kamaja's desk. Ern initially ignores the two, but still finds it appropriate to speak up. The guy asks them why they are standing on the threshold and offers to go inside. Bass agrees. When this happens, Ern asks his interlocutors what is happening on the lower floor, and one of them reports. Hearing that Kamaja's henchmen have been disposed of, the boy is satisfied and praises the guys. And then he clarifies about the most important establishments of the Black Mamba, and Bass confirms these words. Ern says he believes he has done enough to sort things out with senior management. The guy asks if they can win over the remaining opponents to their side. Bass suggests that the negotiations should go their way, as they have leverage. Kamazu was disliked by the trade association, which meant that half of the potential allies were on their side. Bass agrees, but sees the main problem as justifying their actions, which appear to be treason. Ern, unlike his interlocutor, does not see any difficulty, saying that a justification can be invented. He suggests spreading a rumor that Kamaja is the culprit behind Gabe's death. Bass finds this option quite good, as it could even win over brothels. Ern picks up the slack, noting that gambling establishments would then be isolated and would wave the white flag. Titan, who spoke up, asks if they really think the organizations will believe this. Ern recalls how he was caught by them and says that this is exactly why it happened. The guy assumes that eyewitnesses have already been found and have started spreading rumors about all this. Therefore, the organizations will have no reason not to believe Bass and Titan, who captured the wielder of Aura. Ern says that he himself is just a shadow, and it is these two who will come to the fore. The guy suggests taking advantage of this opportunity to influence public opinion on crime. The guy gives the boys this look, and they simply can't help but believe him. And Bass agrees for himself and his friend, saying that they will try to pull it all off. Ern says that he will listen to their report at his mansion, asking his interlocutors to come there. As he wipes his head, the boy thinks about the rebellion that took place right in the middle of the night. But Ern still believes that it was not in vain, because in the end he got the Black Mamba. And now the guy is going to see what decision the Golden Dragon made on the deal. When Ern enters the dialogue, he is already there, again responding within a second. Sweetshine informs his interlocutor that his grandfather, the King of Trade, wants to speak with him. The first thing this respected elderly man does is greet you and introduce himself by his first name and title. Ern doesn't think this is a very good sign, because now he will have to deal with an experienced merchant. The guy's Eye of Providence does not see information about this person, which means that he will have to be careful. Ern decides to start with a respectful greeting, naming the full title of his interlocutor. He notes that his interlocutor knows him, and the guy says that it's all because he's a big celebrity in his world. Ern says he did some research into Sweetshine's circle, and he talked about knowing Rock. Gold praises his interlocutor's knowledge, as he has avoided interdimensional transactions his entire life. The man says he is an expert in both buying and selling, so Ern overdoes it. The interlocutor retells the guy the conditions he voiced earlier, and he confirms his own words. Speaking about the cost of the elixirs, Gold asks Ern about the earnings over all this time. This impresses him, because it is quite difficult, and even the head of the Great Rock Mountain could not earn that much. The King of Commerce shames Ern, asking him again if he thinks he has gone a bit too far. The guy understands that this old man has calculated everything, and he cannot even argue with him on this matter. But he still tries, although with varying success. The King of Trade sits firmly on the throne. Gold says he was shocked by what he heard when his grandson relayed to him the words about the cost of revenge. Ern agrees with him, saying that there is no price to be paid for taking revenge on one's parents. But then the man says that he is a merchant, so he will look at revenge from that point of view. Hearing Gold say that he values revenge at 50,000 coins, the guy thinks hard. And although this grandfather knows how to remain calm in a situation, Ern managed to see the mistake he had made, and he thinks that he agrees to pretend to give in to this old man and play chess with him. Ern says that 50,000 is a pretty decent amount for him too. But still, the guy asks the King of Trade if he is sure that he will not regret it. The elder clarifies what exactly he might regret in such a situation. Ern is referring to how Gold will live out his years after his attempt at revenge fails. The boy turns the man's words around, saying that he is a merchant and must take revenge as a merchant. Ern presses further, asking if Gold will be able to find solace in these words later. The man is puzzled, is about to say something but does not utter a sound. And Ern thinks that with the appearance of the King of Trade, it became clear that revenge is needed not only by Sweetshine. The man concentrates, cooling his mind and bringing it back to its original state. Finally, having come to a certain conclusion, he asks what Ern's conditions are. The guy now understands the meaning of the phrase often used by traders, keep everything to the end, and he says that he wants not coins, not even some rare items, but trust. The man pauses, realizing he made a mistake in thinking this guy was out to make money. And Gold asks his grandson to convey his words to Ern, and Sweetshine obediently agrees. The King of Commerce says he has no intention of starting a new business for the sake of report tickets. The man thinks that the young stock trader is too greedy since he couldn't be satisfied with the deal. Gold is outraged that he dared to offer him a contract for exclusive trade with the Golden Association. The elder considers Ern's desire to become the sole mediator to be unheard of impudence. Sweetshine informs his grandfather that the stock trader has made a different offer. He begins to say what will happen in case of refusal, but the elder interrupts him, urging him to get to the point. Sweetshine complies, reporting that Ern has asked for an investment of 200,000 coins. The man becomes confused by what he hears, losing his enviable control. Sweetshine says that Ern is committed to paying everything back with interest, and Gold begins to doubt his decision. His grandson relays the guy's words that all that is needed for this is to sign a contract guaranteeing the exchange. The old man notes that he doesn't even know about Ern's abilities, and negligence in this matter is unacceptable. Sweetshine reports that there is a solution to this problem and how to completely eliminate this risk. Looking at his grandson, the man, surprised, asks a clarifying question. Ern begins absorption by using the sponge effect in his head, allowing him to learn at an accelerated rate. The guy thinks that no matter how much he does it, he still can't get used to it. Letting out a heavy sigh of fatigue, Ern asks his interlocutor from whom he extracted the knowledge. Gold says that this is his subordinate, who has been with him since the king's first steps in trade. Ern feels it is necessary to convey at least words of gratitude to this man. Gold says there is no need for this, since he forcibly kept him near him. He wanted to leave the capital and look after his grandchildren, and now he will probably do so. But if this person's abilities are preserved in other dimensions, he will only be happy about it. Gold tells Ern not to worry, saying he will treat him with respect. Hearing the words that he will never feel the bitterness of regret, the guy agrees with this. But he recalls the words that the Golden Trade Association is not involved in the trading of dimensions. But things are a little different. The thing is that they do not make transactions only on behalf of the company. In any case, for Ern, the knowledge of the close associate of the King of Trade is a real jackpot. When the deal is made, Gold asks the guy not to forget why he made the concession. Ern promises to provide the goods needed for revenge within the next 3 years. The old man thinks that this deal is extremely unusual because this guy is a stock trader. He didn't think he would ever sign a contract with such concessions. But so far, he doesn't regret what he did. Saying goodbye to the King of Commerce, Ern expresses hope for their further cooperation. The man remains silent in response, wondering if this is really the so-called hope for good luck. Saying goodbye to his own grandson, he says that someday a good day will come for them. Watching the man leave, Sweetshine says that he will then provide Ern with the necessary list. Studying it, the boy notes that all 5 are residents of martial arts, with a common trait. The sole phase of these people is the possessor of transcendental martial arts. Ern wonders if Sweetshine can take them on at his level. But then the guy immediately shakes himself, reminding himself that this doesn't concern him, and sending a stock report. Ern writes to his interlocutor that the job is done, and he thanks him generously. But then Sweetshine praises the guy's sense of humor, and he doesn't understand what he's talking about. His interlocutor begins to say that Ern did this in order to get something more. He asks the stock trader to admit honestly that he fabricated this data, and Ern says that the head of the Great Mountain said the same thing last time. However, the guy adds that he knows for sure that the report cannot be falsified. Assuming something went wrong, Ern theorizes that the file does not contain the interlocutor's enemy. Sweetshine says that everything is not like that at all. They exist, and there are 2 of them, but the main culprit is missing. Apologizing, he asks his question again, asking about the possibility of making changes to the document. Ern says his answer won't change no matter how many times he's asked. Sweetshine thanks the guy for the data once again and, saying goodbye, leaves the room. Ern felt the sense of failure that emanated from his former interlocutor very clearly. This awakens sadness in him, but nothing can be done about these feelings. The guy's thoughts change direction a little. He starts thinking about Sweetshine's enemies from the list, and this leads to the conclusion that they played a major role in the bloody massacre in the premiere. One asks the other if this is really a dream, and they answer with a denial, although they also cannot believe it. Bass recalls how, upon hearing Titan's words, he took them for utter nonsense, but in vain. His interlocutor confirms what he heard, that everything turned out as Flip predicted. Titan believes that Bass should take this position, since he is excellent at handling paperwork. He himself has only strength, and having settled here, he will be no different from furniture. Bass thanks his dear partner, praising his common sense, and he suddenly asks if his interlocutor has found out about this point. He shares that neither healers nor magicians would have the courage to do something like this. Titan asks if his friend will leave everything as is, and he will, because there is simply no other way out. Bass reminds the thug that he too endured this pain and worked no matter what. Saying that they have become one team, Ern suggests raising the cocktails prepared for the interlocutors in honor of this. Men don't like this proposal at all, because the very sight of the drinks makes them sick. But it's impossible to refuse, because Flint insists, ordering that everything be emptied to the bottom. There is nothing else to do, and the men, after exhaling sharply, drink their treat in one gulp. After this, while cursing Ern, they simultaneously call him like the devil. The guy asks how they are and asks them to share their feelings about it with him. Bass says the mood is much worse than he expected because they don't know his demands. Ern voices a guess that these two want to take over the reins of power. Saying that he is a sensible man, the guy promises to give them as much freedom as possible. The boys are puzzled when they hear the words that this will be possible, and that Ern is not interested in crime. Handing them a piece of paper with demands, the guy promises to be kind if they comply with them without complaint. Looking at the sheet of paper with surprise, the readers' faces take on an increasingly puzzled look. First on the list is a ban on trying to get rid of bugs, as this will be considered treason. The same goes for the disclosure of Ern's identity. He asks for 15% of the income every month. Reading the rest, men wonder if these are really conditions and not threats. Coming to the end of the list, Bass notes that, to some extent, these conditions are quite acceptable. Ern asks again what he means by to some extent, and the kids correct themselves. Then the guy changes his anger to mercy, recalling his words about being a sane person. In fact, Bass and Titan don't think so at all, but the former begins to reason mentally. This scenario doesn't seem the worst to a man, except that 15% hits his pocket. Only Bass says he's never heard of Flip Trading Company, and Ern says it's his. Both men are amazed that the boy is a merchant, but only one of them asks. Ern confirms these words, adding that he has 50 years of experience. The comparison of what was said with the appearance of the person sitting in front of them makes the men look at each other questioningly. One of the doors of the academy opens, and a little later closes by itself. Becoming visible again, Ern wonders if the technique was even worth using. But he still comes to the conclusion that there is nothing wrong with being overly cautious. Ern thinks about how much he's accomplished in these 15 days. The first thought that comes into his head is about achieving an excellent rank. After this, he remembers the agreement he managed to make with the King of Trade. Thanks to the investment, he was able to buy out the bankrupt guild and open the Flip Trading Company. Moreover, the position of the Black Mamba boss is not empty. Ern's confidant sits there. The guy also praises himself for not giving up on his studies at the academy. All this leads Ern to the idea that the world is, in principle, woven from various possibilities. The guy is thinking about asking Circle again for another closed training session. At that very moment, the door opens, and the instructor is happy that his student has returned on time. Ern greets the man, admitting that he had been meaning to visit him. The guy starts talking about closed training, but finds out that there is a more serious problem now. Ern is surprised by this, asking a clarifying question, and the man does the same. He asks if the guy got into any trouble before entering the academy. Yesterday, a man from the prosecutor's Knights Corps came to him and asked about Erna. Since the closed training session ended only today, the man asked him to come later. He asks if Ern has any ideas, and the boy replies with a firm denial. Circle thinks about this, because a person from the prosecutor's corps would not bother with some trifle. And then the man remembers a detail that could turn out to be quite important. He says that with this man there was another one named Derek from the Albrecht estate. Now the guy's head is visited by a completely confident thought that he knows what the matter is. After all, it follows from this that Marquis Dorian, the head of the Albrecht family, suspects him. Ern reflects on the fact that it is impossible to punish a killer who left no evidence. The good news is that the guy has a solid alibi for just such a case. Even a man from the prosecutor's night competition couldn't refute this. As soon as Ern finishes his thought, someone enters the interrogation room and asks if he is Ern Stilgard. The guy confirms these words in a calm tone, saying that everything is correct. Saying that he is pleased to meet him, the man calls himself Zenitz, stating his position. Ern is mentally amazed that the commander himself came to him for questioning, and begins to ask about the reason. The man asks him not to be afraid, saying that he will just ask him a few questions. Taking his seat, Zenitz asks the guy if he minds if he starts right away. The commander says they still haven't been able to find Marquis Albrecht's missing son, Kuntz. Ern plays dumb, pretending he's just now realizing what happened. His opponent, with a dispassionate look, clarifies that his interlocutor did not know this, and he shakes his head negatively, but does not utter a sound. The man confirms this. He says that Ern really couldn't have known this because the Stilgard guards left earlier. Then Zenitz asks if the boy thought it was strange that Kunz was absent from the academy. Ern says he was a little confused, but then decided they were just in different classes. He adds that, on the other hand, they didn't even really know each other. Kunz seemed willful to him. Showing understanding, the man remains silent for a while, but soon speaks up again. When he says he has no more questions, Ern is seriously surprised. He doesn't understand why he was called into the interrogation room then, if there was no intensive interrogation. The guy asks if he can go, but he is asked to stay, saying that there is someone who wants to talk to him. Turning towards the door, Zenitz tells the man that he can now come in. The heavy canvas moves aside deliberately slowly, as if it were already part of a second interrogation. And when Ern sees the silhouette of a man appearing in the darkness of the doorway, his guess is confirmed. Seeing Derek tense, the guy is finally convinced that the real interrogation is about to begin. A man greets his young acquaintance with the words that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Ern notes the fact out loud, saying that the second captain's face has become very haggard. Derek agrees, saying that in a situation like this there is no other way. After this he falls silent, and for a while there is absolute silence in the room. Zenitz watches everything from the darkness, and now his gaze is fixed on the suspect's face. But contrary to expectations, it appears impartial until the silence is broken again. The man turns out to be Derek, and he asks Ern why he did it. The guy is mentally amazed that the man gets straight to the point, but out loud he expresses bewilderment. The captain says his young master disappeared without a trace just 24 hours after the steel guards left. He recalls that on the eve of this, a fight even broke out between their knights. Derek asks Ern if he thinks this coincidence is too strange. The guy mentally notes that this foundation is too weak, and he exhales heavily out loud. Ern continues, saying that he is only suspected because he was there by accident. The man admits that he has thought about this tens of thousands of times before today. More than a month had passed since his young master Kunz had disappeared. If he had left of his own free will, the Albrecht's men would have had plenty of time to find him, but there are no traces anywhere, and no one is making any demands for ransom. The man expresses firm confidence that, if this is the case, it is not an escape or a kidnapping. But little Stilgard had both the motive and the opportunity to carry out his plan. Zenitz turns to Sir Derek, reminding him that before him stands the son of an earl and the descendant of a hero. He asks him to show respect, and the second captain reluctantly apologizes. Ern asks Zenitz if Derek has the authority to question him, since he is not a prosecutor. The man answers positively, saying that he came with him and that Marcus Dorian asked for this. He adds that they can stop the interrogation here today if Ern has any objections. The guy asks what motive he could possibly have, reminding him that deaths happen. Ern asks if they can substantiate their guesses and also what their reasons are. Derek is quickly located, saying that on the night of the disappearance, a detachment of Stilgards stopped in the village of Thain. But she was only a day's drive from Akadio, so how could the day have been so stressful? The man finds this strange, because it looked as if they were trying to get to this place. Ern says it's because sleeping without a roof over your head would be extremely uncomfortable. Zenitz says he would do the same, because nothing can replace a soft bed. Derek takes it calmly, but says that the most interesting part is about to begin. The man goes on to talk about the testimony of the inhabitants of this village. They said that the arriving detachment remained there from night until the next morning. Zenitz notes that this is not enough to justify an indictment, as there are dozens of similar accusations. The second captain agrees with this, but adds that there is a crucial gap in the eyewitness accounts. This is that one of the people used the room alone and did not leave it until dawn. And of course, that very man was none other than Ern Stilgard. The guy mentally praises Derek, noting how well he prepared, but this is not enough. Zenitz clarifies that Ern returned to Akadio, made Kunz disappear, and went back to Thain. The second captain turns his gaze to his interlocutor to answer him in agreement. Zenitz lets out a resigned sigh, reminding Derek that this guy is a middle-class cadet. Hearing uncertainty about whether this is even possible for any of them, the man responds positively. Zenitz admits this, but asks how Erna managed to deceive the guards. There is a version for this too. The man clarifies that this boy even managed to deceive the subordinates of the Marquise's son. Derek agrees and hears the prosecutor's commander let out a heavy sigh. The man believes that this is a complete set of conjectures and assumptions, and suggests that the captain take a rest. Derek is impenetrable. He asks his interlocutor why he didn't ask for a favor. Pushing the table aside, he says they just need to check it once. Derek wants to make sure whether Ern Stilgard is hiding his true abilities or not. Looking into the eyes opposite, the man thinks about the first rank at the age of 16. And although he himself understands that this is complete nonsense, he remembers the energy that he felt from Ern. And remembering that this boy is Stilgard, one cannot at all think that this is just speculation. Zenitz doubts Derek's sanity, as his accusations are truly absurd. The man notes out loud that it is impossible to place mana into someone else's body at one's own discretion. Ern allows himself to be tested, saying that he doesn't see anything wrong with it, but wants to clarify something. The guy says he finds it slightly offensive that he is accused of being responsible for Kunz's disappearance. He asks what the men will do if it turns out that he was not involved in anything. Derek says that in that case he will do anything, and the guy is satisfied. By extending his hand, which is an agreement to be checked, He suggests that they get it all over with as quickly as possible. Accepting this arrangement, the second captain begins to experience some strange feeling inside himself. As soon as their palms touch, the man impatiently pours his mana into the other's body. He tenses up, feeling the fourth rank and thinking that this simply cannot be. The man doesn't understand why he doesn't feel anything, doesn't understand where that excess mana went. Thinks that if you don't know about the existence of the first system, you won't be able to find his mana. He talks about first-tier mana that is blocked in certain blood vessels, and then about the 100-year-old internal energy, which cannot be compared with the mana of the heart. When it's all over and the man unclenches his fingers in dismay, silence reigns. Looks at his opponent, waiting for his further reaction and confession. Instead of Derek, Zenith speaks up, asking what the results of his check are. The man answers honestly, saying that has a 4th rank, which is close to the 3rd. Zenith is amazed, asking the boy how he even managed to get into the middle class at the academy. Says he's had a few achievements lately. Zenith expresses understanding, saying he now understands why the freshman had a closed practice. He praises the guy, advising him to continue in the same spirit, and generously thanks his interlocutor. He turns his gaze to the second man, waiting for his reaction to his own initiative. The man quickly admits that he was wrong and, slightly embarrassed, asks for forgiveness. Zenith expresses hope for understanding, emphasizing that Captain Derek is in despair. The guy says that everything is fine, and expresses joy that all doubts have been successfully dispelled. The captain once again asks for forgiveness, admitting that it was as if a demon had possessed him. He continues to apologize until speaks up. He expresses hope that the man will find Kunz, even though he didn't know the guy well. The man accepts condolences and thanks the Stillguard's son for his kind words. Says he has to go to class, and Zenith thanks the guy for his cooperation. When the guy goes out and no one can see him anymore, a smile appears on his lips. He thinks with delight that the case of the missing Kunz was thus completely closed. When the boy returns to class, Dmitri asks how he could do such a thing to him. Asks what he did and why his neighbor looks so gloomy. The guy flares up, asking how it was possible to leave for a closed training session without telling him anything. He literally cries, saying that he didn't sleep at night because he was waiting for his dear neighbor. Dmitri's shouts cause the audience to whisper, and listens to the essence of the words. Classmates don't understand how a first-year student could even get into a closed training session. They speculate that received special privileges due to his family's influence. The guy exhales regretfully, amazed at the level of thinking of all these people. He is distracted from his irritating thoughts by a voice he has heard before. Recalls that he was the only student who distinguished himself in the entrance exam. This man was an ace who never fell from the top until he graduated from the academy. The existence of this guy was, in a way, an amplifier of inferiority complex. And the name of this unrivaled excellent student is Cassian Traus. Mentally wondering why he spoke to him, the guy confirms it and asks what happened. Without further ado, Cassian expresses his desire to challenge Stillguard to a duel. The guy is puzzled, because he least expected to hear something like this from this man. Dmitri becomes even more tense, starting to seriously worry about his dear neighbor. The others also can't believe their ears, amazed that the best student would call someone like They start whispering again, wondering if this makes any sense at all. Students don't understand why something like first place is needed from the top class. They believe that everything should be the other way around, that it is the mid-table team that should challenge the elite to a duel. Hearing no answer, Cassian starts talking about a fight, but says he doesn't want one. The best student is amazed and pauses, but it doesn't last long. He asks about the reason for the refusal. Says he just doesn't want to, but Cassian doesn't think that's a reason. The guy asks why the best student suddenly decided to challenge him to a duel. Instead of answering, Cassian says that, according to the rules, it is impossible to refuse a duel. Asks if his opponent even knows why this rule was created and explains. Cassian says he can use it too, even though it was designed for lower-class students. Points out that this rule was not given to show one's superiority by beating up the weak. Cassian says that Instructor Circle has given his consent to this duel and agreed to be an observer. Understands that in this case he cannot refuse. Besides, everyone is talking about a closed training session. Since there is no choice, the guy is forced to agree and asks when this fight will take place. Cassian, as if he had rehearsed this hundreds of times, says in a rote manner that it will happen right now. Turning a calm gaze to his opponent, begins to consider options in his head. His classmates gasp in shock, as nothing like this has ever happened before. Cassian is not at all embarrassed by the intense and interested glances. He waits for answer. And he gets it. The guy agrees, expressing confidence that it won't take much time. Stepping out of his lane, asks his opponent to lead him to the action. When they leave, people follow them with their eyes until the very last moment, quietly talking to each other. They are excited by the very thought of a duel between the first-year students ranked 1st and 72nd. They only want to go to see how talented the best student is. When Cassian brings to the appropriate location, preparations for the upcoming duel immediately begin. The previously unperturbed Sirkal breaks out in a sweat at the sight of his student's withering gaze, mentally apologizing for such an act. He thinks that these are the rules. Nothing can be done about it. Himself understands everything perfectly well, but he still doesn't need this hassle. When the guy looks back at his opponent, he immediately addresses him. He asks Cassian to tell him right now the reason for his strange behavior, and he finally answers. The guy says that none of the freshmen before had ever been to a closed practice. Is forced to agree. He even mentally thinks that this can be considered an absolute record. Cassian says he doesn't understand the reason for this, as his own application was rejected. It begins to dawn on and he asks if the reason for this is really the lost opportunity to be first. Cassian says that's not the issue, but he's just curious as to why he was able to get permission. Finds that argument unconvincing, saying appointments are based on potential, not rankings. He gives the example of how, thanks to closed training, he was able to overcome a wall in front of him. Continues by saying that this is the purpose of training, and his interlocutor says that he knows this. The guy asks what his problem is then, clarifying whether it really is just the desire to be first. Cassian starts shouting, asking what kind of nonsense is talking about, and he chuckles to himself. Now the guy understands that this brilliant student is actually just a child. Cassian, meanwhile, continues, saying that is not the only one who has hit the wall. Hopes that his opponent will work hard and overcome it someday. Cassian advises him not to go too far by planning to check everything himself. He rushes into battle with the words that he will also check whether is worthy of attending closed training sessions. The guy stands firm until the very last moment and then easily blocks Cassian's attack. Even for Circle, who knows the man's abilities better than anyone, this is impressive. What can we say about the students who were watching this, as it seemed to them, unequal battle? As he takes on another attack from his opponent, mentally convinces himself that he is a genius. He remembers how in his past life this young man paraded around with his nose in the air until the end of his days. However, today he chose as his opponent someone who is beyond his capabilities. Thinking back to all those he's fought in the past, sees Cassian as an insignificant blip on the road. When they meet again, the Academy's top student tries to lower his opponent's guard with conversation. Cassian acknowledges the strength of defense, but asks how long he will continue to defend himself. The guy thinks that his opponent does nothing but irritate him and expresses regret. It's about how you can't take out Cassian with one blow. Because in the eyes of others, is average. He thinks about how to deal with this upstart discreetly, and remembers something. The trail Cassian left behind also had its flaws, and they lay in its control skills. And this is exactly what is needed to carry out the plan that just came to Ern's mind. So as soon as Cassian finishes his lunge with a blow, the guy abruptly moves out from under the training sword. Drops to one knee, pretending his dodge was a little awkward. However, he is surreptitiously checking the reaction of his opponent, who is already noticeably exhausted. As slowly rises to his full height, Cassian gasps in shock. Confused, he asks his opponent what he is doing and what is wrong with his sword. In response, says that a knight who has truly reached the heights controls his strength with gentleness. Heaviness is overcome by lightness, and fast speed is compensated by slowness. The boy explains that the person who taught him this truth is his own father. Cassian is surprised by this too, asking again whether His Excellency Abraham really said this. Students watching the fight express confusion as to why they suddenly started chatting. Cassian expresses understanding, asking to share with him the continuation of this instruction. Is secretly jubilant, glad that he managed to interest the enemy, but says that's all. Instead, Abraham demonstrated what he had said by example. Pointing his sword at the enemy, the guy says that everything happened exactly this way. Suddenly, he is just centimeters away from Cassian's face, and he involuntarily flinches. The guy tries to understand where he went wrong, to grasp the truth hidden in the depths. But suddenly his face hardens in an instant, and the best student cries out in indignation. Striking at his opponent's sword, he calls these antics frivolous. But suddenly Cassian becomes puzzled, because confident that he touched him, he did not even feel the blow. Pleased with the manipulation he pulled off, grins, reveling in his victory. Cassian can't believe he was fooled by some mediocre guy. However, the best student is not going to give up so easily, because this would be a blow to his reputation. Blinded by the injustice, Cassian rushes at his opponent with a war cry, and he, with an unperturbed expression, easily repels the impulsive blow. Cassian is starting to understand what it is, but it's not easy at all. At this time, the enemy asks him what he can say about this now. Clarifies, asking if he has the right to be admitted to closed training sessions now. The guy mentally giggles maliciously, reveling in his own superiority. Cassian now doesn't know how to behave, because the situation is developing ambiguously. He expresses denial out loud, theatrically believing that this fight has taught his opponent nothing. Immediately after this, gives the instructor a prearranged signal, and he quickly comes to his senses. Saying that he sees no desire to fight in these students, the man declares it a draw. Observers, however, don't think so, calling this conclusion nonsense and asking the guys to continue the fight. Circle silences them, declaring the duel over and ordering them to return to their classrooms. The students were not impressed by this outcome, believing that this fight simply could not end in a draw. One of them recalls the expression on Cassian's face, who was also stunned by what was happening. Others recall the words about the right, and they are told that this meant closed training. They come to the conclusion that Ern is indeed worthy of such a privilege after such a battle. The best student of the academy silently approaches the instructor and silently says goodbye to him. When he leaves, both he and his former adversary follow him with their eyes until the very end. Ern compliments himself, considering this ending to the duel to be an excellent decision. When Circle asks him about the plan, he says that he found this option to be the best. The man asks the guy if he thinks he's gone a bit overboard, as it's a very complex art. Ern compares it to leaving a special rank door open after everyone has mastered it. He thinks that what he demonstrated is the 8 stars darkness sword technique. Circle believes that this child is now confused after higher skills. Ern says that he did it for this very reason, and the fight ended the way it did thanks to the instructor. Circle believes that the guy could have lost if he hadn't gone too far. Ern admits that he wanted to annoy that bastard a little, and didn't want to lose to him. The guy also says that after classes, he will have to leave the academy for a short time. The man doesn't understand why Ern even entered the academy, since he skips classes so often. And at the same time, Circle wonders why this guy is leaving this time. Watching the people working, Ern, realizing that it is all his, finds the view beautiful. Almost immediately after this, the head of the trading company, that is, him, is called out. Seeing his deputy, the guy asks if there have been any incidents. The answer is negative. This is Marcus, and while he is Ern's current deputy, he is the former head of this company. The man says that his boss arrived just in time because some decision needs to be approved. Looking over the list of new employees, Ern gives orders to double their number. Marcus thinks this is unjustified, but the guy believes that even so there will be a shortage of personnel. The man thinks that he still can't believe the volume of deals that the boss requested. Ern says he'd really like to quadruple his staff, but he's better off taking things slow. He adds that they will now have a lot to do, as in a few years their company will be the largest. Ern asks his deputy to be careful, and he says he will keep it in mind. The guy also asks to hire carpenters to repair this old building. Marcus considers this unnecessary, since the business has only just opened and there is still space in the warehouse. Ern reminds him that he is the boss here, and his interlocutor is forced to agree with him. The guy asks whether clients would be willing to use services with a nondescript appearance. Marcus has no choice but to agree with his boss. Arguing with him is useless. The guy looks at this man from the perspective of an old man who has been in business for half a century. According to her, Marcus is a pretty good option for the position of deputy. Besides, the guy is confident that this man will not stab him in the back, and that means a lot. Emerging from such thoughts, Ern asks where the secretary is at the moment. Knocking politely on the door before entering, the guy asks if there are any complaints about the secretary. The boys, puzzled by the knocking, peer out from an excessively high stack of important papers. But, seeing who exactly came to them and hearing a familiar voice, they express joy. Shadow reacts especially violently to Ern's appearance, rushing towards his owner with a joyful squeak. The guy reminds him that they haven't seen each other for at most one day, and the baby already misses him so much. Ern suggests that he has placed too much work on Sylvia's shoulders, but his interlocutor says that she herself is happy to help, because under his sensitive guidance she has settled in well. Ern praises Sylvia, saying that she is handling everything even better than he expected, and the secretary suddenly remembers that the workshop reported that the guy's order was ready. He is pleasantly surprised by this, because he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Sylvia says the deputy picked him up earlier in the day, and Ern replies that there was no need to go to all that trouble. The guy's interlocutor suddenly becomes interested in where he plans to use this thing. Ern says that this is an order for Shadow, which surprises both the animal itself and Sylvia. As they leave the building and go out into the backyard, the guy turns to his charge. Saying that this order is exclusive, Ern asks if Shadow will be able to eat it all. The little animal approaches the task with all readiness, and at the same moment flies out of the hands of its owner. The next moment the first chomping sounds are heard, and Ern wishes Tanya bon appetit. The guy suggests that, from a human point of view, it would be like seeing a carriage made of sweets. Thinking that there should be some result by now, Ern decides to check his email. When logging into the first system, the first thing the guy sees is a message about passing the entrance exam. Ern is delighted, finding it hard to believe that his idea actually works. While checking out the affiliate store, the guy notes that they're asking for 100,000 as an entry fee. Remembering the channel master with kind words, Ern finds him very useful in many ways. Lost in thoughts of a slightly different kind, the guy wonders whether he should, for starters, change the name of the store. While editing and then saving the information, Ern suddenly feels like he's gone a little overboard, but he quickly dismisses such thoughts, justifying himself by saying that this is just the concept. Ern discusses how partner stores have one specialized field, and also that he is not a manufacturer, but an intermediary, so he does not affect the quality of the product. In this situation, the guy finds it rational to make variety an advantage of his store. However, a glance at the inventory is enough to make you feel ashamed of the range of goods. The guy turns to stone, and he responds surprisingly quickly, which is surprising. The man looks happy, saying that everything is great thanks to Ern's help. But that's not what the guy meant when he asked how things were. He meant the library's safety. Stone agrees that this is no longer a joke, saying it is difficult to pick up even one volume. Ern says there's nothing he can do and admits he wanted to provide the man with a business partner. Tom clearly likes this initiative and clarifies what exactly his interlocutor means. Ern resorts to trickery, saying that it is pointless now, because Stone will not be able to do anything because of the security. The man habitually dodges, saying that this does not mean that it is impossible to find a breach in security. Ern interrupts his interlocutor, asking a specific question about security. Asking about the quantity, Stone realizes that in just 1 year, he will be able to return half of his internal energy. This makes him impatiently inquire who exactly his business partner is. Ern honestly admits that it's a partner store, further piquing Stone's interest. The man is happy about this, expressing confidence that this way the money will definitely not go down the drain. And when he asks what the name of the store is, Ern announces it with pride. Stone is confused when he realizes who exactly owns this establishment. Ern thinks the man is going to laugh at the name, so he asks him not to. Stone says that's not the issue, but that the guy will have to go through a very tough test. Ern says he'll handle it himself, saying how much below the market price the offer will be. Realizing that this is not enough, the man comes to the conclusion that his income will also be less. Ern asks his interlocutor to think, asking what exactly the problem is. The guy continues, believing that it is most profitable to sell his goods in full volume at a discount. Stone agrees, believing that high sales volume is indeed profitable. Ern asks the man to prepare martial arts recordings and send them to him if everything is clear. As he ends the conversation, the guy is happy that he has figured out the martial arts recordings, and now Ern is looking to restock his store with other products. Later, he thinks that this sortie was useful for him, although short-lived. Thoughts of opening a store, stocking the shelves, and making progress in his connections bring him satisfaction. At the same time, the guy thinks about confirming Shadow's ability to transform. When Ern finds himself in the backyard of his company, he involuntarily screams at what he sees. He is pleasantly shocked that Shadow took everything, even the smallest details, into account during the transformation. Ern is convinced that the incomplete transformation into a sword was then due to the young age of the creature. However, now the guy was finally convinced that Shadow was a werewolf of the highest level. Ern thinks there are many other uses besides combat aid, like keeping the baby well fed. Returning to the dorm, the guy is surprised by Dimitri's absence, assuming that he is training. This plays into his hands, because Ern is burning with impatience, wanting to know how things are going with the partner store. When he logs in, he sees a chat request from Sweetshine, which prompts him to think about something. Ern's interlocutor notes that they haven't been in touch for a long time, and he asks how he's feeling. Sweetshine says that after much deliberation, he finally got his thoughts in order and made a decision. Even though the revenge will be incomplete, he is ready to carry it out. Ern tells Sweetshine he made the right decision, and he responds. He notices that it took him a lot of time to think about it, which is not good. He is burdened by the thought that if only 2 people are avenged, the main culprit will remain unpunished. At the same time, he will find out about the revenge and hide, and Sweetshine will lose the opportunity to take revenge on him. Ern reminds that a lot of time has passed since then, and it is not a fact that the 3 are still in touch. Sweetshine says they're masters, so they're bound to know some news about each other. Ern agrees and explains why the relationship between these people is special. His interlocutor is confused when he hears that these people are accomplices of the massacre. After a short pause, Sweetshine asks how Ern knows about all this, and he says that only in general terms, recalling the crumbs that Stone obtained for him. The Premier Bloodbath is the name given to the tragedy that occurred after the emergence of dimensional transactions. That day, the energy of many people was drained, and Sweetshine's parents fell victim to these circumstances. The latter says that he wanted to wait, find the main culprit, and then catch the whole gang. But when he finally managed to find his enemy, Sweetshine realized that he couldn't wait. He wants to make these people feel everything he went through, in their own skin. Ern likes the direction of this man's thinking, and agrees to support him. The guy also allows the revenge-obsessed person to contact him at any time. Sweetshine is amazed to hear that Ern is even willing to be his conversational partner as a bonus. He is puzzled, although he thanks the guy, and then, saying that it will be later, leaves the conversation. Ern wonders if this man will be able to get revenge, since both of his opponents are at their peak. The guy puts his thoughts in order, reminding himself that all that is required of him is support. And instead of continuing to stew in this, he decides to check out his partner store. What he saw puzzles the guy seriously, and he tries to come to his senses for a while. And then he expresses pleasant surprise, because the opening of the store exceeded his expectations. Customer reaction was positive. They admired the quality of the products and praised the selection. Now they didn't even have to scour the entire canal in search of the necessary goods. They liked the prices, and the fact that they no longer had to deal with scammers trying to cheat them. Even though the prices were high, the conscientious attitude covered everything. Erna is constantly bombarded with questions about promotions, coins, and thanks for the coupons provided. The guy assumes that at this rate everything will be sold out in just a week, and without any leftovers. He set the bar for himself at 2 years, but now he understands that he can already move on to the next point. There is a light step behind him, but Ern catches it and more. Focusing his senses on the energy emanating from the uninvited guest, the guy becomes wary. She is familiar to him, and this surprises him. The guy didn't think he would meet this person here and now. Calling Ern lazy, he asks why he is hanging around in this place at such a time. The guy expresses surprise at how quickly his interlocutor came to him. He says that if Ern had kept quiet, there would have been no need for them to meet at all. The guy is sarcastically saying that this is true brotherly affection that brings tears to one's eyes. And he turns to his dear relative, asking him for his opinion. Ern's older brother is named Jason. He is Abraham's third child and a knight of the 4 ranks. Right now, he asks the younger one what happened to him, and he doesn't understand what he's talking about. Jason was sure that Ern would end up in the bottom class, and he was surprised by his 72nd place. When the message becomes clear, the guy reluctantly asks if it is really that surprising. Jason confirms this, citing the fact that this is about Ern and not someone else. The guy mentally reminds himself that he shouldn't have expected anything else from this person. And Ern also resorts to sarcasm, asking if that is why his brother is so worried. Jason asks a clarifying question, but his interlocutor says that he already understands everything perfectly. Ern thinks that, judging by the past, this son also did not live up to Count Stilgard's expectations. Jason was finally broken when he couldn't get past the wall of the aura wielder. That's why, when he looked at Ern, there was always a feeling of anxiety. Ironically, it was Jason who ignored his younger brother more than anyone else. This man's thoughts were about taking a middle position, thereby avoiding ridicule. And although Ern knows this now, such information was previously unavailable to him. And now one look at this man is enough to understand how pathetic he is. Ern asks his brother to tell him what business he has with him, noting that he is hardly here for sentimentality. And although Jason is surprised by this answer, he remains silent before speaking. He asks about his younger brother's fight with Cassian. He is interested in how it all happened. The young man does not acknowledge the fact that Ern's fight with such a student could have ended in a draw. The guy changes not only his facial expression, but also his tone of voice, asking if he really couldn't have done that. But Jason is worried about something else. He reminds them of the ranking positions of these two. Ern says there's always a way to fix it, and his brother says someone wants to see him, and they want to do it precisely for this reason, which is why the guy is surprised and asks for clarification. Jason answers almost immediately, but looks even more confused when he mentions Thane's name. Repeating this name, Ern asks if this is the same Thane whose last name is Carson. Instead of answering with words, the older brother nods affirmatively and makes the younger one exhale heavily. Calling the man a funny idiot, Ern says he could have come himself. Hearing such words, Jason almost screams, asking the younger one to watch his language. Ern asks about the rashness of the words and whether there is anyone else here besides them. He clarifies whether he needs to go to Carson now and where exactly he wants to meet him. Jason says his brother shouldn't go out in that outfit and Thane won't meet him in person. Pointing to the envelope, the young man asks Ern to come to the address written inside. Asking if the younger one has a dress suit, Jason asks to put it on. Having looked closely at the envelope, Ern begins to speak in amazement, but his elders interrupt him. The young man speaks of the honor that has befallen his brother, since inviting a first-year student to the club is unheard of. Ern doesn't consider this an honor. On the contrary, for him it's an invitation to a puppet show. Jason starts to say something about what his brother makes him think about with every word he says, but he interrupts himself, instructing Erna not to be late for such an important event under any circumstances. The boy follows his brother with his eyes, noting that his gait is slightly different from his original one. When he's out of sight, Ern starts to think about going to that place. After all, there will be those who the guy will have to face sooner or later. Club 21 is the unofficial high society club of Theros Academy. Since the number is limited, only outstanding students from high-ranking families are invited. The connections made there last a lifetime. So many strive to be among the chosen ones. These are the stars of the current generation of Navarros, on whom great hopes are pinned. Right now, at the current reception, they are communicating with each other, pretending to be sympathetic and friendly. The room is filled with small talk and feigned laughter, but everything falls silent at the sound of unfamiliar footsteps. The children of privileged families all turn around and are surprised by the new member of society. When they see Ern, the bravest ones allow themselves to start asking others about him. They look at him with interested glances, asking who he is. Some of them admit the idea that Ern is a freshman, but others don't remember anyone who stood out from the group. They begin to discuss the guy openly, considering him very attractive. Ern smirks to himself, finding these people's wariness natural. All because in front of them is a body that bears the tag of High Society Star Navarro. Clearly feeling someone's gaze on him, the guy turns his head in the direction it comes from. Noticing a lonely silhouette, Ern takes a closer look at it and soon remembers her. This girl's name is Selena Laufer, and she was a member of this club before. The guy catches himself thinking that for some reason this fact had almost slipped his mind. But it doesn't matter, because Ern believes that in this life, it is not worth getting involved with this girl. The girls who approach Selena consider this guy's manners to be terrible, because she is the first beauty. The girl herself is hurt by this. She considers it a humiliation even from such a handsome man. But the latter is firm in his thoughts, because now he knows for sure Selena's true nature. Suddenly, two people appear in his path, one of whom asks the guy's name. Ern confirms that he is from the Stilgard family and asks what is going on. Geminis don't like this answer and react to it with caustic barbs. These are Baranda's elder brothers, and the one speaking now is called Hylan, and he continues to spray poison. The second one is named Duran. He believes that Ern's disrespectful attitude is due to the victory over their junior. Ern notes that he and Barand are similar, and believes that he complained about being beaten. The guy starts going over in his head the options of how to deal with the angry twins. After all, you can't make a noise here because there are too many prying eyes. An idea comes into the guy's head to ask them politely to get out of the way. But then a familiar voice is heard asking the twins to stop, causing them to be surprised. Jason states the fact that his youngest has arrived, and he confirms it. The guy says that he thought about his older brother. That's why he decided to show up. Hylan asks if Jason really wants to protect his so-called junior. His twin echoes his brother, reminding his opponent of his own words about his attitude towards Ern. Trying to respond to the words about his unexpected brotherly affection, Jason stops short. Ern is also silent, because he is even becoming a little curious about what the elder will answer. And he answers, but says that he is not defending the younger one, but that Thain himself invited him here. Hearing these words, the twins look at each other and, puzzled, say that they need to go. Following in his older brother's footsteps, the boy can't help but check out these hypocrites. Then Ern asks where Thain is now, and Jason says he's inside and alone. The guy asks if the future Duke doesn't want to hang out with mere mortals. Jason tugs him again, repeating his request to watch his words. Ern also repeats his question, and his brother says that the one who needs to hear it will hear it. The guy mentally notes that at least the brothers Darius and Jason are afraid of this man. Ern can understand their concerns, as Thain has a title, excellent fencing skills, and charisma. Such qualities make not only students but also teachers tremble with horror. In his past life, Ern himself did not want to go against that gentleman, but now he is becoming curious. In Navarro there are 3 noblemen with similar nicknames, one of whom is the Steel Count. The second in this trio is Dorian Albrecht, known as the Ardent Marquis. Rounding out the trio is the Cold Duke, who is Thain's father, Luther Carson. They are also known as the 3 Great Lords, and each of them represents the true power of Navarro. At the same time, many personify this trinity with the image of a great aristocrat. After all, each of them can boast of their fame at the continental level. Thain also stands out in some ways, being the embodiment of absolute influence on all spheres. Ern looks down and openly examines the guy standing at the man's feet. And just as fearlessly, the guy raises it towards the one who just gives his voice. Thain says he is pleased to meet him and calls his interlocutor by his full name. While complimenting his appearance, the young man expresses regret about Ern's height. However, he notes that the boy is young, expressing a guess that he will still grow up. Responding with a dry yes, Ern is amazed that he is being assessed right from the start. Thain is taken aback by this answer, initially pausing and then repeating the boy's answer. The older brother whispers carefully so that the younger one knows his limits, at least a little. Ern ignores these words and again lowers his gaze to the sufferer standing on all fours. The man shows no sign of disobedience, seemingly accustomed to his position. Ern wonders in his mind if Thain is in his right mind, even though it was exactly the same in the past. He also admits that he was extremely surprised when he learned that the Stillguards were hiding such a pearl. Ern reminds us that there is no sea shoal in the north, which means there can't be pearls. Thain asks again about the sea shoal and says that he finds the guy quite funny. The Duke asks Jason if he should start to get nervous, since his younger brother is better than him. Tom doesn't like this comparison, and the young man asks how this idiot is better than him. Thain responds with a sneer, calling him a jerk too, and offers to drag Ern around as an ornament. These words offend Jason, but he is so afraid of his interlocutor that he stupidly remains silent. Thain suggests that we stop the idle chatter and take a better look at this guy's abilities. He also says that he no longer needs the footrest, and tells the sufferer to get lost. When he gets up, he doesn't even straighten up to his full height, and Ern continues to look at him. Noticing an attentive gaze on himself, the boy hesitantly turns his own gaze towards him. Ern bears it with dignity, without even blinking, and the man standing opposite becomes embarrassed. As he slowly walks past, the boy no longer looks, unlike his older brother. But still, some unknown force makes Ern look at that twisted back again. He hears words addressed to the unfortunate man that he was lucky today thanks to the newcomer. They wonder if he really wants to live his whole life as an errand boy. Noticing Ern's curiosity, Thain asks him if he thinks he's overdoing it. He wonders if the boy thinks it's inhumane to treat people like footstools. Ern answers cautiously, but honestly, he is of the opinion that there is only part of the truth in this. Thain says he doesn't really care because the guy can see everything from this angle now, but he was starting to wonder why Ern wasn't showing him the respect he deserved. Unlike the extremely calm guy, his older brother tenses up, even feeling the sweat coming out. Ern then asks if the cultural level of this place was not like this originally. His interlocutor, not understanding the hint, asks the guy to explain, and he does so readily. Ern says that's how the Darius brothers behaved, and now he does too, and Jason is older than Thain. The guy says that, looking at this, he himself decided to start following this line of behavior, and under the stunned and frightened face of his brother, he asks another bold question. Ern asks if there is any problem or complaint about him following his elder's example. To everyone's surprise, Thain bursts out laughing and then bursts out laughing uncontrollably. He likes that this guy has the gift of gab. He begins to think of him as a useful thing. The Duke expresses hope that Ern's skills are not as good as his ability to speak. The guy gets the idea that this person wants to have a duel with him, and he mentions a duel that took place relatively recently with the best student of the academy. Thain says that after the fight with Ern, he continues to remain in this state, and although it is generally known what happened, everyone is burning with curiosity, wanting to know the truth. They are curious about the reason Cassian gave in. They don't believe that the words he said back then were to blame. Thain considers them fools, believing that there is nothing important in victory or defeat. He says that what really matters is the words spoken about the Steel Count's enlightenment. From this, Ern concludes that Thain might indeed be interested in such a secret. This man is an ace of the 3rd year, ranking among the best students. The young man, meanwhile, asks if Ern has heard anything else like that. Thain says he is at a crossroads now, but the Steel Count's words can help him. Ern pretends to think about it, but in reality the plan is already prepared in his head. The fish takes the bait, and Thain asks if there is anything else that the little one is thinking about. Ern laughs to himself, because while he pretends this is a gesture of goodwill, the Duke is actually a petitioner. An idea appears in the guy's head to beat up this hypocrite, like Cassian before. But for now, he says that there really is something else, and Thain asks the guy to talk. Ern obeys, saying that a knight who has reached the heights controls strength with gentleness. He repeats the words he said to Cassian, and then adds the last one about there being fullness in emptiness. This interests Thain, but he doesn't understand the meaning, asking his interlocutor to explain it to him. Ern says it means pretending you don't have anything, even if you do. You have to be full inside, but look empty on the outside. The state where you look like a normal person, more than anything else. Thain remains impressed, saying he feels as if his consciousness has been instantly opened. Ern is amazed at the conceit of this man, who believes that this is how one can achieve enlightenment. Thain approaches Jason, asking why his brother's words differ from his own. The Duke scoffs at the 3rd son's knowledge of more than his 2nd, who seems to be the one to be expelled. Jason starts to hesitate, trying to find a suitable excuse, but Thain continues, interrupting him. He says he finds this surprising, as he considered only Kieran to be a useful person in their family. Thain admits that the idea that Jason should be nervous was a joke before, but not anymore. Turning to Ern, the young man says that he liked him, and that he liked him. However, Thain cannot let him into the club because all the seats are currently occupied. Because that is their symbol. No one will increase the number of participants just like that. But at the same time, Thain doesn't want to let the younger Stilgard go so easily, and he turns to Jason, asking him how he feels about making room for his brother. The boy's voice breaks out and he asks if Thain is seriously going to throw him out of the club. He is completely serious and asks what else his interlocutor can offer, besides a name. Thain, also in color, says that he does not at all need to have 2 whole Stilgard offspring with him. Thain chuckles, asking Jason to make his face simpler and saying he was only joking. After all, it is thanks to Sir Arbahan that he can now enjoy all these benefits. But Ern can see perfectly well that every word spoken from this man's mouth sounds like nitpicking. Thain tells Jason not to worry, saying he will always be a member of the 21 Club. Hearing words of gratitude, the young man offers to fulfill his request in this case. Jason perks up, immediately agreeing and assuring his interlocutor that he would do it with pleasure. Then Thain asks him how about having a little duel now. Jason tenses and stutters to clarify that he really wants to spend it here. Ern, understanding what this man was getting at, waited for his answer and remained silent, thinking through the options in his head. Thain asks the young man to relax, because he just wanted to check something. It's not serious at all. Sometime later, they are already standing in a makeshift ring, and the Duke gives his opponent a hook. Not daring to seriously raise his hand against Thain, Jason, unable to withstand the serious collision, loses his balance. The Duke recalls Ern's words and suggests that this is how to overcome speed through slowness. The guy is skeptical about this, because in reality this person is simply demonstrating the difference in strength. Thain asks his opponent to try harder, because he has no idea if he is doing it right. Those watching this spectacle are talking among themselves about how Jason is a punching bag today. They consider this guy a common hanger-on who is worthless without his family. Some even say they always knew something like this would happen someday. Listening to such words, Jason's anger slowly begins to boil, and his opponent, asking why he froze, orders him to attack immediately. This is the last straw for Jason, and he jumps to his feet. With a war cry, the young man rushes at his opponent, but the latter does not feel threatened. Thain dodges Jason's blow without any difficulty and concludes. He chuckled thoughtfully, considering this to be a control of power through gentleness, as the Count said. And the next moment, he strikes Jason, who hasn't had time to recover from the previous attack. He, just like a little earlier, drops words about overcoming heaviness with the help of lightness, and then he says it's harder than he thought, while Jason struggles to breathe. Without even giving the boy time to recover, Thain lunges at him and strikes him from the side. As he delivers the next blow, he pretends to try to figure out how to do it correctly. As he continues to beat his opponent, Thain repeatedly says that he is doing something wrong. Ern is the only one who looks at this baby beating with disdain. The rest rejoice as if this spectacle is a feast for the eyes. Even the girls, not always covering themselves, are not shy about openly rejoicing and egging on the Duke. And Jason, from the next blow, flies back a decent distance and hits himself painfully. Thain continues to mock him, asking if he was really exhausted from just a couple of light blows. Jason tries to get up at that time, but he can barely keep his balance. Thain tells him to stand up, saying that he is now slowly beginning to understand the meaning of what Ern said. Jason tries to say something, but instead a wheeze comes out of his mouth. When someone steps forward and blocks his view, the young man cannot believe his eyes. Hearing a familiar voice and the question, "Maybe that's enough," Jason is completely taken aback. The amazement is not only reflected on his face, those present are amazed by the unprecedented spectacle. Publicly insulted, Thain asks Ern to repeat it and asks if he told him that. And the guy continues, asking if such a beating can be called a duel. Thain asks if he shouldn't learn the truth step by step, without stopping for a second. Ern says that if everything were that simple, then every creature could use aura. Thain says he can't remember anyone being rude to him for a long time, despite the leniency shown. He says that the bastards from the Stilgard family won't be able to cause him any problems. Continuing to mock them, Thain expresses confidence that Ern will not be able to prove himself. He gets more and more heated, saying that the Stilgards only know how to boast about Arbacon's achievements. Thain addresses those present, asking if they would like to hear the answers to these questions. Voices agreeing with him roll around the hall, beginning to vilify the Stilgards in the same way. Ern partly agrees with these words, so he mentally urges himself to come to terms with it. The guy thinks that their family really is no longer the same Stilgards that they used to be, and yet he approaches his brother and extends his hand to him, and then speaks up. Ern invites Jason to come with him, offering to leave this troubled place. The older brother looks at his younger brother, unable to believe what is happening. Before taking action, Jason lowers his head, unable to bear such shame. But despite this, the young man still grabs his younger brother's hand, accepting his help. Thain is not happy with this outcome, asking if they are really going to just up and leave. Ern, in turn, asks him if they still need to get his permission. Thain says that's not what he meant, and they can indeed leave, but remember one thing. He says that he always settles scores with both his benefactors and his enemies, and in light of recent events, the Stilgards belong precisely to the latter category. Ern jokes that if we are talking about charity, then he does not need any handouts. Thain misunderstands his interlocutor again, causing rage to boil within him. The guy asks if he didn't give him what he so desperately wanted to get. After all, Thain was interested in comprehending the knowledge of the Steel Count's enlightenment. The young man is confused by these words because, in essence, what Stilgard said is true. And Ern grins, saying that even knowing the secret, he still can't grasp the essence. The guy turns around and leaves, satisfied, and Thain finally comes to his senses. With an awkward chuckle, he says he simply can't find the right words when he looks at them. He calls the Stilgards cowardly northern rats, convinced that they have chickened out. The brothers don't pay attention to all these barbs, but Ern is actively thinking. He lets all these people laugh to their heart's content, because things are about to change dramatically. Ern is confident that after this, the ingrained humiliation of the Stilgard family will be shattered into pieces. When they return to the dorm, the guy scolds himself for holding back. The aftertaste is bitter. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him stop and the guy turns around as he hears a voice accusing him. Shaking with anger and trying to hold back tears, Jason says that all this happened because of him. He reproaches his younger brother for doing wrong, and that he will now be made an outcast. For a moment after these words, Ern is silent, waiting for a continuation, but none follows. And then the boy asks his older brother if he is really that afraid of Thain. Jason responds with an honest agreement, saying that he is the one who doesn't pay attention to anyone. Ern says it's hard to look at all this without tears, regretting the fate that befell his family. Since he said it in a question form, Jason thinks the question was directed at him and is confused. And then the guy says that it's all about them, for example, their brother wouldn't have been treated like that. Jason starts to speak but stops, and Ern mentally finishes the thought for his elder. He is almost completely sure that his brother thinks exactly the same as he just said. Ern doesn't know what's best to do, but the fact is that he's been holding himself back for a long time. Hearing a sound, Jason uses it as an excuse to avoid eye contact, and Ern thinks that he can no longer show leniency when he is going to paint his enemies. While he was plagued by doubts, the boy ends by saying that Jason helped him make his decision. The older one screams, drawing attention to himself, and asks why the younger one went there again. Ern reminds him that he doesn't have warm feelings for him, but he is still his brother. Moreover, with his actions and words, Thain clearly insulted the entire Stilgard family. And Ern, thanks to his older brother, made a firm decision to put the offender in his place. Later, the twins almost simultaneously ask the guy why he came here again. He asks what's wrong with them and why they always get in his way. Huin is more unrestrained, insulting Ern and asking if he has gone blind. They approach Thain, asking him if he has any unfinished business with the Stilgards. The young man says that there are no such things, allowing the twins to do whatever they want with these degenerates. The Darius's faces twist into angry grimaces as soon as they hear these words. Warming up as he approaches his victim, Huin asks why the younger one came back here without Jason. Hearing his brother's words, Ern asks if Barand really didn't tell them anything. The interlocutors say that the younger one told them that his opponent used underhanded tricks during the fight. Ern asks if there is nothing else and says that the twins are as pathetic as Barand. Asking his interlocutor to repeat, Duran calls the boy a crazy bastard. Ern is no longer willing to endure this, but wants to deal with the obstacle as soon as possible. These two almost forget how to breathe, trying to grab air with their mouths, like fish on land. Ern tells the twins that they suffered such a fate because their youngest kept silent about many things. There is no need to strike again, since those standing in front simultaneously lose consciousness. Hearing the sound of a dull thud hitting the floor of the hall, Thain turns towards its source. The others follow his example, but only with a slight delay. But the reactions are similar. Ern approaches Thain, asking the Duke if he would like to have a trivial duel. He absent-mindedly drops words, asking again what this guy is talking about, what fight he is talking about. Ern asks his interlocutor why he is so cowering in fear, since the fight will be a trivial one. Whispers begin to circulate around them. Everyone is puzzled by the fact that a first-year student dared to challenge Thain himself to a duel. They are also interested in whether Thain will accept the challenge, since there will be no benefit for him from this duel. The aforementioned one says that he thought Ern was smart, but it turns out that he has no idea about relationships in society. And without even trying to contain his disgust, the young man asks if this boy is in his right mind. Those around him react accordingly, because they have never seen Thain in such a state. And Ern asks his interlocutor what he is muttering, because with Jason he did not look for excuses. Thain flares up, agreeing to the fight and saying that if he wants to be beaten, the wish will be granted. Ern invites his opponent to attack, explaining that he is going to show what he talked about earlier. At first, Thain growls angrily, and then he breaks away from his place and rushes towards his opponent. While attacking, he still says through clenched teeth that Ern seems to have completely lost his mind. Just when the young man thinks he has achieved his goal, the guy steps out from under his blow. Thain can't understand what just happened, since he didn't even have time to see the movements. The young man starts turning his head in different directions, trying to understand how Ern managed to disappear, and the guy appears right behind him and says in a reserved tone where exactly he is. Thain flares up again, angrily asking his opponent what kind of trick he is using. He swings back to try and hit Ern again, but the result is identical to the previous one. Thain is at a loss again, wondering in his mind how this guy manages to do something like this. Meanwhile, Ern is back behind us again, announcing his location. The guy asks Thain to try hard, because only then will he be able to show what he wanted. The Duke is already filled to the brim with anger, so out of desperation he verbally insults his opponent. Saying he held back as best he could, Thain warns Ern that he asked for it. And the young man, burning with anger, declares that now he will break his opponent's jaw. At that very moment, it is Ern who closes the distance between them and strikes. His face is impartial, because the guy is pretty fed up with this upstart's senseless threats. Those around him can't even contain their emotions when they see how much superior the first-year student is to the third-year student. Thain himself feels deeply perplexed that someone dared to raise a hand against him. This feeling is so strong that the young man cannot even respond to his offender in any way. And he, just as cold-bloodedly as the first time, delivers a blow to his opponent, but from the other side. The next moment, Ern begins to do what Thain himself was doing some time ago. He even uses the same words as the young man, and then asks if he is beginning to understand him. But Thain doesn't care. He can't utter a single word, only reflexive sounds of pain. The last blow is especially powerful, and the young man flies several meters away from Ern. He tries to get up, and against his will a groan escapes from him from the pain. The Duke breathes heavily, having made an effort to minimize the discomfort of the blows. Seeing him so pathetic, those around him hold their breath, fearing that they will get caught in the crossfire. Ern says that Thain has a look on his face like he still doesn't understand what's going on. He offers to hit him a few more times so that the young man can feel at least something. But it had already dawned on Thain that this boy had been a hawk with his claws hidden from the very beginning. Ern looks at the man who is still sitting on the floor expectantly, wanting to hear an answer. The expression on the other person's face pleases him so much that the guy can't help but smile contentedly. This causes Thain's own expression to change, his lips beginning to tremble. Trying to get up, the young man thinks that Ern will not get away with what he just did to him, and calling on William, Kaplan, and Harden for help, Thain orders that not a single living spot be left on the guy. Coming out of the crowd, the trio asks how Ern dared to behave like that in this place. The guy grins, remembering that the fight should be one-on-one, and he is also a first-year student. And while these guys are experiencing something akin to confusion, Ern is actively thinking. He's even glad that everything turned out this way, because now he can have a great time. Ern is also interested in seeing the abilities of the future Night Squad of the royal family. A little later, the first of the opponents attacks his opponent, opening the fight. But Ern has no trouble dodging his slow and brutal attack. This not only surprises but also puzzles the young man, because in the eyes of others, a mistake is worth his reputation. And while he's pondering how to correct his mistake, Ern takes action. Unlike his opponent, this guy's punch hits its target and he coughs. As the young man falls to the floor, Ern slowly takes a position advantageous for his next attack. Thain thinks louder than most because he knows the henchman better than anyone else. But even so, Ern's blow makes a big impression on the rest of those present. When it's all over, Thain can't believe a freshman could take out the best students on his own. And at that moment, the guy turns his gaze to the culprit of the action, as if to say, "It's your turn." This not only puzzles but also frightens Thain, because he has already experienced the force of Ern's blows. And then the young man calls Paris for help, asking if he really intends to stand like a statue. He calls Ern funny and asks if he really wants to reach the second rank threshold. The guy understands that this man has a keen eye, because he allowed himself to fight at the level of the third rank. Ern recalls that Paris is the best among the third-year students. And most likely this man is strong, because next year he should graduate from the academy. Paris thinks that with such abilities it is permissible to act arrogantly, but it was not worth it. Ern reminds those present that they were the ones who went after the one who didn't bother them. Paris praises his interlocutor, saying that he is better than Cassian, at least he has a good pedigree. However, there are some reservations, and the third-year student begins to voice one of them. He says 21 is not a club where a freshman can dictate the rules. Those around him begin to get scared as soon as they notice the first signs of Paris's red aura. And only Thain rejoices, convinced that Ern will no longer be able to get away with a couple of injuries. The guy himself is surprised, agreeing that there is definitely something to see here. Plus, these are the very famous red moon light spheres. But Ern is not afraid. On the contrary, he can't wait to check how strong this man is. Noticing how the boy's lips stretch into a smile, Paris asks about the reason for the laughter. And then he declares that when it all starts, he won't be laughing at all. With very fast and impulsive strikes, Paris pushes Ern back, forcing him to put up blocks. The kids watching this suddenly jump back, thinking that they might get hit too. Ern is considered a tough nut to crack, but they don't think he'll be able to withstand the pressure of mana for much longer. The boy himself didn't even break into a sweat. On the contrary, thoughts of a completely opposite kind began to arise in his head. He is disappointed, believing that Paris is still far from being called a famous warrior. Ern thinks about what he should do, because he doesn't want to shock those present. He comes up with one idea, which he considers to be the best of all so far. And Paris, who happened to be very close at that very moment, shouts that Ern is finished. In vain, because the cruel truth sobers him up the very next moment. Shielding himself from the powerful impulse, Thain is slightly puzzled, as he doesn't remember Paris using such a technique. And yet he rejoices, believing that he is the creator of such a powerful attack. And just when the young man has time to think that everything is over, what he sees leaves him dumbfounded. At that very moment, Paris lets out a piercing scream of unbearable pain, and those present, under the influence of this unusual sight, recoil in fear. Thain thinks this is crazy, not understanding how a first year can already use aura like this. After all, these are not just some outbursts, but control inherent in an experienced owner of aura. Meanwhile, Ern himself approaches the young man who is moaning too loudly. The guy thinks that Paris is overacting, because aura users' bones heal quickly. Feeling the gaze of others on his back, Ern slowly turns in their direction. From these facial expressions, he understands that those present are under a strong impression. Ern tells them that he gets the impression that everyone here has gotten seasick. The guy ends his address by telling these people to stop staring at him. And although at first they are deeply surprised by the request, they ultimately obediently fulfill it. As laughter erupts in the room, Ern turns to the voice that says he can't believe what he's seeing. Thain not only praises the guy for his mastery of aura, but also says that there is hope for the Still Guards. Ern is surprised by the boy's sudden change in mood, assuming that he hit him too hard. And he proposes to end this senseless psychological war on this note. Extending his hand to Ern, Thain says that this time he will make him a sincere offer. And the Duke invites the Count's son to become a member of the 21 Club. Thain admits that Paris was right, and that if Ern had waited just 2 years, his era would have arrived. The guy asks in response what the hell he's talking about. Why would he even need to do that? Thain replies that it's because there's a world outside the academy too. He continues by saying that all these people will in the future stand at the head of Navarro's political life. The young man suggests that Ern think carefully about what might be best for him. To the supportive glances of those around him, the guy snorts, saying that this is all terribly funny. Thain can't believe his ears, asking Ern again what he just said. The guy asks what is unclear in his words and calls his interlocutor funny and boring. He starts to boil again, intermittently saying something about the favor shown to him. Ern smirks, because he thinks that Thain is holding on to his father's pant leg, bragging about the family's status. The young man, in a fit of rage, draws his blade, ordering his opponent to shut his mouth. Those present scream, realizing what this could lead to. And Thain screams, asking how dare Ern talk about him as if he knows anything about him. There is not a shadow of fear in the guy's gaze when he tells his interlocutor that he has crossed the line. Using one of his favorite moves, Ern immobilizes his opponent. As the attack lands on his arm, Thain's fingers loosen and he drops his knife. At that moment, Ern is right there, grabbing his opponent by the throat. The guy lifts Thain up, causing him to clutch his hand and start wheezing. In between attempts to fill his lungs with air, the Duke begins to threaten Ern. And he notes that Thain has always been special, from the moment he was born until today. This was the case for everyone except Ern, because he considered the young man nothing more than a worthless idiot. The guy moves on to the topic of the fortress that Thain has been building for years, namely the 21 Club. Hearing the words that this is not a fortress at all, but a sandcastle, its owner speaks again. And Ern warns him in a frightening tone, asking him to be careful in the future. After all, he himself might inadvertently get the idea to destroy this sandcastle. And to teach him a lesson, the guy swings and gives Thain a good whack. The spectators of this spectacle scream again, despite the fact that they have already seen everything. When Thain falls, he doesn't even have the strength to even try to get up. Casting a similar glance at everyone else, Ern asks them not to cause him any trouble. They look away as if what was said was directed at someone else, but definitely not at them. And then Ern, putting on an even more menacing look, says that he expects an immediate answer from them. They are truly frightened, and then the first obedient voices begin to be heard from the crowd. And Ern, having checked that everyone present understood him, leaves Club 21 satisfied. Closing the door behind him, the guy peacefully goes his way. But suddenly there is a commotion from the side, and Ern turns his slow gaze there. Noticing his older brother, the boy turns to him, thereby prompting him to stop. He pretends that he saw Ern only now and starts babbling something incoherent. The guy asks him directly if he will deny that he knows everything, and he says no. Ern gives his elder a long, expectant look, but nothing happens. And then the guy himself asks why Jason came back, because he could have just left right away. Ern asks if his brother really thought that, having fallen out of favor with Thain, his life at the academy would become unbearable. The boy doesn't want to believe that his brother is going to ask for forgiveness from the one who beat him. When Ern next speaks to Jason, he says he has changed a lot since their last meeting. After all, the man he knew before would never have given up his pride. Jason says that Ern doesn't understand anything, because he doesn't do this because he likes to be admired. The boy mentally answers his brother, saying that he understands him better than anyone else. After all, it was from the two of them that Thain's tentacle began to destroy the Stilgard family, and Jason fervently declares that it was the younger one who underwent colossal changes. Ern justifies himself by saying that he only trained a little in secret, but his brother doesn't believe the guy. But he stands his ground, saying that even if it's hard to believe, it's all true. Jason, warning Ern that he will ask one question, asks why he did it. The boy pretends not to know, and his brother asks him not to do it. Jason believes that Erna didn't have to turn Thain against her. The guy asks his interlocutor how they, being brothers, ended up doing something like this. He explains what he means when he says that Jason is always hostile towards him, even at home. Thinking about this, the young man understands that this is indeed true. He did not value his younger brother at all. And Ern, despite this, says that no matter what his older brother says about him, they are connected by blood. Smiling, the guy says that if anyone should teach his brother a lesson, it should be him. However, Thain has no right to do something like that to his elder. Jason grits his teeth to keep his emotions in check, and then suddenly turns to Ern with a request. He asks his little brother to give him a good punch and surprises him. Ern asks if Jason really observed everything properly. Remembering what this boy did, the young man corrects himself, asking only not to kill him. The younger one, unable to restrain himself, just snorts at this request, and Jason, after a short silence, expresses words of gratitude to him. The thought that his older brother has gone crazy no longer seems like a joke to the boy. It begins to frighten him. Jason, meanwhile, asks what Ern is going to do because Thain is very vindictive. The boy admits that he already has an idea, but he doesn't want to tell his elder about it. Jason clarifies the reason for this and suggests that it is all due to mistrust. Ern answers evasively, asking if it will be interesting to watch the play when you know the ending. Jason doesn't understand why his brother suddenly started talking about the play, but agrees with him about the lack of interest. Ern confirms these words and asks the elder to simply enjoy watching. The room is in chaos, with Thain accusing William, Kaplan, and Hardin of being worthless. The Duke refuses to give such incompetent warriors a place after such an outburst. His interlocutors remain guiltily silent, and Thain is already addressing everyone else. The Duke shouts, saying that if someone is muddying the waters, we need to unite and immediately teach the impudent fellow a lesson. The young man is indignant, believing that all these noble children can do is suck their thumbs. During a pause in the furious monologue, Paris dares to intervene, asking the violent man to calm down. But it's in vain, because Thain tells him to shut up, since he too has not shown himself in the best light. The Duke asks if the best in the stream doesn't feel a drop of shame for what happened. Silence reigns in the room, broken only by Thain's breathing, quickened by excitement. But then he comes to his senses and, turning to Paris, asks how his hand feels. His answer is laconic and expresses humility. Then Thain asks his interlocutor about Ern's strength. But Paris, not wanting to belittle himself, says that he was simply careless. He reminds us that Ern hid the fact that he was the owner of an aura, and a very powerful one at that. And after this, he expresses confidence that next time, he will certainly win. Thain expresses joy at this, and warns that otherwise, he will turn to the seniors. And he addresses everyone present, ordering them to keep their mouths shut about what happened within these walls. Thain warns that if there is a leak, he will definitely find out who spilled the beans. All these words are heard by Ern, who used one of his skills. The guy is amazed by this man's pride, and is glad that everything is going according to his plan. He is sure that he has nothing to worry about now. because for some time everyone will definitely remain silent. And then Ern comes to the conclusion that it is time to slowly move forward to meet him. After all, it was this man who was the reason why the boy visited Club 21. Ern knows exactly where to look for him, so he does it quickly and hides in the shadows. He clearly hears loud sobs and clearly sees hands trembling with fear, clutching the handle. Experiencing all the humiliations he had to endure, this boy tries to overcome himself. Pointing the blade at the point that will bring him death without suffering, he tries to even out his breathing. However, he fails to do this, as Ern asks if he wants to make a bet with him. The boy flinches in surprise and turns sharply towards the speaker. Ern smiles, expressing confidence that this boy will not be able to stab himself. The interlocutor suddenly remembers both the tone of his voice and that mocking look he saw on the sly. Ern confirms this and, stating his name, asks if this guy remembers him. Although Ern doesn't give his last name, the boy says it quietly, as if tasting it. Ern asks what the other person is trying to do is called suicide or self-torture. He continues by saying that he understands him and that his older brother is going a bit overboard. The boy is surprised that Ern also knows that they have different mothers. So Huin stutters and asks how he knows this. He is the second son of the Carsons. Ern asks if there is a single cadet who doesn't know that they are brothers. But that was not the point. Huin asked how this guy knew he was the Carsons' illegitimate son. Ern thinks it's all because he's been to the future, but he says out loud that he won't tell. The guy immediately asks Huin to give him his dagger, confident that he will not carry out his plan. Those words, and the realization that someone knows his secret, prove to be powerful catalysts. And Huin sharply raises his hands with the weapon, wanting to prove that he can do it. Even though he is really scared, the guy still makes a dash. However, almost at the very end, his hand is suddenly intercepted, preventing him from carrying out his plan. Huin is surprised by this and even disappointed because he was so close. Continuing to hold the stranger's hand, Ern admits to the boy that he managed to surprise him a little. After all, he really couldn't have thought that Huin would have the strength to strike. With a trembling voice, the boy asks Ern if he is going to remove his hand. And he says that the problem is both the great strength of the older brother and the great weakness of the younger one. Ern asks if it would really be good if it all mixed up in moderation. Huin doesn't understand him. Ern continues, suggesting that his interlocutor actually has a very hot temper. And he, becoming even more perplexed by this, asks the guy to let him go. But he sets a condition. Ern agrees to loosen his grip if Huin doesn't cut himself with the knife. The look of that one turns out to be very eloquent, unlike the language. Ern changes his own, demonstrating that he too must be reckoned with. In the end, Huin gives in and agrees not to hurt himself. Convinced of the truth of this guy's words, Ern fulfills his part of the agreement. Finding his reflection in the blade's mirror, Huin suddenly sniffles convulsively. The next moment his eyes fill with tears and this guy is already whining loudly. As the dagger falls to the ground with its characteristic sound, Huin suddenly gives voice, screaming loudly. Between sniffles, he admits that he didn't really want to die. Ern doesn't see any problem with this, so he suggests that the guy just move on with his life. But Huin has a different opinion. He believes that if he continues to live, he will be no different from a corpse. Ern understands him to some extent, remembering how sophisticated Thain can be in his atrocities. Involuntarily beginning to examine the person standing next to him, the guy notes the lack of any certainty. The gaze is caught by this uncertain expression on the face and the attitude towards what is happening. The lack of dignity. Ern can already imagine how much he will have to suffer with this man. The guy suddenly asks how Huin is treated in the family, believing that the attitude there is more bearable. The boy agrees with this, confirming that his father does not belittle him in any way. Ern thinks this is similar to the Duke, because he says that everyone is equal, and treats them accordingly. The guy asks if that's why Thain hates him so much, and he gives a vague yes. Huin says that at the ducal residence his brother adhered to the boundaries, but everything changed at the academy. Having built his own kingdom, Thain made his brother a prisoner, the object of his hatred. Ern asks the boy if he has thought about escaping from the so-called kingdom. Huin believes this is impossible, as he is still not considered human. Instead, they point fingers at him, saying that he is no better than an animal, and the guy has concerns. Ern assumes that Thain is torturing his brother like this because he knows everything, hence the suicidal thoughts. The guy can't answer out loud because he's afraid of bursting into tears, so he just nods. Ern tells his interlocutor that he considers him too young to die, and he promises to help Huin, since fate has so fortunately brought them together. Hearing the words that Ern will make him the head of the ducal house, the boy is amazed. Huin asks incredulously, sometimes stuttering, what this man is going to help him with. When emotions get the better of him, he starts shouting, asking his interlocutor to stop talking nonsense. Ern counters by saying that he was, in fact, completely serious when he said that. But even regardless of this, Huin considers these words to be pure nonsense. Suddenly the boy stops, and turning to Ern begins to speak again. He thanks him for saving him and promises that he will definitely pay him back this debt. Huin corrects himself, reminding himself that he is not a duke, and thinks about what Ern said. Exhaling heavily, he admits that even imagining himself as a duke is ridiculous for him. And Ern says he wants Huin to laugh when he finds out what exactly he did to his brother. These words interest the younger one, and he asks what the interlocutor did with Thain. Ern says that Huin won't believe him anyway and suggests that the guy find out what happened himself. Turning to leave, the guy asks his interlocutor to find him when the decision is made. Huin doesn't understand what's going on, so he can't even formulate his question properly, and Ern thinks that this guy has no choice but to become a duke. After all, a few years later, Thain will die of an incurable disease, and Huin will become the head of the Carsons. Ern only has to make a small contribution to this process for his contribution to be counted. While his neighbor sleeps, the guy discusses the politics of the 21 Club. Its main purpose is to form connections with cadets who are most likely to succeed in the future. The idea that came to Ern's head seems more and more tempting to him, but he doubts the success of this undertaking. The guy wants to choose only those who are guaranteed to be successful in the future, and he has several in mind. Now they are ugly ducklings, but later they will turn into beautiful swans, becoming, for example, a duke, or the main character of national songs, along with others. A clear example is the loser who will become the owner of the Magic Tower in the future, but there are also slightly less outstanding ones. Although in his field, this official will be a real genius. Ern thinks that all this time he was not serious about the academy. After all, the cadets gathered at the academy are the future of Navarro himself. Ern believes that in order to carry out his plan, he first needs to increase his notoriety. He decides to begin implementing his plan the next day, disrupting the usual routine with his appearance. While some wonder who he is, others recognize the student who fought with Cassian in the past. The aforementioned is also among those who are perplexed by the appearance of their former opponent. And those who know him loudly proclaim the name of Ern Stilgard. He himself, smiling to himself, finds the atmosphere in the upper class rather ferocious. Hearing approaching footsteps behind him, Ern turns to face his potential interlocutor, and he asks what business the middle-class cadet had come here for. Erna is already pretty fed up with this. He is sick of the gatekeepers constantly pursuing him. Meanwhile, this guy again asks what his silent interlocutor was doing in this place. Ern asks him about his name, and the bald man answers with a question, asking why he needs to know that. The guy agrees, saying that the name is of no use, and asks his interlocutor about his rating. The bald man is puzzled, but nevertheless answers, and it turns out that he is in 30th place. Ern finds this a bit weak, apologizing before saying it's not right for him. The bald man is outraged that someone in the middle class is talking to him like that. Ern analyzes the information received, judging by which this guy is at the bottom of the rankings. If you defeat such a cadet, he will automatically move up to the middle class. Ern doesn't need this, so he looks for another target, but his gaze catches on Cassian. Seeing his puzzled look, the guy mentally grinned with satisfaction. And also addressing him silently, he asks him not to worry, because he doesn't want to attract attention to himself. Finally meeting the gaze of another target, the guy remembers that he really was like that. Because of Cassian, this guy was constantly in second place for 2 years, but then he revived. Addressing Max Jr., he clarifies whether he is currently in second place. He responds rudely, agreeing, but asking what Ern's business is with him. Ern says that he doesn't need anything from him. Max is just pathetic. And of course he is taken aback by this. The guy continues his provocation, pressing on the sore spot named Cassian, and asks a question. His strategy works, because Max immediately clarifies whether this impudent fellow is really asking for trouble now. Ern asks his interlocutor how he likes the idea of trying to fight someone of a different rank. Such blatant impudence causes the audience to fall into perfect silence after a few sighs. During this, Max clenches his teeth so hard that you can almost hear the grinding sound, and then lets out a roar. He agrees to this guy's terms, offering to arrange a duel right now. Hearing this, Max's classmates become confused. Cassian tenses, remembering all too well how good this guy is in a fight. Well, a little later, 2 wooden blades collide with a characteristic sound. Max barely manages to withstand Ern's onslaught, but the guy groans from helplessness in the face of it. His opponent looks extremely calm, because he knows perfectly well that their forces are unequal. Just as Ern's weapon is about to reach Max, a commanding voice forces the fight to stop. The opponents freeze, literally centimeters away from each other. Max breathes heavily, unable to believe that a middle-class guy is capable of such a thing. Ern wasn't tired at all, on the contrary. He was ready to continue the fight at any moment. But the fight was stopped for a reason, as anyone watching can see. Meanwhile, the instructor announces that victory belongs to a cadet named Ern Stilgard. Those who watched the fight considered it something unimaginable, because there is a huge gap between them in the rankings. In terms of points, Max was dozens ahead of his former opponent. Some admit that they didn't even have time to see what was going on. So good were Stilgard's abilities. And Max, looking up at his opponent, wonders what his true essence is. The cadets talk quietly among themselves, assuming that Ern will now move up to the upper class. Baldy, remembering Stilgard's words, trembles with fear, not wanting to lose his upper-class privileges. But suddenly he remembers that in order to move to another class, he needs to win 2 victories. Baldy is happy about this, believing that he has hope. But the mood of some of his classmates is the opposite. The instructor approaches him, asking Grabe if he has gone blind, but he asks in confusion. The man recalls how exactly Max was defeated, which, if repeated, could cost him his place. Baldy can't believe it, remembering how fierce his classmate can be. The instructor says that this is not a difference that can be narrowed during training. The man asks Grabe to prepare for the worst, because Max will not be able to protect his position. The instructor is mentally delighted that the Steel Guards still have gunpowder in their flasks. He believes that the Iron Guardian's power is concentrated in the youngest member of the family. As he leaves the room, Ern asks why there is such a huge crowd here. He begins to talk jokingly about what the fight was like, when suddenly he notices an acquaintance nearby. Since Huin doesn't dare to approach Ern closer, the boy approaches him himself. He is surprised at how quickly Carson came to him and asks how he knew his location. Huin feels awkward, but still answers that it's all because of those with whom he came. Noticing Club 21, Ern asks what the point of standing outside is if you want to watch the fight. Huin suggests that the reason is that everyone knew in advance what the outcome would be, and the guy says in an excited whisper that he was told that Ern is an aura user. Ern chuckles, asking how Huin managed to find out everything so quickly. He admits that before coming, he carefully thought over everything his interlocutor told him. Glancing at the crowd, Ern says this isn't the best place for this kind of conversation. Asking to follow him, the guy promises to show them a quiet corner where no one will dare to disturb them. A little later, Huin impatiently asks Ern about the plan, believing that Thain will not leave everything so easily. His interlocutor shifts the focus a little, suggesting that the guy is actually content inside. Before answering, Huin is a little embarrassed, so he stutters as he begins to speak. But suddenly he breaks down and the guy admits that he is simply insanely glad that Taina got beat up. Huin continues to get more and more excited, admiring Ern's actions and regretting that he didn't see it all for himself. To top it all off, the guy grabs his interlocutor by the hand to sincerely thank him. Ern is amazed that this kid is more grateful to him for this than for saving his own life. But Huin suddenly changes his tone, saying that this won't break Thain, because he is a real madman. To prove this, the boy cites the argument that his older brother once tried to poison him. Ern doesn't understand the benefit of poisoning a mature youth, but he learns that Huin was 5 at the time. The guy corrects himself, admitting that Thain is in fact a crazy bastard. Ern concludes that Huin is still afraid of his older brother, and he agrees, but with reservations. Despite this, he came here to Ern, and now asks why he told him those words back then. The guy says he was serious when he offered to help Huin become the next duke. He shudders in fear and, looking around, asks Ern to speak more quietly about such things. The guy finds this funny, reminding them that they are not at a rebel meeting. But the thing is, Huin is sure that he will be laughed at when they find out what exactly he is aiming for. Ern notes that no one said it would be easy, but he is ready to teach his interlocutor everything. He begins with the lack of legitimacy, recalling that Huin is an illegitimate child. In a similar manner, Ern provides explanations about the Duke's fencing skills, charisma, and disposition. Huin is not offended by these words. On the contrary, he agrees that this is exactly what he is. It is for this reason that this guy cannot understand how he can claim the title of Duke. Ern says that no one is forcing him to do everything alone, so he offers to help him. The guy thinks that the first thing that needs to be done is to correct Huin's thinking, but he doesn't understand how. Ern adds that even if something goes wrong, his potential partner will not lose anything. Huin is now worried about something a little different. He is afraid that his older brother will not abandon the conspiracy so easily. Erna is amazed by the guy's line of thought and asks, "So what, is it better to grovel?" Huin is initially silent, but then expresses his opinion that this will not make the situation worse. Ern accepts this point of view, but says that his own is different. The guy reminds that his older brother will soon graduate from the academy and could become a duke. Ern himself answers his own words, emphasizing that Huin will be treated as nothing more than an ant. Ultimately, the rest of the boy's life will be filled with nothing but regrets. Ern gives examples of the thoughts that will then torment the minds of the scum of society. And Huin, unwittingly plunging into this dark future, experiences it all too clearly. Pleased with the result of his actions, Ern allows the boy to live through everything properly. Finally, he says that his interlocutor is right, and until that day he avoided Thain, giving in to him in every possible way. Huin admits that this is precisely why he has become such a non-entity. Ern smiles with satisfaction, hiding his all-too-obvious smile from his interlocutor's eyes. And he continues, saying that for the first time he thought that he needed to try to do something. He asks Ern what he should do and promises to do whatever he tells him. The interlocutor stops the guy, asking him first of all to wait. But for all the difficulties they have to fix, Ern is glad that Huin has learned a thing or two. The guy appreciates his interlocutor's realization that he can't overcome 21 alone. Ern mentally corrects himself, because he doesn't mean the club members, but their families. Not quite grasping the essence of his interlocutor's thoughts, Huin asks what he should do then. And Ern invites him to create his own club. There are already some candidates for joining. Barian is asked if he heard the news that he lost again. He doesn't have a single victory. This guy is laughed at, as he is expected to reach the 100 loss mark before he graduates. And they wish Barian luck in the lower class, almost openly saying that the academy is not a place for commoners. They pretend to remember what this guy said about him having some kind of fear of swords, and they suggest that even people who had supported him previously have abandoned this idea. Hearing the words that he could become a homeless beggar again, Baryon mentally resists them. And at that very moment, a voice is heard behind the guy, addressing him. He turns around in surprise because he doesn't remember anyone like that among his acquaintances. And Ern says that everything worked out perfectly because he was just about to meet him. The guy feels even more uneasy, so he asks again, repeating the words of his interlocutor. Baryon glanced warily around the room, remembering how he obediently followed Ern. But looking at all these people, the guy doesn't understand at all what kind of gathering this is. Huin checks with Ern that no one else is coming, and he confirms this, saying that everyone is here. Looking at the people around him, the guy thinks that all these people are those ugly ducklings who will turn into swans. For example, Baryon and Mita are knights who will represent the next generation. And this guy named Benjamin will become the youngest mayor of Akadio, who will be hailed as a genius. Davin will become an invincible field commander, who will expand the horizons of military science. The last two are geniuses that the Academy overlooked because their talents are not measured by rankings. And Ern even feels a little sorry that no one followed the man he is looking at now. His name is Chappelle Klaus, and he is his family's maverick and future wandering magical genius. Huin distracts the guy from his most amusing thoughts by asking him to say at least something. Ern does so, starting to talk about what everyone has heard in general terms about the purpose of this meeting. He uses allegories, saying that they are all now pupae that will soon become butterflies. And this will happen very soon, so their club will be called Vizlet. The guy's speech is interrupted by Baryon, stuttering and asking him to wait. He says the idea does sound great, but he doubts it will be successful. Ern listens patiently and says that he is not just confident, but 100% convinced of success. Baryon continues to express uncertainty, admitting that he has big problems in all areas. He slows down a little, pausing between words, and beginning to look around at those present with a timid gaze. The guy carefully expresses his observation about who is gathered here now. He says that there is not a single person among them who has previously made a loud statement about himself. Baryon hastens to correct himself, justifying himself by saying that he didn't want to spoil anyone's mood with his words. Benjamin expresses his conviction that such a statement will not be able to spoil the mood of anyone present. After all, these are facts, the guy continues to say, comparing the club's 21 and their takeoff. He doesn't see much potential in it other than to connect with Stilgard and Carson. Ern guesses that's the only thing that makes him feel insecure here. Benjamin asks if there's any point in focusing on this, and then Ern agrees to demonstrate to those present an undeniable advantage. When a guy loudly asks someone to come in, all eyes turn towards the door. It opens, and Marcus walks in, greeting him, introducing himself and stating his position. Savoring the name of the company the man works for, Benjamin thinks, trying to remember it. And Marcus admits that for now they are a small company with only a few enterprises. Getting to the point, the man expresses a desire to provide regular sponsorship support to students. This immediately produces the desired effect, including on the previously skeptical Benjamin. The others are even more surprised, even stopping to breathe, having listened so attentively. Baryon dares to ask why on earth this company would even help people like them. The answer turns out to be incredibly simple, and is that the company is under the protection of Ern. The guy himself asks what those gathered now think about this, and says that these are not all the privileges. However, he adds that he is not going to insist, leaving the choice entirely up to the guys. Returning to the dorm, Ern is glad that things with the club are settled. All that remains is to get that thing. He doesn't intend to delay, and immediately enters the first system. The guy starts talking about the fakes that have been put into circulation, and the original that has appeared. The notification comes almost immediately after the download is completely completed. Ern's face shows confusion and slight excitement, but he understands that everything is working out. The guy's interlocutor has the nickname Sun God, and he responds to his message about the art of reincarnation. Ern gently counters the idea that it's an expensive pleasure by saying that he has no intention of doing it. His interlocutor takes note of this and says that he will then name his price. Ern thinks that this item is one of the best in the first system, and although it is in the first line, the price of 150,000 turns out to be unexpected. The Sun God says that he hates those who, after they know the price, try to lower it. He says that even when trying to do this, the dialogue stops, and Ern becomes depressed, because there is not enough decently. The guy is going to check out what the man with the nickname God of the Sun is doing. What catches his attention most is the phrase that this man possesses a divine weapon. This is the most excellent, above the first class, the highest limit, soaring above the summit. This is the line that, once reached, will inevitably make you look down on everything. Roughly speaking, this means that a person who has such skills is like a god. The Sun God asks where his interlocutor has disappeared to. Because he hates waiting, Ern responds. The guy is alarmed by the fact that this person has an almost zero balance. He does not understand why this is so. Ern is not going to let this moment go so easily, and conducts a more thorough investigation. This man is called Weishole Plum. He is indeed the Sun God and ruler. He emerged victorious from a 50-year-long confrontation with the Ice Warrior. However, not everything was all right with the man who was awarded the honor of the winner. The icy energy continues to destroy his entire body, indicating that he is in a critical condition at the moment. Now that the full picture is starting to emerge, understands what's going on. The guy starts to calculate how much he is missing, even if he uses all the price privileges. However, cannot back down from his plan, because he simply needs the body of an awakened one. The sun god, meanwhile, asks this guy what he thinks he hates fourthly. Starts to say that he doesn't know, because the list is very long, but stops himself. He suggests that God doesn't like to repeat things twice, and he asks how he knew that. Intoxicated by his success, asks if his interlocutor doesn't like it when someone guesses correctly. He also has an ambiguous attitude towards this, saying that he will now leave the conversation if there is no deal. Stops the man, saying that he is willing to make a deal, intending to profit from it. The guy starts talking about the reason why his interlocutor is in a hurry to reach an agreement. He clarifies whether it is really that God wants to remove the ice from his body as quickly as possible. The man is taken aback by this, asking who this guy is and how he knows this. Briefly describing what he learned, says that in the first system, everyone knows about this confrontation. The sun god confirms this, admitting that there were many observers during that battle. However, the strange thing is that somehow managed to find out about the energy that was causing harm to the man. The guy says there are rumors about the Palace of the Sun being converted into an ice residence. Looking around his expanses, the sun god admits that this boy knows how to listen to what is being said. Hearing the words that this does not change the essence of the matter, cannot resist and smiles. The guy says he doesn't think his interlocutor's position is suitable for asking double the price. The sun god is taken aback. He is so indignant that he can hardly put two words together. The guy thinks about the seriousness of this situation, and assumes that the ice has completely affected his interlocutor. Talks about what God will need to fully remove the harmful substance and restore it. The guy suggests that the man is in a hurry, but he doesn't have enough coins. The man doesn't even say anything in response, amazed by his interlocutor's knowledge. Unable to bear the truth, God is outraged that this boy dares to talk to him like that. And noting the fact of this man's explosive character, continues to egg him on. The words that he is shaking with anger because of such a trifle turn out to be another trigger. Says that status, honor, and power are irrelevant in interdimensional trade. Bringing his monologue to a close, the boy asks if the sun god can cross space. Asks his interlocutor to consider which of the parties will regret the failed deal more. The sun god doesn't like this, but he can't come up with any counter-arguments, so he simply expresses indignation. Says that he will not die without getting what he wants, but he would argue with regard to his interlocutor. While finishing him off, the guy asks if the sun god is not on the brink of life and death now. The man remains silent for quite a long time because words are indeed true. In the end, he apologizes to his interlocutor, saying that it seems that the ice in his body has caused his brain to freeze. The sun god says he has never dropped his price in his life, but is now willing to make a discount. Says that this is not necessary and suggests changing the terms of the deal slightly. He says that it is ridiculous to value the life of a god at 150,000 coins, and he agrees with this. The guy first voices what he needs, and then what his interlocutor needs. The sun god listens, already convinced that he is dealing with a smart guy. And he, inspired by his brilliant plan, asks why they don't satisfy each other's desires. Later, wonders how long the takeover process will take this time. Suddenly he has a strange feeling and the guy is amazed. The problem is that suddenly developed an itch in the area of his molar. Feeling the foreign body, the guy removes it and becomes seriously puzzled. The guy feels uneasy from what he sees, and a guess comes into his head. He wonders if this is evidence that the process has already progressed so far. Literally, the next moment his body experiences even stronger sensations. And begins to choke, considering the most terrible thing to be that he is powerless to do anything. The pain is so strong that the guy compares it to being made into a pancake. Even feels that all this has affected his internal organs, which makes him think of a curse. Remembering the sun god, the boy wonders why he didn't warn him about the unbearable sensations. Meanwhile, the system reports that the rebirth process is loading at 35%. When it goes up by 12, it gets even worse. Holds on as best he can. After all, he understands that if he loses consciousness from this unbearable pain, he will not be able to survive. The process reaches 63%, and is just praying for himself to hold on. He keeps repeating only one thought in his mind, the one that he absolutely must survive. The next day, the boy walks through the academy courtyard with a gait that attracts hundreds of glances. Such a presence and appearance make not only people of the opposite sex stare at them, but the representatives of the latter do not at all hold back their enchanted oohs and ahs. Someone asks those more knowledgeable if this is the one he is thinking about now. And indeed, they confirm to him, but just as incredulously, that this guy is Stilgard. Those around him are amazed because now a completely different energy emanates from this cadet. Only smirks when he hears these statements, because they flatter him very much. The guy believes that it couldn't be any other way, because now he himself can hardly believe what's happening. Last night, while testing his new abilities, he managed to understand how geniuses see the world. In his old body, the guy had to apply 10 times the force to get 10 times the return. Now this ratio has changed to 1 in 10, and perhaps even more. Ern believes that this crazy efficiency could even be equal to all 20. The guy reasons that if he had been born with such a body, everything would have come to him without difficulty. But he is doing well now, because now even natural-born geniuses will envy him. Later, the guy meditates, trying to make his skills even more powerful. As he finishes this process, he exhales slowly and wonders if he succeeded. The answer is yes, because the guy managed to complete the last achievement, raising his rank in transactions. From now on, he has access to a new channel, which Ern himself is not very familiar with. Recalling his previous experience, the guy notes that he had difficulties even in his first system. Ern's attention is drawn to the message that another new privilege has been opened up for him. Reading its description, the guy concludes that this is another mind-reading scam. He decides to try it out later, figuring out what's what on the fly. Right now he has other things to do. With these thoughts, the guy asks the system to activate the channel selection window. And since the new one is not activated yet, Ern goes to him, correcting this. A new book of transactions appears before him, a sign that everything went as it should. The guy greets her like a new friend, noting with satisfaction that they haven't seen each other for a long time. This world marked the beginning of the magical enlightenment, and brought together a collection of magical lands. The first thing the guy thinks is necessary is to look at the current events page. The system reports an available gift, but Ern is skeptical, assuming it's a coupon. They want to sell him a lightning massager, and the guy is surprised because he doesn't remember anything like that in the second system. The description of the item seems tempting to him, but there is something that noticeably confuses him. The guy is skeptical that this massager can cure absolutely any ailment. This invention was developed by Antella, a monster in the field of magical engineering. They say that there are about 1,500 symptoms that this massager can cure. Reading all this, Ern becomes convinced that this subject is pure nonsense. Although, on the other hand, the guy remembers that trading between dimensions should not be based on logic. Ern decides to put off resolving this issue until later, while he takes care of other matters. The guy remembers that the knight accumulates mana with his heart, and the wizard creates a ring around it. It's a difficult process, but it's worth it, because in the end, it's possible to become a magic swordmaster. By setting the seal on the mana ring, Ern states the fact that he is now a magic swordmaster. However, the fact that he only has one ring makes the guy feel ashamed. But Ern puts the negative thoughts aside and suggests to himself to try to level up. Most of the second system representatives are scientists and researchers. Ern had heard that wizards who had taken up dimensional dealings were the most sociable. While browsing through the trade offers, the guy finds something pretty good. After talking a little with its creator, Ern concludes that this man is more of a theorist than a practitioner. The guy performs the heart tone privilege activation at the maximum level. The man on the other side assumes that Ern understood from his ad that he is currently depressed. The words that because of this boundless apathy the magician only sells everything in bulk puzzle the guy. But even more questionable is this useless ability, which is of no use at all. Forcing himself to calm down, Ern exhales and reminds his interlocutor of some points from the ad. He remembers this, but says that now everything is different. He just forgot to edit the ad. Ern doesn't want to buy all sorts of junk. He wonders if there is anything useful there. Suddenly, an insight occurs. The guy begins to hear the thoughts of a magician who sells goods out of dire need. This allows Ern to understand what the merchant really feels, what is in his soul. The guy asks his interlocutor to clarify what kind of knowledge he is selling. He answers incredibly obviously, saying that this is magical knowledge, something that he himself has. Hearing the mental addition to these words again, the guy is amazed at the new ability. He recalls that all his previous privileges were fraudulent. But this literally represents a shield that reads at least the psychological state of the interlocutor. While making a deal in joy, Ern receives the man's gratitude in return. The guy replies that he is also completely satisfied with the deal that took place and talks about a possible meeting in the future. As he leaves the conversation, Ern mutters to himself that heart tone is truly a worthwhile privilege. Remembering Stone, the guy expresses confidence that such people will be found in this system too. He addresses these still unknown interlocutors, threatening to deal with them. After all, now he has this ability, the tone of the heart, and thoughts of Shylock creep into his head. Remembering what he was like, Ern addresses him with similar words about reprisals. Sometime later, the guy thinks that this weekend went off with a bang. During this time, he managed to obtain at least 3 rings surrounding the heart. Overjoyed, the guy is determined to get the training over with and get to work on honing his new powers. A familiar voice is heard nearby, sarcastically praising Ern's diligence. Turning towards the source of the voice, the guy notices a silhouette that also has familiar outlines. Selena Laufer herself approaches him, asking him to spare some time if he has a free minute. The girl asks her interlocutor to say at least something, and Ern clarifies what exactly she wants to hear. The guy finds Selena's appearance strange, assuming that she was waiting for him. Ern wonders out loud if this is really how it will be this time. If that's the style and fashion these days. Now it is Selena's turn to be puzzled. She tells her interlocutor that she does not understand him. Ern gets to the point without any preamble, saying that he means this girl's true face. She decides not to beat around the bush either, changing her tone when she notices that she has lost her grip. Selena admits that she never thought that some greenhorn freshman could expose her. Hearing the question about how he discovered her, the guy begins to remember that this woman is like a drug. Ern is ashamed that, like everyone else, he fell victim to these spells in his past life. Selena starts to get irritated as she repeats the question, but then suddenly changes her tone, saying that she understands everything. The girl suggests that this guy is a bird of a feather. Ern denies it, but his interlocutor reminds him that he too is hiding his true talents.